the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
Take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit and get it, we hit and win it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit and get it, we hit and win it.
levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest. the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win.
push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it. We the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the player's on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it, we hit it with it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it, we hit it with it. push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
always gotta raise the bar, push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest. levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We
progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
تعالى لي ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور بس مين يقرا فاهم كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم نعيد من الاول
لا 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 مش مسجل
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري تسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
She got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be we take the win.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8 and welcome to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. My name is Banks and I am your host, and I'm coming to you live from the Gamers8 Arena in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. Now, many of our teams hit the ground running yesterday, but it would seem that the squad with the target on their back going into day 2 is Vampire Esports, but the competition is far from over. So remember, if you are in the Gamers8 Arena or if you are at home watching this, there is $3 million up for grabs across the next 2 weeks. So, I guess you could say the pressure is on. So, let's keep this train running and go over to the desk where they can break everything down before we dive into our first map of the day.
We're going to break so many things down. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host here for PMWI 2022, hopefully for the next 2 weeks if I don't get my job taken away from me, but I think I'm doing an okay job. Two gentlemen who are doing a phenomenal job, though, are my analysts. It's Maxman and Kolaris there on the end. Gentlemen, we've had an exciting first day of games, but we still have another day of play to come. And even before then, we have a special man to introduce here on the desk. We have Sir Tanny coming in from Vampire Esports, the coach and analyst for the team. First of all, man, welcome to the desk. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me here, sir.
Oh, man. Yeah, the thing is, if you do too well today, we're going to have you back every day. So maybe you don't want to be too good.
I hope so.
But let's dive into this right off the bat. How did you guys prepare coming into PMWI?
I think we have a bit time to prepare because when we just finished the PMPL Thailand and at the 11 p.m. and then 6 a.m. we had to fly to here.
Oh wow!
So we don't have a time to prepare much. But I think my players just they are already ignition the engine from the PMPL, so they can play just like they want to play for now.
To be fair, right, that's kind of the best way to prepare for an event like this is to play another event right before and you're ready to go, right? Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're on a high. It's going so well for you guys so far. But I want to know, like, this is right now one of the biggest offline events we have in PUBG Mobile. How do you and the teams, adapt to this new offline event with all the teams here?
I think it's a big pressure to be here because this is the biggest offline event for the long time, since 3 years ago. And we have competed the Southeast Asia tournament just like 2 months ago in Malaysia. So I think it's a bit excited because we can meet another champions team from another league. Just like that, you know.
So I guess my question is a bit more game specific to start things. Obviously, game 1 for you yesterday was fantastic. I really enjoyed watching it. What were the most important moments for the team in what was a difficult game, to be honest?
Yes, sir. I think it's a really difficult game because the circle just don't come to us.
Yeah.
They have to push us to the circle. But I think the most important thing is my players. They can get a lot of kills, the 11 points earlier, so that's why they can make the more confidence in the early game. You can see if they can shoot, they just go push forward, foot forward to get more kill. This is my team style. They have a strong team fight, but if they just stay but play very slow, the diesel engine, they're slow to burn, just like that.
So you're talking to the right man about engines. I like it. I like my engines. But I mean, actually, we were speaking about it before, and it's cool that your team likes to go for the place and find like checkpoints and next to move to those important locations, right?
Yes. In my team style, we are playing with the circle.
Yes, yes.
Very slow. Sometimes we are outside the circle for looking for the best position to get in. We will think about this is the old center of the circle.
Yeah.
They have more opponent than the around. So we are rotating up and down to find the best position. Just like yesterday, on the first game, we can go straight to the Rust Hop, but we are going up there, with the bridge, and then go under the bridge. Just like that.
Okay. I feel like I'm going to ruin the fun because talking about the best opening game we've seen in a long time here, I want to talk about game 3, unfortunately, which is the Sanhok. There was a little bit of an altercation you had with TJB Esports EU, right, when they were leaving Same and you came down from Ruins. You definitely felt unprepared on your side on that. Is there like some changes you might want to bring to the table on that?
I think the TJB, they are all the, how do you call this, that drop the Sami?
Sami, yes,
Sami.
to the south,
TJB, they play on the Sami, but they made the Nigma. And they leave the city for the Nigma, and then they go forward to us.
Yeah.
and we don't have any information because no Q feed, no the sound of the gun, something like that. And the Fluke TH, my player, he just looking for looting for the med kit. And I think TJB just come only one guy, and it's a miscommunicating about the information. The TJB just come 4, and then after that we driving fast to rotate around back, and then we don't have information about TJB is around us, and then we die.
Yeah, I think you tried to take some
production, please. Come on, you're happening even more. Come on, you're TJB in that match.
And that's the proof you don't touch TJB's like healing spots, right?
Yeah,
they're not going to be cool with that one. I mean, you guys definitely then have a plan in mind, then I guess, to avoid that from happening once again, like the next 2 Sanhoks.
In the Sanhok, normally we play just with the med kit. We are collect around the ruin and then give it to my player to. We have a strategy on the Sanhok to,
just med.
Yes, just only med kit for playing because it's easier to get more points at the top 3.
Yes.
Better than going to fight and we don't know much.
And is that also your focus because you got 18 teams in the lobby, right? Is that still your approach this time? Yeah.
It's there's a lot of the team around us, so we don't know where they play, where they have. So it's a safe way to play with the med kit, I think.
Fair enough.
We don't have too much time left with you, but we kind of want to talk about like the teams you're looking out for, but in 2 different ways, right? Going into the event, who are the teams that you were like, okay, these are the real contenders? And then after day 1, who do you think are the new contenders? Are there any new people that you are like, oh, we need to keep an eye on them? Or are there any teams that you expect to do better that haven't done as well?
In my mind now is STE and the TJB. Because their style and my style is really the same. They play with the slow and rotation and a good team fight to get. And it's really hard to fight with them in the early game, so we have to focus on the information too much.
Any concern about Falcons? They did pretty well yesterday.
Falcon, I think they're really great. They are good, open shot, the first shot, they are so good. But we didn't met them much because of the line move or some kind. I think it's a bit concerned about that.
Okay, well, Sertani, thank you so much for joining us. I do
sir.
want to give you a quick chance to give a shout out to fans out there, whether you want to do it in English or in Thai. It's up to you.
Okay, ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับฝากติดตามเชียร์ Vampire Esports ด้วยครับ We are the new team to the global competition, so please be support with us. Thank you.
Hey, I'm sure you made a ton of new fans out there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And wish you guys obviously the best of luck today.
Thank you.
But let's try to jump into the format of the entire event. If you guys didn't join us yesterday, you might have missed on exactly how things will go. And this is going to be, as we mentioned before, a little bit different. 16 teams no longer happening in this event. It's going to be 18 teams. And we did get to see yesterday in particular how that's affected quite a few different teams here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it with that first game, like Vampire, we were just talking about it. You take a central position like that, they become even more valuable because you can pick up basically so many more eliminations off the back of that. 24 on that first game for Vampire.
Yeah.
And I also understand, right, we were talking about it right there on the interview. The heal strat just makes also a lot more sense into Sanhok because there's so much unknown. The fights are so hard to take. Heal strat might even be more valuable now because you're just playing super safe.
And if you really want to get down to specifics, I can understand his point about Sanhok and TJB being kind of aloof and kind of everywhere. You're in Sami, you're in moving kind of up on that west coast as well. It's not easy to know exactly where they are, especially when there's so many teams that you have to account for. So, yeah, it's interesting.
It's going to be interesting, right? Because we expected, Nigma Galaxy, we expected TJB to do the heal strat. Didn't expect Vampire to do it. So if they don't have that altercation with TJB, it's going to be a fight between 3 teams for second place.
But they all want to loot meds down there,
exactly.
which is the big
There's
problem.
not enough.
Well, as you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, we do have 2 days of play left in this main tournament. We have today the 12th and, of course, tomorrow the 13th. But next week, the top 5 participants from this main event will be joining the invited teams in the AfterParty Showdown, which is going to be insanely exciting with a couple of new maps. If you haven't looked into it, well, I'm not going to spoil it for you. You're going to find out when we get into it on the 18th. But, gentlemen, I'm honestly excited to see how this will turn out. I mean, imagine... Again, in particular, you have Falcons. If they make it into the AfterParty Showdown against some of the most known teams in the world, like the BTRs, that's going to be a chance for them to really make a name for themselves and, of course, gain a lot of fans.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to be approaching the AfterParty.
Or haters, I should say. I'm sorry. A lot of fans are haters. It depends who you knock out.
It's going to be happening for sure, but I think that should be the main focus. Like, the AfterParty is going to be $1 million extra of potential prize pool, so it's just W after W if you can perform that.
Distributed in an exciting way as well.
And a very original way.
The fact that R8 is already there as well for the Saudi Arabian fans, and if Team Falcons continues to do as they do, that's awesome for the local fans and awesome just for the region as a whole to show the kind of strength that they're putting out right now, considering considering what we've seen just yesterday.
Yeah, and you can see here we do have a couple of different ways you can earn money, whether it is through the rankings and the $2 million, and of course the MVP, the Gunslinger, Grenade, Master, Eagle Eye, Field Medic. I know, if I'm not mistaken, Eagle Eye, it's an average of your top 2 distance shots.
Yes.
To see who is the best one.
Exactly. I will not calculate it myself. I'll probably use a calculator. But yeah. And also, we saw the...
even if you use a calculator, you might get it wrong.
We saw the Grenade actually award coming through. Like, who is it from Stalwart that's got like an insane amount of nades?
I can't remember. I was keeping an eye on the Eagle Eye, and I think top was Eagle Eye, and I think maybe he was even Grenades as well, actually. So
yeah, it's one of Stalwart for sure.
Yeah, they're doing well.
Well, we still have, obviously, a lot to come up today here. I'm going to remind you guys once again, though, about Sony Xperia, the 1V, which created in collaboration with esports professionals and is official smartphone partner here with PUBG Mobile. Make sure you guys check them out. Make sure you guys pick them up. They're actually down here, but they're also here on the desk as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting extremely closer to kicking off our first match of day 2, but I'm going to remind you guys once again with a sick hype video of the teams that will participate not only today, but in the next 2 weeks.
Give it your everything, it ain't no holding back. Time to be the one, best squad, that's a fact. Nobody can stop me when I get in my zone. Take it higher, go from unknown to world known. On another level, competition is in trouble. Putting numbers on the board and it's about to double. We can never fold, we can never break. To be the greatest, we will do whatever it takes. Legendary, feeling like it's my moment. No slowing down now, we can move forward. We got the passion and drive, we stay working. An undeniable team, we on the circle. Bring the fire like a dragon, hunger and the passion. Making history, our energy is everlasting. We're staying on top, team so supreme. Making big moves, the world has never seen. We never fall back, hold our ground where we at. We never fall back, hold our ground where we at. If that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will. But before we do hop into our match here, I want to once again thank Savvy Gaming Group here for making sure this event can be done and making it possible for all of us at home and all of us here in the arena to enjoy. Now, for you guys to enjoy other things, we have tons of things and tons of prizes to give away. One way you can do so is by changing your social media profile picture to the team that you are supporting and making sure to post on the official channels, as you saw right before this video, about your teams and why you want to see them do well. And you can get some sweet prizes, maybe even a sweet phone. But ladies and gentlemen, we got to start talking about overall standings. We did have one day of play happen. We have had 6 matches out of our 18 total now done and dusted. And it's time to check in who's currently sitting at the top. And as you heard us talking to Sertani before, Vampire Esports in first place.
They're just looking amazing right now, Vampire. Like that first opening
They're
game,
so
like
hot right now.
They're so hot right now, Vampire. Oh, they're going over there. They're just flapping their wings and like flying in first place currently by a pretty significant margin. The thing about the top 3 teams right now, we talked about it already extensively, Kalaris, is like this is day 1 mainly focused around Vampire, Stalwart, Team Falcons. These are currently the teams to beat, and there's a small gap that has been created now between 3rd and 4th, but there's still clear potential like for teams below. If they get one good game, they're back in the race.
And the important thing that we took away from the fantastic interview actually with Sertani is the fact that, and they realize it too, is that some of these top teams, they're bringing very similar play styles across the board than those 3 teams. They understand that they're taking it slow, steady, playing those edges, playing for the position, and then the kills come, sorry, the eliminations come to them a little later on. Ultimately, he didn't quite mention Falcons in that, but they are doing a similar play style to him just because they're not actually coming in on the same angles. So these 3 teams, they're playing the style well. Whether or not that develops here throughout the next 2 days remains to be seen. We'll keep our eye on it.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree that if teams can't start to perform today, if they're not at the top, then you could pretty much kiss it goodbye of them getting to the AfterParty Showdown. You have to start making plays right here, right now, if you want to see yourself get through into this. And you know what? We're going to find out if they're going to be able to do so. And if you guys are unfamiliar with the schedule, we'll throw it up on your screens really quickly. We're going to be having 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok a day. But that obviously will be changing when we get into our 2nd week of play. But I'm excited. I want to get some quick predictions out of you guys of who you think is going to take the first match of the day for the chicken dinners.
I want to see Donuts keep popping off, actually. They had that good first game where it did go a little bit bad at the end because Vampire performed well. They still got himself a chicken dinner later on down the line. So I think Donuts, if they have still a good performance today, they can catch up to the big 3 here.
I'm not changing my bets. I'm still sticking with Stalwart all the way. I think they're
an obvious one.
Amazing team. And I do think eventually at the end of this, they will stand head and shoulders above the rest. So I'll go with them.
Well, I want to see Damwon and Kia step up today. We got to see them do so well when it came to PMGC, and obviously they do have every opportunity to do so. But as you can see here, the players are getting ready, we're getting ready, and hopefully the commentators are getting ready because it's time to head into our first match of the day. As you saw, it's going to be over on Erangel. We get to see a massive 39-point game out of Falcons. Not Falcons, sorry. Out of Vampire Esports yesterday. I should correct myself on that one with 24 eliminations. The question is, can they do it again? And the gentlemen, they're going to bring you all the action here in this first match. It's going to be Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
Thank you so much, Jason and the desk. And what a fantastic interview as well we were able to have with Vampire. That was so great to see. And of course, we're getting ready with the first game. 7. It's great to be here. Great to start. And we have the opportunity to do your favorite map.
Yes, we will. Don't get me too excited until... just give me some time, okay? Give me some time.
The build-up.
Yeah, the build-up's going to be great for Sanhok. But what I was going to tell you is with Vampire Esports, something that their analyst and coach was just able to say is how they're going to be looking out for STE. They're playing, STE especially is playing really slow, and they are playing their game, and now they are starting to be consistent again, finishing off the day with the chicken dinner. Can STE continue that kind of performance here today on the first map, or are we going to be seeing an STE that we kind of saw between match 4 and match 5? Match 4, to refresh your memory, 15th place, 0 elims. Match 5, 9th place, 7 elims, which was great because they were able to make up so many points there with the eliminations. But I'm intrigued to see what kind of ST we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're just taking a look at how the first circle is going to be popping up for us soon after the plane path. We're starting over to Stalbert and going down to Primorsk. This eliminates a lot of potential drops in Milta Power, Prison, Shelter, Farm. Novo is going to be hard to get to. Military is going to be hard to get to here, which is going to be really, really interesting, of course. First game of the day. I'm super excited to get things started here, 7. And obviously, highest damage also checking in on action. Mike Flug also in there. But right now, Stalwart Esports is really paving the way in multiple ways.
Yeah, and with Stalwart Esports, I mean, as I just said, getting that chicken dinner to finish off the game put them in a great place to hunt down Vampire Esports, and hopefully they will be able to continue to do that because it's going to be a battle between these two. But then you heard Jason say a team that actually surprised us was Falcons. This was a team that just kind of came out of nowhere. Falcon Esports decided to show up and started performing really well. And what's crazy to me right now as we're looking at this circle is that it's almost the exact same circle that we got on the first game yesterday, and we know what Vampire Esports was able to do at that time. I mean, they were able to collect 24 elim points. Could this possibly benefit them again?
And I love this, that This circle is actually really good for this plane path here. We're flying in from Stalwart down to Primorsk. A lot of the teams are going to be able to get into the good drop spots for this. Again, thank you to Sony Xperia, the official smartphone sponsor here for the event. Super great to have you guys on board. And now we see REGAN.S and back-to-back actually kind of chasing each other. J-Way taking some shots. There's a DPS in play here in Flower C2. Let's see if we're going to be able to have some potential knocks. It's a little bit of a chase, actually. We have a new MP in play on J-Way. But Polo and the boys here in the coop are going to be leaving.
And I'm pretty sure back-to-back is going to try to not lose anybody. This is a team that's currently in 18th place, dead last. So you don't want to start off the day 2 when you're wanting to make a comeback like this. And you can see the chase finally stops. It's going to be great for them. And with back-to-back, I mean, at some point here, they are the NA hopes because they're the only NA team that are going to be participating in this next 2 weeks. Right now, it's not looking like it's going to go their way.
Yeah, I'm lucky in that sense, you know, having multiple teams that I can cheer for my kind of home region. We have Aton, we have VIVO, Keat Stars, so I'm kind of fine with that. No, it's obviously unfortunate that they've had a really rough start in that matter. It is day 2, so they've only played 33% so far. They have 12 more games to make up for it, which is going to be interesting to see. Now that, you know, especially the amount of preparation you can do from day to day is huge. So the question is, have they prepared? Have they spent that time getting into seeing, okay, how can they improve going into day 2 here, and how well they're going to be able to do compared to some of the other teams?
Yeah, hopefully they went back yesterday, watched a lot of VOD, figure out what's going to be happening today, right? And treat today like your day 1. This is something that we were actually talking about before the show started.
Yeah.
They might as well treat this as their day 1 because their day 1 was absolutely awful. And for everybody watching at home, let's watch PMWI together. Complete daily missions to earn points. Once enough points are accumulated, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
Yeah, exactly. And you can participate in the event solo or with your teammates that you usually play with. It's obviously easier if you're able to get that together with a whole team, and you can get the reward easily. But
I was going to say, we have seen some great skins.
Oh, for sure.
Especially the PMWI packs. And between August 4th and August 13th, they are going to be 50% off for the PMWI packs. Get a set straight away and have 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
Yeah, and that's a further sale on the PMWI packs, and you can get 6 chances to draw the treasure chest from PMWI.
Well, what I'm going to be looking at here is, I mean, I would like to see some of the bottom teams. I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad. This was a team we saw a little bit like they didn't know what they wanted to do yesterday. I forgot which map it was exactly, but they weren't sure what they wanted to do. If they wanted to be pushing or if they wanted to be a little bit more patient. And you can see a bit of a disconnection between that team. I'm hoping today they went back, watched that VOD, and they're going to be more assertive on what they want to do. Whether it's aggressive or defensive, as long as everybody is on the same boat, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, especially the teams that were able to do well yesterday was the teams that were either very aggressive together as a team, moving together and getting the eliminations that they were for, or super heavy focused on getting the placements, trying to stay 4 alive as long as possible. Because obviously, if you are in a 4 versus 3 situation, you're the team with 4, you have the upper hand just by nature, by that. So that's the very hard focus. One of the teams that did that, obviously, was Donuts. We saw their game on Erangel. They were able to hold down the barn, just needs to Pachinki, and then move out, and then take over control of the late game, which was very good to see, of course.
Yeah, and you're talking about Erangel. They ended up getting the chicken dinner, right?
Yeah,
and on top of that, they ended up the first game, 4th place, 8 Illims. So far, Erangel has been working for them. Can they continue on this trend? And I mean, same with VIVO Esports. I know we've been talking about them, but I want to talk about them a little bit more because their damage is just out of this world. I think it's almost more than 2K damage than the other team with the 2nd place damage, which is going to be Donuts. To put it into context, the damage dealt from VIVO Esports, 9,503. Donuts in second, following them, is at 7,638. So just... you can see how much more aggressive VIVO Esports is right now.
Yeah, I really love to see how they're able to play. Downmonkey, another team that we've seen some from. As the guys are managing in a desk, you know, we want to see more from them compared to what they were able to do at PMGC2. And, you know, we're having big expectations to these guys. You know, they are a team and a organization that have huge respect amongst all the teams here and globally. So let's see how well they're able to fare throughout.
Yeah, and I mean, you heard Jason say too, Damwon Gaming, Damwon Kia. This is a team that just hasn't performed. Like, we haven't seen them at all. We saw them getting eliminated over and over again, and they finished off at least they finished off the day with the 5th place and 2 elims. So maybe that'll spark up. Maybe they'll be able to carry some kind of momentum. I'm hoping it happens for Damwon Kia.
They're super focused on their placements. They want to get high placements, but considering that we have these 2 extra teams, the most of the points that you're getting in the total games here does come from eliminations, so they need to focus on that as well. But being able to still have, you know, their top 10 placements, but they're just not able to convert some of these eliminations and not stealing enough kills like some of the other teams are really excelling at right now. On screen, Cielo from VIVO Key, we have a lot of teams that are already taking in some of these positions that we are close to the river, which is going to be really hard. Some teams are obviously taking some terrain that could be high ground or very easy to traverse across the river, or potentially gatekeep on some of the bridges that we see here on screen. So high ground here in the castle, overlooking multiple angles.
I was going to tell you, with VIVO Key, I was actually really impressed with how they were able to play yesterday. I mean, they started off the day in 8th place. I think at one point they were in the top 5, which is good to see that Brazilian team, we know them how aggressive they can be, and we know how great they did in Sanhok. I want to see them translate that a little bit more to Miramar, because Miramar was not the strongest suit. I know we're currently not playing Miramar, but I am already thinking ahead for that team.
Yeah, really looking forward to see if they're able to step up and show what they're made of. We know they're capable of great things. Also what we've seen both regionally in PMPL, but also the PMPL Americas Championship, where they did well too. Here we have Bucks Gaming on screen. Now next circle is going to pop here, and it is going to be a great one. The question is it going to be an odd one? Is it going to be a center one? It's going to be a center one. So actually the vast majority of the teams are already in, but look on screen 7. There are some teams far outside the current circle.
Yeah, I mean, we heard the analyst from Vampire Esports said that STE, they're going to be looking out for that team because they're playing so slow. I think this is just a perfect picture of what he was talking about. Most of the teams are already starting to rotate. They're in vehicles. They're trying to position themselves. And guess what? Stalwart Esports are like, we're taking our time. We're not going to rush through this. We know exactly what we're doing, and I'm pretty sure they watched a lot of VOD review from yesterday and try to see how those teams were going to be rotating, especially since, in a way, this circle does kind of mimic a little bit of what happened yesterday with some of the Erangels. I'm gonna continue to expect ST is going to continue to just play it slow, as we do have an engagement here coming up. Damwon Kia going up against USG. Who's going to strike first? Who's going to get that first knock?
Yeah, this is one of the high ground positions that we saw really key for yesterday's game, that also ended close here in Russia, obviously, with Vampire having 24 eliminations. Damwon Kia, Song taking a lot of damage from the utility here, and a lot of damage can be put out. I want to see multiple nades. I want to see more, not just one nade at a time. I want to see nades on both sides, deep into this warehouse, that could potentially knock some of these Damwon Kia players first right now with an M16 in hand. Some more heals are popping off, and they're using the Molotovs to deny any peaks that are close. They don't want to commit much more to this fight here. Now Virtual Gaming Squad takes on Falcons, and Gaddafi is able to take down Yusef.
And we were talking about Virtual Gaming Squad being decisive on what they were going to do, whether it be aggressive or defensive. Guess what? Ooh. Right now, they're being aggressive. And ooh, powerful from Team Falcons, almost being able to get that nade. Oh, 1 HP? Are you kidding me?
Oh, Falcon returning the favor on the Virtual Gaming Squad. Super unfortunate for Faluji there, yeah. Never alone able to finish that off. Dama here on the front line. And Virtual Gaming Squad is splitting off here. I think Zeus could also potentially be taking an anchor position on the high ground or disengaging from the rest of his team. They need to figure out what they're going to do here. As you're saying, a little bit indecisive. You want to see them play together and really execute these situations a little bit better for them to pop up on the leaderboard. But it's obviously, it's very hard to defend a compound like that, so when you don't have any other teams around that are putting pressure onto Falcons, because it's far north in the circle, is most likely not going to end there at the moment. Now, Wildcats on screen fighting Vampire. Wildcats obviously coming out of Turkey.
And Vampire Esports, are they going to continue with that aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of them? And also, I know we're currently watching this fight, but with Virtual Gaming Squad, I'm glad that they decided to rotate one player out to get the angle. That's completely different than what we saw yesterday. A little bit more decisiveness in their aggressiveness. Love to see that out of them. And Wildcats, what are they going to be doing here? Are they sure? Are you sure you want to take this fight against the team that's currently outputting the most damage? If I'm them, I will probably need a confident booster. I'm going to go for it.
All right, next circle is slowly moving in here. Stalwart coming into the circle, joining just as the second circle closes here, 7. Let's hope that it comes close to them. Otherwise, they can just stay in their cars and keep rotating. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. Oh, it's going to pop north. Okay, so we actually eliminate all the rear play now. All the teams, they're going to be focused on getting across. Potentially, we could see some gatekeeping, some bridge camping, but most of the teams, they obviously want to get into some of these situations where they can lock down a compound, because in this circle here on the north side, there are not that many compounds available. You kind of want to fight for them early on. Obviously, also the road that goes on from Yasnaya up to Cerveny is a huge factor. There's not a lot of cover around that road, except for those few compounds.
And as I'm looking at the map here, I'm going to be looking at Stalwart Esports. How are they going to try to break into that circle? Are they just going to do a full-on rotation edge of the circle and slow it down as they've been doing? Or are they going to get a little bit more aggressive now that an opening is happening for them and try to reach that? I think they might just play that outer circle.
Yeah, we'll see. And also we saw just on the map real quickly that back-to-back is actually in front of them, so that could be rough for them. Let's see what the situation is going to be later. We'll jump into now. 4 rivals on screen coming out of Malaysia.
Oh, this is a fight that I want to see here.
This is a big one.
Aton Esports, please. You guys are currently in 16th place. It's a team that I expect a lot more, especially with the new player, Texa. We saw some flashes of greatness yesterday out of that team, but just not good enough, hopefully today. And TJB, I mean, this is 6th place. I'm pretty sure they want to continue on that trend. They want to continue to position themselves within those top 5. Because remember, top 5 is the desk, and the analyst was saying they are going to be moving to next week when we do the after party, and that's going to be even that's going to be even crazier. Wait until you see what's going to happen. Now, I do want to let everybody know, currently watching between August 4th and August 13th, all users in the region of the top 3 teams will have the chance to win a prize, maximum of 1 award per user. Keep an eye out on that. And here we go. They are going to decide to engage.
Oh,
TJB is actually boxed. Aton Esports might be wanting to back up, and Box is just going to be full sending it as he's able to run over a player with Kiss. And Box Gaming is just absolutely destroying the TJB players. There you go. There's a little bit of a break. There's a little bit of a trade for them.
Yeah, that's a rough situation. Let's see what they're able to do. Also, you can see VIVO keyed in the distance, and now all the teams are definitely moving into the circle, trying to get into a bit of an angle here. Box taking some shots at TJB, putting more pressure onto them. Can they continue? They try to eliminate them right now. Oh, Shao! No, he goes down. He's getting traded real quick. Sabu, insane by Box.
And it is going to be just Trismi. As Trismi is getting third party, he's going to hop on that car and just decide to back off as Vivo Kid was trying to get into that action. And I'm surprised, actually, that Aton Esports decided not to push the action even more. I feel like they might have been able to third party and at least get some free ilims. Some of the likes of what Vampire Esports was able to do on the first match yesterday. And here we go. Boss Gaming, Trismi. Now it's just you. Now it's trying to find a place where you can maybe secure some of those extra points for your team. And guess what? Wildcats, Vivo Key, they want to get on that party too.
Defoe, can he do? He's going to try to go for the rest. No, he gets straight. Diego down, Adrian down. It's actually only McGrillen left here against Hexray and Boran. And Vivo Key is out. And we can hear our Turkish colleagues be pretty damn happy for that, because it looks like they could potentially get both their players up again. Now Vampire rotations coming in. Solo Mega there with the DP28.
Yeah, and Team Solo Mega is going to get caught, and he's going to get knocked right away. His team, though, is going to be able to position themselves. This is going to be an interesting fight, even though Vampire Esports don't have the height advantage. I would love to see how Team Soul is going to be able to defend this. They're thinking about getting away. I don't think they're going to have enough time. Hector decides to lay down. Can he play this snake? Can he get some knocks? He gets spotted and he gets absolutely knocked. Luckily for them, that distraction was able to just create some chaos. Some 2 players from Team Soul were able to get away, but guess what? Aton Esports, this is what I wanted to see. Try to third party something. Send a text, throw in some nades. Send a text, trying to get some angles. You see Choco in the car going around, seeing where the players from Vampire Esports are, and Choco's actually going to full send it with the vehicle, trying to spot somebody.
Now a replay of Vivo Key and Istanbul Wildcats, but Let's go back to this fight here. Vampire, Aton. Circle has popped again, and it's actually not close to these guys. They have to move. Vampire getting back to vehicles, trying to move on. And Stone jumping into the buggy. He's going to be rotating into Circle right now. A lot of damage. This is, again, they're fighting for terrain that is not inside the new circle rather than focusing on, all right, how are we going to get into the new circle? So you can see the focus is on the eliminations.
And the good thing there from out of Vampire, as we are seeing Wildcats just taking shots for rivals, is that Vampire Esports being able to just stay patient, stay calm, even though they did have one player down, make sure they control the chaos that was happening with Aton Esports. They were able to revive their players too, and they are going to have those 4 players. And not what happened yesterday on some of the matches. You definitely want to have all those 4 players alive. Get any advantage that you can over the other teams.
Aton is slightly inside the circle. Wildcats are considering how do we get in. There's mostly open terrain here. I think they're going to try to fight this against Aton. And TJB is in the distance here, you see as well. A lot of teams on the west side here, 7, that are trying to make their way into the circle and get a grip inside the new circle that are currently being pushed by the blue zone. More shots coming in. The Wildcats taking a little bit of damage, but utility is being used very well. Shots coming on onto Aton. Choco has to hit the floor. And while Boran hits a lot of bullets, he doesn't get a knock on that one.
Choco just barely being able to duck down just in time, and that smoke is going to help them out. Hopefully they can try to find a way to get out of there, because they're going to get sandwiched between Damwon, Kia, and Wildcats here. That's not a position that you want to be. And guess what? I think on the side, I was able to see some Team Soul players. There you go. Synatexa, being the smart player that he is, being the veteran that he is, trying to see if he can maybe make a push up or find some kind of angle to get a knock and allow his team to rotate out of there. Right now, for Aton Esports, it's not looking good.
Boran has to push in. He's in the blue zone. He does find a knock on Synatexa, and the rest of the guys from Wildcats, they're sending it in on the cars and the vehicles. X-Ray finds one on Synatexa too, finishes him off though. It's another point going their way. Boran taking some damage. He's going to be found by Bruno.
Bruno getting ran over. I thought he was actually going to be able to get somebody before he was found. He wasn't, and here we go. Wildcats, Aton Esports. This is massive for Aton. They need to be able, they need to win this fight. 666 just waiting, throwing some smoke, making sure he confirmed those elements. Those are great. That's going to be some points that are going to be a must. You never know what can happen. It can come down to just 1 point. Here we go. Is it going to be Choco? Is it going to be Wildcats? Who's it going to be? And then we have a player from Team Soul, Goblin, just waiting patiently. And this is actually something that we saw from Team Soul yesterday as well, being able to just slow it down. It was just 1 player. Once again, it's just 1 player as well. Yesterday, they ended up with a 5th place and 3 elims. Can they do that today? Can they get within the top 5 with just 1 player?
Yeah, nice finish by their Istanbul Wildcats. Are able to terminate them completely, eliminate them, and get the points on the board. Aton is out. That's the 17th team. Donuts here on screen. Stalwart has a decent position. The circle is getting very close on the southern side of this circle here, where Stalwart and Donuts is under a lot of pressure from many teams and not that much space, not that much terrain available for most of these teams.
Yeah, and I was seeing some trades there on the Elim feed. I think it was back-to-back between RSG, and there you go, Wildcats out as well. Vampire Esports, here we go. The aggressive team, they're trying to find some people too. Not able to confirm anything there with 52 Esports. Looking around, trying to see if there's going to cause some kind of damage. And Morph, I see Morph there on the other side of the gas line. As I talked about that, guess what? Vampire Esports continues with the nades, and they are knocking people as they are trying to get different angles. Fluke being able to knock Deku, but Gaddafi is starting to third party. Oh no, Vampire Esports starting to get third party from a lot of people.
So much pressure on this southern side here. Vampire Esports is out in 14th place. No placement points, but 3 elimination points gone their way. Soul is out as well. 15th place and 1 elimination for them here. Stalwart is really controlling this. They're able to maintain Pika, finding a lot of shots onto 52. And that is 52 out in 13th place with 2 eliminations here. And now the placement points begin here from 12th and up, getting 1 point for that. So let's see how much further these teams can push themselves.
This is when it matters, and this is when we're going to see teams. What are you going to be doing? Are you going to just decide to go aggressive, or are you going to decide to go a little bit passive? Damwon, Kia just getting 2 of their players confirmed and eliminated. And here goes Forrest, trying to find a different location because it wasn't working for them. Box eliminated in 12th place with just 1 elim too.
Nigma Galaxy as well out in 11th or 7th with only 2 eliminations. A lot of teams are going out early. Falcons going out in 10th, 2 eliminations. TJB under a lot of pressure from Damwonkia. Damwonkia again in these situations where they're able to get really good placements, but I want to see them able to finish this off. That is back-to-back out. They're out in 9th place, while Damwonkia here, 2 players, but 7 eliminations. They've really stepped it up compared to yesterday. They did not get that many eliminations at all, and now they're able to combine both placements here. All right,
we
Stalwart.
also saw TJB Esports getting eliminated, and look at the circle right now. I know you guys, you can see it a little bit on the top right. There's only one team that's inside that circle. It's going to be Morph as TJB gets pushed. And guess what? Oh, that was early. That was the replay.
Yeah.
Okay, threw me off. I was looking at the map, and I was looking at Morph, how they're just currently sitting pretty in that gas station.
Yeah, exactly. Morph is good in the gas station. Stalwart has the high ground. They actually have to come off that high ground lip there of the ridge, which means they're going to be fully exposed. The question is, how many more can they take with them? 4 rivals in a good situation. They are following with a lot of cars. They could potentially pull up under the gas station. There's currently no one doing that. Looks like they're going to be choosing to do so. Damwonkia, it's still 2 players in this situation, but 7 eliminations is good. We only have 6 teams left with 18 players.
And here goes 4 rivals.
Good too.
4 rivals trying to make the push and everything against RSG. RSG Lightning able to knock one player. Can he knock another player? He doesn't. He gets knocked himself. The other teammate trying to back him up. Lappy decides to lay it down and try to just slow down things a little bit. Can 4 rivals survive this? Or the grenades are going to start coming in there from GC RSG. And here comes the first knock once again from RSG. Having the upper hand against 4 rivals, and now the angle started. No, nobody's going to be there. You want to look at the other side because Pembur is currently laying down. He knocks somebody. He's not going to be able to knock somebody, but guess what? RSG survives. They are able to trace some of the people, and they are going to be able to confirm those elims.
Yeah, but 4 rivals, they go out with 10. Let's see what Damwonkia is going to be able to do. Junil Hef just here. Stalwart's under a lot of pressure. Need to use more utility to get him either out or get up some of the soft cover from the smokes. He just spotted him. Action saw him. And Donuts is out of 5th. Shots coming in from Action again. One of our top fraggers here in PMWI so far. It looks like they're going to be able to get the rest off. REGAN.S also recovering from a really rough fight with 4 rivals, while Morph inside the gas station. There are only 2 players, so they are not going to move out aggressively on this. It's simply not worth it just yet. But we're down to just 3 teams. REGAN.S, Stalwart Esports, and Morph. And REGAN.S and Stalwart is the only teams with just 3 alive. Morph still 2. So let's see who can get the most out of this situation. But I want to say Damwonkia did get 16 points just for that. That was actually a crazy good game for them.
It really wasn't. I mean, 4 rivals, too, being able to get at least 10 points. Now, Morph, they've been here for a very long time. Everybody knows where they're at. I did enjoy what Rocky was doing in regards to just trying to find some angles, seeing what Stalwart Esports was going to be doing, and Stalwart Esports still slowing it down.
And this is the question, right? They know the circles on the gas station, and they know that they need to either clear Morph out. But if they start this fight with Morph, that means that Stalwart is going to push up and third-party that fight, and that's the really interesting part. Morph just wants to defend. You can see the utilities being thrown. Nice nade coming out and finds double D right there. Fire actually really well played with the utility, while GZ is actually putting pressure onto Stalwart. Finds multiple with the vehicle explosion.
GC coming up huge, being able to shoot at that vehicle, exploded, and Top, I don't know if Top is going to get revived here. RSG playing this very, very smart, and Morph is just, as you said, backing them off with utilities, throwing nades, making sure that, hey, don't get close. Please don't get close. And I think, I thought he was going to be able to spot him right there. He was not. Tables have turned for Stalwart Esports. I think this, honestly, I'm going to say, I think it might be an RSG game.
Could be, very well, yeah, for sure. They are getting the rest off. It seems like Stalwart is outside. It's going to be a healing situation here for Scree. Let's see how much he can get out of it. Oh! Lightning keeps him pinned with that angle precision for REGAN.S. Super important here. Now the Molotovs are coming off in the corner to try to deny the peek around the corner. They want to maintain them inside this because the circle is going to move away from Morph eventually.
And this is going to be great for RSG. They know exactly where they were. They want to take care of Stalwart Esports. They have already done that. Let those utilities run down on them. And as you said, the circle is going to be moving on them. So this is just a patient game for RSG. And I love that some of the players are laying down, trying to get some kind of angle below that fence because you are going to be able to see those feet moving and seeing where they're going to be rotating. What are Rocky from Morph going to do here, as they are pretty much a pin. There's no other way around. I think Rocky, if you're going to try to go for it, I would say try to maybe go around it and just yellow it.
Yeah. Let's see if they, or the question is how much utility do they have? Can they do some counter smokes? But I love this offensive smokes that REGAN.S is currently doing, making sure they cannot look out, making sure they cannot actively do something, and then they can put in all the utility that REGAN.S still have, and they're able to loot off of the Fall Rivals fight that we saw earlier. 5 eliminations for Morph so far.
And with Morph being so defensive earlier, throwing those utilities, I think at this point, they're not going to have any utilities to kind of help them out here to try to reach out of this pin that they're currently on. Something to keep in mind. Yeah, I don't think they have any nades, and they might not have any smoke grenades as well. They really haven't gotten into that many fights because they've been in this gas station for so long.
REGAN.S looks like they have this completely locked down here, 7. The question is, can they get more points? Can they squeeze anything more out of this? Or is REGAN.S just going to clean up? That would be 12 eliminations for them if they're able to get both of them. And the win, too, with another 15 points. It would be a 27-point game for REGAN.S. If they're able to do so. Shots coming in. Lightning takes down Rocky. And it's now a 3 versus 1.
And for RSG, I think, I love that they're doing this. They're saying, hey, we don't have to push that. We can just let it happen. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. RSG ends up getting that chicken dinner. 26 points.
Whew. That's a huge one.
That's a
for
great
them.
start.
And both of these teams are middle pack teams right now. They are chasing. They're trying to get into the top here, 7. That's the really interesting one. But REGAN.S able to close this one out. The Wolf team, as you see here on screen with our amazing stage here in Riyadh. Really good game to start things off with here. Obviously, Erangel, first game, they know it so well, but it ended up completely different to what we've seen so far. Damwon really being able to step it up and get these eliminations that they have so hard been needing yesterday.
Yeah, and a battle that I was actually going to be looking forward to seeing between Vampire Esports and also how Stalwart Esports was going to be doing. Stalwart Esports actually being able to come out on top in regards to points and the rotations. I mean, the way Stalwart Esports are playing right now was just so slow, patient, let things happen. It's going to be great. The consistency out of this team, I'm just impressed.
Yeah, super impressed with what they're able to do, but the Circles just didn't play in the fair until later. But they're able to defend that high ground little house that they got so many eliminations and they squeezed out so many points from. But it went away from them. It went to the gas station, unfortunately. But I will say this first game here, amazing. Is there any other things that you were really liking that you saw here from the first game?
Morph, great start. Great start. Yesterday, I mean, they won first 2 games. They ended up with 0 points. For them to be able to finish second place here, even if it's not chicken, that's just going to be such a confidence boost for them.
Yeah, exactly. All right. That was game number 1 here. We're going to go over to the desk here with the match ranking sponsored by SCC.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. As we do see RSG, there were questions, and to be perfectly honest, I was talking to Max Span, to Kalaris, to John Allen, and Blake watching the game of, I'm really disappointed in what China's actually brought to the table in this event so far. And of course, Karma completely biting me in the backside. 26 points here for RSG, but honestly, GZ was the star player in my eyes for that team, keeping them alive time in and time out.
Yeah, the way they were peeking under that wall side, if they saw just a pixel of movement, they were going to instantly shoot down the players of Morph. And really, the way they cleared the eastern side, which you already mentioned also, Kalaris, in the green room, it is not an easy position to clear. There's a lot of open areas, not a lot of really good peeking spots, and yet they cleared out most of the teams on that area, cleared a lot of space, and then just went for the push onto Morph at the end.
Definitely. A lot of the fields on the east side of that kind of gas station position, they're very... there's no bumps really that provide you any cover whatsoever. Some of the fields in this game and stuff like that, they have like little bumps divots here and there. Yeah, divots and stuff, but not on that side. So well done by RSG to take these points. I'm not going to do more hand motions, Jason.
I know you guys can't see it on air, but he's done so many so far. And
I could be a politician
talking
with my hands, you know, doing what I'm doing.
I mean, if you guys actually don't know, off air, you do have, you know, the casters actually just mimicking what James does do here on air that you guys can't see. Anyways, moving on, though, you can see Morph, those 17 points, fantastic for them. Damwon Kia.
Damwon.
You know, I wanted to see more out of them, and they show up with 16 points. Junior, if I'm not mistaken, Junior able to really get them higher up on the rankings and really lock in some points.
He almost like, I mean, in a case, Stalwart did not get the win, but he really did put a lot of work against Stalwart, right? And he got, like, I think a flush and also a knock in the first place. So it did buy a lot of time for him and his team and get a few extra eliminations here and there.
Yes, thank you, Max, for rubbing that in that Stalwart didn't win.
You're welcome.
As it was my prediction.
It was intentional.
They were close. But Damwon Kia, you can see the adaptation from day 1 to day 2 already. If you think about, we saw Circle 2 pop, almost identical to Circle 2 from Game 1 from yesterday. They rush the warehouse in Rozhok, and then as that circle moves north, they have a great opportunity to use the vehicles that they've got in the safe in the warehouse to move up into potential priority positions up towards the south positions in Severny. So they're really playing their position game very, very well, and that is converting into some eliminations here, which if we see them continue to do that, Damwon Kia, they could rack up big points throughout the day.
I really think if they still had 4 players alive on that final push on Stalwart, I think there's a chance they win the fight, take their spot, and then have an opportunity to, snowball into a win. So I definitely feel like their macro has improved significantly. We're going for donuts in that game. They did struggle a little bit towards the end game. They were just in that showroom position, and like all teams are looking in their vicinity. It was hard to move out of there.
I just love seeing things like that for Damwon Kia because it's such strong cerebral play from day to day. It shows that they are master tacticians to be able to kind of take away where all these other teams are moving around them and say, this is our opening. This is a building. Especially Donuts I could talk about this forever, I'm sorry. Especially Donuts USG, who comes from a region where Japan actually does fight against South Korea, and they know not only that Donuts USG is in Rozhok, they know exactly which buildings they're going to be taking. So they can adapt to that, even just in these micro decisions.
Especially in that circle, you want to go for it.
All right. Well, I mean, we did have obviously some teams a little bit shy. I want to say, looking at Donuts, they did have a couple of opportunities in there. But hey, 6 points. They're keeping themselves going forward, right? Not a big deal. For you guys at home, I want to give a shout out here to Aramco as well, another sponsor, another provider here to make sure this event has been happening for all of us to enjoy, not us just here, not just the players as well, but you guys at home who are watching. But we got to move forward though and talk about again like this game. It's just the first one of 6 today. We got to see some teams start to show up. I think there's a lot of questions in our mind of how would teams be able to recoup or revitalize or do something differently with their game ended to. You mentioned Damwon Kia. For Rivals, I mean, hey, they performed a lot better in that match than we saw them do in any single match yesterday, I feel like. I think that's one of the first times we've seen them on the front page.
Yeah, I think this is like their best game so far in the tournament. And I still think like with a Northern Circle like that, they drop up in Severny. I think they should have been a little bit more present, a little bit earlier, take those positions of interest, and it could have been potentially a chicken dinner for them, but I think that they just allowed teams to rotate too quickly, take those spots, and then it just crumbled apart.
I think the things that really hurt them were the south shift away from kind of at least holding a little bit of the South Severny compounds in play, because if you're actually holding those South Severny compounds, they're super prio. They have so many lines of sight across a big open area, but once that shift comes in, it's very difficult for them to transition down into a lobby where actually we're seeing a lot more teams survive than your normal 16-team lobby into the later stages of the game.
Just really quickly, by the way, you saw Shandy in there. I believe that is GZ in game. I know we had Mike for Vampire, who is Stone, if I'm not mistaken, in game. So just wanted to bring that up. But we're going to actually head over to some highlights brought to you by Sony and kind of recap what quickly went down in that last match. And honestly, there was a lot of action happening nonstop. We were having some flashbacks to match 1 yesterday. I did like that little bit of a clash that we had between Damwon and Donuts. But more importantly, I feel like we got to see some individual brilliance. Thinking back to Lin up against B2B, I think 2 players were crashing into him on a vehicle.
He
and
just
actually takes both of them out,
You're just rolling down to him in a Dacia, and he's just like, okay, like 1-2, easy knockout from him. It was very impressive from Lin. And TJB is a team that I feel like people are slowly adjusting to TJB as seen like as a real contender. But this was a fight for Rivals. Rock up a little bit too late. If they had that position initially, I think that fight versus RG potentially goes their way.
Yeah, it's just such a difficult place to fight out. I mean, either team could have really won that.
True.
Given the scenario, as you say, the RSG was well set up, ready to go for that. And again, actually, all that being said, great to see now China properly on the board with this one, because I think there's a lot of expectations and a lot of hopes around this team being able to do something on the international stage. They don't have as much international experience as some of the Chinese teams, so they're going to be having to represent hard here in the next 2 days.
And they are still playing like PL right now, so there's that adaptation that's going to be happening. And like as you already stated before, they have the hardest adaptation to make from their home region to PMWI. And this first game is great for their morale, and I think they're going to have a better understanding of like how these games go with this type of lobby, and that's just a great way for them to hope to improve even more as the event goes on.
I'm going to correct myself again, actually. I think Shending actually is Lightning. I did like double check really quickly. I believe it was actually Lightning able to stand up.
It's tough when they're using 2 names.
It is very tough. So,
yeah.
maybe people should keep their names in game to the same it is outside of game. Obviously, a big shout out as well to Saudi. I've mentioned all the sponsors here because, again, without them, it wouldn't be possible. And if you guys haven't actually seen, the outside of this whole area is ridiculous. So many LEDs. It's been a phenomenal event. And you guys at home, hopefully you guys have been phenomenal as well. We still have our meme contest currently happening where you guys can post your favorite memes over on your socials and make sure you tag Esports PUBG Mobile, wherever it might be on the appropriate channel. You guys can win some sweet, sweet prizes. I'm not going to tell you exactly what they are, but you're going to want to win them. It could be one of these Sony Xperia phones. You never know. But it looks like we are about to head into our second match of the day here as Miramar is loading in, and the castles are going to be brought up over to take things away here momentarily. They've already had a insanely action-packed first match of the day, and we're going to find out if it's going to be just as action-packed in match 2. But the real question is, will we see some new teams start to rise up through the ranks and own the circle? Well, only 2 people could tell you. We're going to find out right here, right now.
I mean,
Thank you so much.
RSG, they were able to, a team that just was, in a way, kind of non-existent yesterday, being able to bring it back, get that chicken there. I think we are going to be seeing new teams, Jason, now that you asked me that. Now, I'm going to be hoping for back-to-back just because I am an NA fanboy and that's my region. But I'm also going to be looking at Aton Esports, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Nigma Galaxy. This is a team that I feel like a lot of people expected so much out of. But right now, they're just not performing to the expectations that people had.
Yeah, for sure, and that's the big one. But on screen, we have our plane path, and it's actually quite west, considering the middle of everything is close to Picado. So a lot of teams are going to have a hard time reaching the eastern drops in Pala, La Pedita, La Saha, Jungard, Chiara Branca. And obviously, I'm not able to pronounce all of these as well as you are, my friend, but I'm going to try. And you're going to laugh at me and correct me. And I'm going to be like, oh, yes, I'm going to be working in those. Favorite map here for me, I don't know. I know that yours is obviously the next coming up, but we are going through all 3 of them today, 7. And there's going to be some really interesting. Personally, I'm hoping for some of the more southern circles. I really love the terrain, the really hard terrain that we see. Super high ground, deep valleys with the roads in there and the compounds that we're able to see some of these players play out of with the insane high ground control can make some of these crazy games. We were talking about it yesterday, these high elimination games, and potentially could we see something above 25 now that we have these 18 teams? And that's really what I'm hoping that some of the teams are going to be chasing, try to make a record-breaking game for this one. Pretty much the most standard circle that we can have here in the whole world. Picado absolutely dead center, and most of the teams are going to have an easy time getting some terrain in this one here.
Yeah, I was going to be looking at Box Gaming to see if anybody was going to try to land on them. We saw some scrims earlier that were starting to land on them, but I think that was just messing around. Nothing happened there. Aton Esports, though, the Urban, you were talking about finishes. I actually would love to see another Urban finish. Those are always just a blast to see. And Aton Esports, we're talking about new teams. That's a team that I want to see more. This is a team that dominates their region, but when it comes to global events, they just become absolutely non-existent. And another team, I mean, them won Kia. They did get a 4th place in that previous game. They also ended up with 8 elims. This might be a turn for this team. A lot of people, I mean, even the desk was saying, we expect a lot more out of them one Kia. The tables might be turning for them.
Yeah, and that's the big one, right? We were talking about it last game. The desk have been talking about it. The importance of being able to improve from day to day. It's hard to do from game to game. Obviously, you don't have that much time to VOD review, but from day to day is massive. And I really love that you see these teams having massive improvements from day 1 into day 2. It really tells how much hard work they've been putting in preparing to try to improve here. Damwon Kia was definitely one of them here in game number 1. Let's see if they can continue that trend.
And talking about improvements, I mean, I was thinking back on that match that just happened in Erangel, I feel like there was a lot more people alive towards the end of it. At the 20-minute mark, I mean, I don't think we had lost any teams. And when we went to yesterday, there was a lot more action. So you can definitely tell a lot of the teams decided to just go back, watch that VOD, adapt to some of the playing styles, and being able to back off, not be as aggressive if you don't have to be, especially with some of the aggressive teams that we have seen from AfterParty Esports. And even though Stalwart Esports, I keep saying they are playing slow, if you do come near them, they do kind of put their elbows out. They do kind of say, hey, we might be playing slow, but be careful because we are going to be aggressive if you force us to be.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we really love to see, the responsiveness, the adaptation, the that you're able to adapt in general, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what I really love to see in general. But here we have Aton and Soul on screen, and remember, we do have 50% off the PMWI guns, kits, and outfit right now, so check that out here. You have obviously 5 chances to draw the treasure chest too, as you just saw on screen. TJB here with Virtual Gaming Squad with a little bit of a fight.
Virtual Gaming Squad, I wanted to look at the indecisiveness that we saw yesterday. Are they going to continue on the trend here? Are they going to go aggressive? I think they're going to be pushed to do it. And here you go. And TJB Esports being able to get that knock and continue. In Virtual Gaming, though, being able to trace out some players, getting the knock themselves and trying to get that elimination. But Kiss trying to find somebody through that smoke, and Faluji is able to find Lin. This is going to be a tight fight here from this, too. But right now, TJB does have the men advantage. Can Virtual Squad Gaming pick up their almost. Virtual Gaming Squad, you almost got him. And he goes back for it, but he's not able to connect.
Kind of a standoff here in Chimosera. Obviously, it's not that center, but still they're fighting for protecting their drop right now. Don't want to see them contest that. It's really rough having a team dropping on the high ground and then being able to look into the city. You don't really see that. You want to be able to control everything yourself. But that's what we've been talking about as well. That, you know, with 18 teams, there are going to be some teams trying to squeeze in, trying to take the terrain away from you. So you're going to have to defend.
And I love what TJB was doing here. They decided to live Skirt on that exact same building, and some of the other 2 players, as you were able to see on the overview cam, they started rotating. You can see Xiao 7, you can see Kiss right there, being able to rotate and try different angles, and you can see Skirt just putting on some damage, at least making some noise, letting them know, hey, I think the whole team might still be there. Virtual Gaming Squad needs to be careful. They need to watch out. They are starting to wrap around them, and guess what? I do see them one key on the horizon, looking to hopefully third-party this fight.
Yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity to do so, right? You see a prolonged fight that takes a long time. Xiao finds a pump shotgun, knock on to Gaddafi. It's going to be finished off as well here with Xiao. And TJB in a bit of an advantage here with just 2 players left from Virtual Gaming Squad. You see the distance here, you're talking about here. 7 shots are coming in from Junai itself. Valucci gone down. Forrest finished that off as well. So Virtual Gaming Squad is just down to 1 shot.
And this is perfect for them, Kia. I hope some of the other some of the other players need to go up to that little mountain or hill, whatever you want to call it, and try to continue to get some of those extra illness. Try to continue to just output some more damage. Yeah. You really don't have to worry about anything. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to have another player just looking out for them, making sure they themselves don't end up getting third party. But if I'm Damwon Kia, if I do hear TJB and Virtual Gaming Squad start getting into a fight again, I might just want to push that, considering you already know they have lost some players from both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Potential easy points for Damwon Kia. Just looking into this, not really prioritizing the circle just yet. The first 2 circles on Miramar doesn't matter as much as on the other maps because you have so much terrain ahead of you. You have a lot of space to play. It's really much for that to see. Let's see what the J-Way sees here through his eyes. He has some information, and it's somewhat of a potential gatekeeper that we could see from back to back, but I'm not sure how much they're going to commit to it while the circle moves in. And a lot of teams, around half the teams, have prioritized getting some of those center locations. J7 on screen.
I think at this point now the teams are going to slow down a little bit more. You can see back-to-back just being patient, and J-Way was one of their best players yesterday. He was able to, I think, collect 4 illims. He was not the player with the most illims, but it was interesting. By the way, for everybody currently watching the live stream, reach 100 million people live watching, then everyone could get items in the 2022 PMWI Lucky Crate. Maximum of 1 award per user. Maximum of 1 award per user.
Yeah,
Avenger.
You can visit that in-game, and you can do the watch together in-game, of course. Every day is here. But let's see what back-to-back is going to do on this TJB situation, Seven. It's a potential gatekeep or even a camp on that rotation we're going to be seeing coming out of Chimosera. Circle's also closing slowly, so they're getting ready to get out of there. They could have hurt them, though. Circle's going to be popping soon, and as you see here on screen, A lot of teams is northeast of Picado, around the graveyard area, west of La Bandita in that. And right now, you can see our most elimination leader. There's obviously...
I love that TJB kind of had their spidey senses going, and they were like, yeah, we need to back up from that. And look at that right there. We might end up getting
an urban
finish in Los Leones.
Yeah, I could love to see that for sure. Headshots as well. A tie. Shandian, Ravenclaw, and Shuazubu is going to be tying that up. And the other one that I'm actually really interesting as the desk we're talking about here, there is the Eagle Eye reward. $5,000 extra for the 2 longest shot average of those eliminations there. And right now it's 375 meters, and really close by in second place, 373 meters for the 2 top ones currently.
I mean, if you do end up getting those awards, you might as well just try to get some skins as well, because guess what? From August 4th to August 13th, you're going to get 50% of the PMWI packs, get a set straight away, and 5 chances to draw the PMWI treasure chest.
Falcons here on screen. Yusuf, great plays from him yesterday. Shots coming out from Stalwart, though. Never alone. Scars taking a lot of shots and also never alone. He's going to go down to the vehicle explosion, and they're going to capitalize on this situation, Stalwart is for sure.
And that's what we're talking about. If somebody does come near them, they are going to start shooting. They are going to try to just put their elbows out, and that's exactly what we see out of that team. And Stalwart Esports actually wants to be able to confirm this. You can see them debating about it, whether they want to be able to push this, wait for the teammates, because I think I only saw just 2 players from Stalwart Esports. Here you go. You can see Pika. They do. They definitely want to confirm this ilm. Stalwart Esports can taste that first place. I mean, we saw how the first game went. I'm pretty sure that might have just pushed them enough to be on the first place. Currently, they want to continue on that trend. And Team Falcons, they had an amazing day 1. Not the best start for day 2 with the 10th place finish and 2 ilms in the previous match. But anything can happen here.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the interesting thing, right, is are we going to be able to see Stalwart continue on that trend? Once we're done with the next game, once we're finished the 3rd game of the day, we're going to be halfway through. We're going to have a really good idea what the top 5 cutoff is going to be, just from looking at our statistics and how many points they have been able to accrue so far. But Stalwart is definitely looking really good. Vampire good as well. They have a good cushion down to Falcons and REGAN.S right now in the 70 and 60 point brackets. But a lot of teams are chasing. A lot of teams are within that striking distance with that one good game that could push them in to the top 5 quite easily right now.
And Stalwart Esports wanting to be a little bit more aggressive, making sure Team Falcon just backs off. And Team Falcon is saying, yeah, you know what, we'll definitely back off. We don't want to get into this fight right now.
I like that, because this is super far north in the current circle. This is not a priority to fight over. You don't want to try to get this real estate. So just leave that and try to get out of it. But I like what they're doing, obviously. They're taking advantage of their situation. Being in first place, you want to be able to have some of those easy early fights to secure those eliminations.
Yeah, I'm just... it happens to the best of us, okay? That car flip, I'm pretty sure definitely not intended, but when you're driving through that terrain in Miramar, it's bound to happen. I know I'm guilty of it, and my teammates just hate me when it happens.
Yeah, maybe next week we can take a look at who's going to have the craziest driving and maybe give them an award for that or something like that. Donuts, though, on screen, they're rotating in. They are getting this compound. It's kind of on the eastern side. As you see on screen right now, we are going to be looking at the next circle. This is going to be a big one. A lot of teams have hunkered up in the center. We are hoping for this one to go southeast into Los Leones, but it goes north. Actually eliminates the urban ending in this situation here. But right now, Falcons looking good. Morph is looking good. Vampire is looking good. Box is also in a good situation. And a lot of the priority compounds in the circle here is already locked down, 7.
They definitely are, and I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams that are currently outside that circle, especially currently the blue zone. I mean, Team Seoul, you can see them. They might go up against 52 Esports, as 52 Esports is trying to breach into that circle as well. Vampire Esports, I feel like they might be taking a bit of Stalwart Esports game style as they're starting to slow it down in a big way. And Nigma Galaxy, I mean, them too, them one Kia slowing it down a lot more. But this circle, the way where it's currently going to be located, it's going to be really hard to reach in.
You definitely see the teams that are prioritizing having some of those center spots, being on the quick on the rotates, trying to get some of those good compounds to make sure that they can get quite deep into late game. And then there's other teams that are all right, we're not going to get any situation or good spots inside the circle. Let's focus on getting the eliminations done. And that's obviously what you want to do. The quicker you realize that you're not able to reach the late game and get into some of those good compounds, that you realize that you can focus on the eliminations instead. That's going to get you such a much better average in terms of how many points you're able to put on per game.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams have been able to do that quite well, being able to realize that. And I wonder if that's going to happen here in this game. You see VIVO, Keith, Gremlin, Curly just driving around on the motorcycle, trying to figure out where they're going to be. As you see Hector from Team Seoul chasing him. He's able to see him, and is he going to want to take this fight? You can't be driving like that in that terrain. We just saw what happened earlier to Team Falcon. So maybe he rethinks that. And as I say that, now he's starting to get shot at, and I think he's getting shot at by 52 Esports as well, as Omega's able to get the knock there on one of the players. And guess what? VIVO Kid is also able to trade it out. They're just currently, it's 3 teams fighting right now, Martin.
Yeah, the third party coming in from 52. Quite insane to see here with Daku taking that down. That's actually falling quite a lot apart for Team Seoul. Looked like they had the upper hand. McGrill and Diego both down at the most. Cielo is also knocked right now. Adrian trying to make something happen here. Takes shots towards Seoul. Connects a little bit onto Goblin. And now he has to fight. Take the fight straight to him. Pushes with the UMP. Goblin's low himself. He's going to find a potentially. No, you not able to connect just yet.
Goblin has no heals.
No, he has no heals. Going to have to run away for the Blues on 7.
Yeah, I was wondering why he didn't want to stay there for that fight, and as soon as I saw that, yeah, that makes total sense. You get out of there, Goblin. You try to get into that zone because Adrian is going to have those heals, and you do still have to worry about 52 Esports because they have a lot more lead. They can end up gatekeeping you.
Yeah, exactly, Omega. What can you do here? 12 bandages, 1 first aid, and not much more.
I'm surprised.
The gatekeep here right now. It's Nigma Galaxy Road. He's going to find one of the Soul players. He's going to be able to get him down. He gets third party from the side from 52. Again, a nuisance from these players. Omega takes shots. Rupa changed to the mini, takes him down. And he's going to be able to confirm the elimination as well. Really rough situation for Team Soul. They're the guys initiating on VIVO Key.
Team Seoul getting eliminated with 3 LMs. It didn't end up working their way. They were trying to play really slow. And what I was surprised is that for a team that was playing really slow and looting so much, they didn't really have that many heals. They had to use so much heals because they stayed on that zone for so long. 52 Esports. Congratulations, you were able to at least third party get one of those LMs. I know, I'm pretty sure they have a lot of damage because they were also shooting earlier when VIVO Kid and Team Seoul was fighting. Good awareness out of 52 Esports.
Rotations are coming in. The circle has popped and it's gone southwest. It's in quite open terrain. It has a road straight through the middle. So the compounds there, they are extremely viable and important to play right now. Right now, Forest has gone down from Dom Wonkia. REGAN.S again taking good control on the edge. You can see on the map that they are outside, but they are gatekeeping all the teams that are trying to get in from the east because it's a western shift or southwestern shift at least.
And with RSG, I'm pretty sure they want to continue on that trend as one of them does get knocked by Wildcats Boran. And I am seeing some players from TJB actually getting eliminated to this zone. Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Super unfortunate for TJB. Guys on the desk are going to be like, oh no! Please.
How could they?
All right, X-Ray from Istanbul Wildcats. They are putting on some pressure onto REGAN.S. REGAN.S had a good game last one. Obviously, being able to put themselves into the top 5 now.
They didn't, I
think.
think.
Is lost, though. They're down to 3 players. They are on the edge. They're going to have to fight their way in this situation.
I was going to say, I think Flower Sea is trying to go. Great timing, by the way, Flower Sea. That was the best timing possible as 2 players from Donuts USG was coming up. UC needs to be careful there. GC needs to be careful because one of the players, Missile, is currently aiming down on him. And I think RSG is going to be able to recover that player that was knocked earlier.
Exactly. Let's see what they're able to capitalize on this situation here. Outside the circle right now is a rough one for sure. More pictures coming out for 7, while the other players.
While Donuts is starting to push up. How is Donuts going to be able to approach the situation? Are they actually trying? How much utilities do you want to waste on this, right? That's what we're going to keep in mind. And there is a knock right there from them. Here we go. Here comes the push from Donuts. Donuts knows that they have the advantage. DD throwing some as well. And he gets knocked. Oh no, by Wildcats.
What?
They end up getting third party by Wildcats. RSG just unlucky in that situation, as Donuts definitely one of them. But guess what? Flower C is still alive. There is a little bit of hope for them on being able to get at least some placement points, unless Naoto is able to spot Flower C, and I think they might have done just that, as Flower C is going to be... Oh, man, this is just not a fight that you want to be at. I was hoping that he would be able to lay it down and just not get found.
Oh,
and guess what?
REGAN.S.
He's going to get pushed. Can he knock? He's able to knock one. Can he knock the other one? He's not able to knock Cezanne from Donuts. Good try there from RSG, the winners of the previous match.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 4 rivals here fighting. You can also see Vampire in the distance. The next circle has popped northwest. This is a really rough situation. The vast majority of the team are actually on the eastern side, so it's going to be having to fight for terrain that is not a lot available for them right now. 4 rivals on the distance. They actually got a hard shift towards their direction, which is good, but Vampire right now outside the circle, they have to fight their way in here, 7.
Yeah, and if we look at the current circle, I mean, there is some teams in there, but they're currently pretty much on the edge. And as you mentioned, there's just so many teams outside of that circle. Aton, you see it right now, Vampire Esports knocking one of his own teammates, as Stone does get knocked by 4 rivals. I thought they were going to be going up against Morph, and guess what? Morph realizes that, and he's also going to try to push. He needs to be careful. He's able to get one knock. He gets knocked himself. Can Fluke clutch this up? He was able to. He might be able to heal up himself and also revive that player, as we see Lappy now moving around, trying to get some of the other confirmed ilms. More frenzy, though, throwing nades and being able to confirm those ilms.
And this is a really rough situation. As you see, these teams are trying to get into the circle. There are so many teams outside. Donuts is one of them. Vampire is one of them. Back to Back is one of them. Damwon Kia, Istanbul Wildcats, Aton. All these teams, they have to move into the circle, but they are focusing on the eliminations because they know it's going to be really hard to get into this. That's why they're not rushing to get to the circle. They're rushing to try to get these eliminations confirmed. Vampire down to 2 players.
And right now,
for them.
I was going to say, there's so much third partying going on. We saw 4 rivals trying to third party that fight, and guess what? They ended up getting third party themselves by Stalwart Esports, and also the play zone. Vampire, though, looking at Donuts. Can he get that knock? He's not going to be able to get that knock. Fluke about to go down to the zone, actually. He ends up going down to the Donuts players, and there you go. Vampire Esports, Team Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, being able to get that final ilm.
Donuts just trying to get deeper and deeper into this situation, but it's not looking too good for them so far. Damwon Kia with the utility usage now, it's coming out. Zone is pushing them. They're not inside. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Wildcats in front of them. They want to try to clean up this situation maybe. They are just on the edge of this. They want to be the last team to come in from this southeastern side. And as you can see, it's been found.
Some players from Damwon Kia driving around, hoping they can survive a little bit longer. And guess what? They might be able to do just that. Good scouting out of that player, too.
Nicken. Ooh, Donuts trying to make something happen here versus Damwon Kia. Can he win it? He does. Damwon Kia gets him down. Fantastic play here. Denba. And now Istanbul Wildcats decided to move into this spot, and they want to be that team that are controlling that southeastern edge. Aton on the further side here.
Great
Wildcats
positioning as well there from
I like
Wildcats.
That. Oh my God. I can't believe it. They're able to get some crazy shots coming out of this one. Aton taking more shots towards Wildcats. Now Stalwart on screen right now, Speaker.
The reason why I was saying great position there from Wildcats, you guys aren't currently able to see it, but they are going to be able to gatekeep at least one of the players from Damwon Kia. And the way Damwon Kia was playing just there, I mean, that great awareness out of them to just focus on getting into the zone. Some of the other players are going to try to get into the zone. We see Action going up against Falcon Esports. Can he get this knock? He does decide to get in the car. What are you doing, Powerful? Oh, man. That was so scary. Action only has a little bit of HP. He is able to get that knock, and that's why he was one of the top players of day 1. And guess what? Stalwart Esports confirming those ilms.
That's crazy. Yusuf, last player here for Falcon. 3 eliminations for him so far. Trying to get some utility out. Potentially could find one. Top gets taken down. He's pushing in. Utility is also taking further ones down. And Box is fighting with Nigma Galaxy. More utility being used. That could be a good grenade too. That does some damage on top.
Use it. Putting himself in a great position. Stalwart Esports is going to have to push this up. I'm wondering if he also has any other grenades. Oh, and he's starting to get third party from, I believe that's Wildcats or Damwon Kia, stopping the idea that he had. And guess what? Action finished it off.
Yeah, and now they have to move in. They have to try to get any further to the circle. This, as you see on the minimap top right, it's a really rough southern shift. A lot of teams are fighting for that north control right now. 52 really close to top here from Stalwart. Vast takes him down, jumps with the UMP out and just finishes him off really quickly. Did not expect that for sure, but that's a good third-party advantage peak right there. Scry is also making something happen, but 52 is disengaging from that fight. They want to take control of the lower ground instead and let Stalwart fight with Damwon Kia inside the crater.
They were taking advantage of that, and also you can see Vass still staying over there, still trying to get an angle in case some of the other teams, especially Stalwart Esports, decides to push up. Great awareness out of that, and I mean, for him to be able to get one of the players from Stalwart Esports out, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to have Stalwart push that southern side. They want to get into the fight here with Damwon Kia. They need to take control of the inside of that crater. Juni has a Groza, though, I see right now in hand, so it could be a hard player to take down. He also has a really good Rich to play with. There is utility being pushed out as well.
Yeah, this is when you start wondering how much utility this 52 Esports going to have, because if they can throw a Molotov, they're going to absolutely stop that push from Stalwart Esports, allow them to back off a little bit more, and also cause some damage. And as I'm talking about Molotovs, that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to stop that push from Stalwart Esports and position themselves a little bit better, get some angles. This is going to be an interesting fight, how Stalwart Esports is going to be able to get out of here, and if any of the other teams are going to be able to their party, because Wildcats might just get an angle on 52 Esports.
That is crazy. That's a really aggressive push for Wildcats. You see them pushing in. The foe is just putting more damage into it. The UMP is in play. Looking down Badu. The foe also aggressive in this situation. 5 eliminations for Wildcats. A lot of really top heavy right now in terms of eliminations across the board. 5 on Stalwart, 5 on Wildcats, 8 on Nigma Galaxy.
I was going to say, they really are, but one team that's being quiet right now that also has elims, Nigma Galaxy. They're currently sitting at A. They're playing it patient. You can see some nades coming down into Damwon Kia. Is Wildcats going to make this push? He decides to back off as Nigma Galaxy. There you go. Now they're finally starting to wake up. Now they're starting to see the opportunity that they have here. Raduv, he knows where they're at. Is he going to go for the knock? Is he going to be able to get Pharaoh? The nades are going to be coming in. Here comes the utilities. And you know Stalwart Esports are going to be loving this as Nigma Galaxy able to get one knock, but they're not going to be able to confirm it right now.
Stalwart finds multiple players here, or just one actually finishes him. Damwon Kia. That's 52 under so much pressure from multiple angles in this situation here. Lord is doing a really good job trying to make sure that it happens off. Damwon Kia is out, meanwhile. 5th place, but Istanbul Wildcats joining this fight here. Third party from the high ground, trying to put pressure onto 52. 52 under so much hardship right now. They're going to go down. They're out in 3rd place, and now it's down to Stalwart and Wildcats.
And Stalwart Esports just going for the full-on push. They know where Wildcats is at. Can they get those knocks? 666 trying to back off, get some angles. Here comes the fight. The foes. Can he win this 1v1? He's going to lose the 1v1 to Action. It comes down to 666, and Action is wanting some blood, and he's going to be able to get that last elim and secure the chicken dinner for Stalwart Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, I asked the desk yesterday, who do you think is going to end up winning this tournament? They told me, without even blinking, Stalwart Esports. And guess what? Max, Kalaris, Jason, you guys just might be absolutely right, because right now they're looking dominant. Something that I want to back up a little bit. Nigma Galaxy, they were just so quiet. I felt like they had so much time. They knew exactly where the other teams were with 52 Esports. They knew that they were fighting another team in regards to Stalwart Esports. I feel like they just waited way too long, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I will say this, though. It has been extremely impressive to see Stalwart so far in this tournament. That was our 8th game. We have one more for us today. We're going to go to Sanhok afterwards. That's going to be really impressive. And after that, we can really look how far they're going to be able to take this, because this is crazy. I will say this, super impressive play by Wildcats. They were able to close that edge off completely.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed by Wildcats as well, being able to get on top and being able to just get some angles on some of the other teams. But you know what? We'll let the desk take care of everything after this break.
rivals. Alamak malang for rivals.
Saya tidak akan membiarkan saya berada dalam zon selesa kerana bagi saya setiap perlawanan adalah permulaan yang baru.
Yang menakutkan kita orang bukanlah kekalahan, tapi kehilangan yang asal dari titik permulaan.
Mereka adalah punca kekuatan saya. Sesukar manapun perjalanan ini, saya akan mengarunginya dan membawa pulang kejayaan kepada mereka.
Walaupun sudah mencapai 2 juara C Championship dan pingat gangsa Sukan C, kali ini saya ingin mencabar diri di peringkat dunia. Saya percaya pada pasukan dan diri saya untuk mencapai ke tahap yang lebih tinggi.
Dah bertahun saya meninggalkan halaman kampungku demi mengejar impian saya di kota ini. Semua usaha selama ini adalah untuk membuktikan diri dan mengibarkan jalur gemilang di pentas dunia.
Kali ini kami telah bersedia.
It's now or never. Tidak kira pengakhirannya.
Kami akan buat yang terbaik
untuk mengharumkan nama Malaysia.
For rival, play with pride.
PMWI 2022. I want to give a shout out here to Sony Xperia 1.4. It's been made in collaboration with professional esports players, so you know the phone you're getting is gonna be good. Not to mention, it is official partner here of PUBG Mobile. And gentlemen, well, Kalaris, we'll throw it to you right away. Stalwart Esports take a victory here on match 2 on Miramar, but you think, you stand by the statement of...
Move that way. Go on. No, not that far. Come back. Come back. Nutter. Go on. I think
I'm leaving it to you. Your statement of...
Oh, yeah, they're the best team. By far.
That wasn't it. That Stalwart could have had back-to-back chicken dinners.
Oh, that one.
Oh, that
yes.
one.
No, that's true.
What if you made a last statement there?
No, yeah, you're right. You're right about that. And I was right about that as well. And I continue to be right all the time. Yeah, obviously, game 1 was a little bit more difficult for them because obviously the circle shifts away and things like that. But then, once again, they come in and show why they are the best team here, and it's going to be hard for anybody to knock them off of their pedestal, I think is fair to say. This was a great execution from them once again to be able to play this north side of the circle. I did think they were going to get pinched, but they got a little bit fortunate about some of these other teams kind of crunching down on one another on the west flank as well as the east flank.
As we take a look at our STC match rankings, you can see Stalwart Esports, 26 big points, Max.
Yeah, 26 points on top of that. Like every single fight was once again super snappy. They actually took a very early fight versus Falcons. Falcons wanted to play edge. They just kept pushing on them, so Falcons could not play to the level of gameplay they would have expected in this Miramar game. So a little bit rough, but yeah. And even Scry's like, yeah, I'm the support player. I'm just gonna send it. I'm just gonna jump above the wall and just go and eliminate an entire squad. So. I mean, as you said, you think Stalwart's going to be a top team. I think everyone here thinks that Stalwart is the best team. Like, there's no way you don't think that.
Hey, I mean, if Vampire doesn't nade themselves and start off the landslide as their demise, maybe they would have placed a little bit higher there. But again, we see Falcons, decent result, Damwon Kia yet again. And for one of the first times, DenizBank Wildcats able to make themselves a second-place finish.
Yeah, we were actually surprised while looking at like the stats. In the tournament before this game, X-Ray was like the third best fragger of the entirety of PMWI, was what, 16 eliminations?
Yes.
That was a little bit unexpected, so there's definitely something working out for them, and here it definitely worked out with a second place and 19 points.
Yeah, coming into today, I think he was in that 5th tied pack where there was all the 11 eliminations and things like that, but yeah, definitely so. I mean, looking at their placement to elimination ratio, I think even from yesterday as well, it was a little bit of a surprising, variance to that. I think yesterday when they were trying to hold off against Nigma Galaxy that came on a wide wrap around them against Erangel, I think they could have held that off better and then potentially beaten out Stalwart in the game that they won yesterday of all teams, actually. But Wildcats wasn't able to hold that down. So it's nice to see them getting some points here now.
It's just cool to see the resurgence of a lot of teams that struggled on day one, right? You got DenizBank Wildcats, Nigma Galaxy, 52 Esports, Damwon Kia. So like they are slowly climbing back up. They can't afford another bad day. I think you touched upon it earlier, right, Jason? If they have if you had a bad day 1 and you also have a bad day 2, your hopes of a championship position in the top 5 are dead.
And just as an aside as well, I'm actually happy to see 52 Esports getting themselves 13 points in this game. The reason being is because they already kind of put themselves at a little disadvantage in Miramar in that they're dropping in Ruins, which is far northwest. It's arguably one of the worst drop spots on the map, but they're still using it and did okay.
Gentlemen, I'm just going to clarify this for you guys here and obviously for you all at home. This is the player stats of Stalwart Esports, not the entire event. This is just today in 2 matches.
Action was the MVP of day 1.
Yes.
So you want to give them the trophy for champions. Do we give the MVP to Action too? I think we just do 2 in 1. We just do it. Like, just give them both. It's pretty much there.
I was going to say, are you sure that this is just day 2?
Did he just double his eliminations? Because he had like 17. He had like the most eliminations day 1, didn't he? When we looked at our top eliminators, he was like at 17 or 18. So he almost doubled his eliminations in 2 matches.
Okay.
Yeah, Action. He's really good. I don't know what to tell.
I can't say any more about it.
Yeah, exactly. MVP
Arnold
material.
Schwarzenegger would be happy because he's definitely the last action hero. I mean, he puts up almost as much damage as Vampire Esports put up on that Erangel in the very beginning of yesterday. Ridiculous stuff, but to be fair, this is the team we have been talking about quite a bit. We know what they can do. We didn't see it quite as much when it came to day 1. But we're definitely starting to see it now, and this really makes me worried for all the other teams out there as we now dive into our Sony highlights. And it's probably just going to be them, I would imagine, for the most part. But to be fair, I mean, 52 Esports, at least for them, I was really happy to see them get towards the later stages of the game. This is a team coming in from Pakistan who didn't get a single chicken dinner. I'm sorry, James, you're going to be cut in half by a phone. Chicken dinner when it came to PMPL Pakistan. They did have an unfortunate position, I guess, when it came to the end with Stalwart up above them. There was really nowhere they could go, but at least holding on for points was fantastic.
And they did like drop in Ruins, right, too. So it was a very, very long rotation that 52 had to go for. Like, not your favorite location to go for.
I hate it.
Okay, there you go, it's said. But then again, like a pretty decent position, but they won like that plateau position. Nigma Galaxy were pitching on their position, then Stalwart. Like, I don't think many teams, even like some of the top teams, would have struggled in that position. So fair attempt, but it did become very difficult towards the end.
No, definitely. I mean, you're effectively having to walk through fire when you're dropping there, and any other circle to work with it is very, very difficult. difficult indeed. But yeah, as we can see here for Vampire, this was a bit of an unfortunate scenario. Had that happened in other locations on the map, then it would have been okay. But because they're in such an open valley, the shots coming in from the other side of the valley cause them problems as well. It's the worst place to have an accident like that happen.
There were literally 3 teams around them when that happened. Like, and they're just like, oh, wait, what just happened? So, of course, we're going to get the 3 extra eliminations on point for free, so no issue there. And then Damwon, you know, looking to really pick up the aggressive nature of their gameplay, right? I feel like they feel a lot more confident. It feels like almost a different team in a way. And I do want to see a Damwon chicken dinner today. I think there's a very high chance we might see that happen.
Well, Kalaris, you have to kind of back him up on that if we want to see it come true, right? We have the curse and the blessing.
That's true. 1 second. Yes, our South Korean overlords, as I've always kind of looked for Damwon Kia, I think that they will get themselves chicken dinner.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem.
Okay, well, we will actually take a look at our overall set and just get an idea of things maybe shifting when it comes to our leaderboards. We do have Stalwart actually. So not only did they take first place, but they've created the gap that we talked about between 3rd and 4th. They've now made that gap between 1st and 2nd.
Fair. I mean, what do you want to say? They're just chilling at the
there
top
was
right
like
now.
no words out of Max there.
I mean,
what do you want to say?
There's nothing to say. I mean, they came in as favorites. They showed why they're the favorite team, right? And their gameplay are looking good. I had the chance to talk with Senator a little bit yesterday, and he said, we don't need to change anything. We have prepared everything beforehand. Day 1 was exceptional. We're just going to keep on going.
That's the scariest bit about it, because if 1 or 2 things don't go slightly awry in day number 1, they would have been number 1 there as well. And now they're showing why coming in, they don't need to change anything. Their prep seems good. They know how other teams are moving around, how they're going to approach them in this lobby. I mean, even look at the last situation there in that game, right? You have a drop shot on towards a team, taking them out, which doesn't really lend you decent angles on the remaining team, but they're still so confident about taking that battle as well in a 2v2. So even though they've got 3 people alive. So yeah, it's ridiculous at the moment.
And the jump up from Wildcats is then pretty severe, right? They were a team that was at the bottom of the rankings in like the middle of day 1. So they are putting themselves back in the competition. I can hear I was kind of teasing the Turkish talent there and saying like, oh, well, how they're doing. But they're actually popping off slowly.
We're getting ourselves in a situation now here, Jason, where we're approaching the halfway mark here for PMWI, the main event itself. The top 3 teams, it's been a little bit rough for a start for Falcons here, but they're still got themselves a bit of a buffer. It's going to be about that 4th and 5th for a little while here as we watch those kind of tussle, because top 5 is very, very important to try and qualify yourself into that next weekend.
Exactly. The after party is going to be the main focus for all of these teams to fight for a big portion of that $1 extra million prize pool. So we'll see. I mean, RSG also has been climbing up, but RSG, unfortunately, chicken dinner game 1, I believe 0 points in that 2nd game here today. So a little bit topsy-turvy. Not the kind of result you want from a team if they want to hope to make in the top 5 into the after party showdown.
No, definitely. I mean, again, we said that they had to have some adaptations. They played the Erangel well. And when you look at Erangel as a whole, we've mentioned it time and time again, it is where the majority of our games are going to be played. Your mastery over the grassy pastures needs to be strong. And I think RSG, as time goes on here in the days, will continue to gain the points in Erangel.
We can see here, moving down to the 2nd page, Box Gaming has fallen off the front page. So I believe is Damwon Kia at 48 points. VIVO Kid as well was on that top page. They have fallen down to 13th place. And we're seeing, well, Max, at least a little bit of an uprising out of a certain team that we expected a lot out of coming into this event.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy had a really rough start, which I think was unexpected, kind of, knowing that they struggled at the very first day of the PMWI 2022. So here they're slowly coming back. Good to see from Nigma Galaxy. They were feeling confident in that fight too, but if we can see them remain as a 4-man crew at the end of a game, there's a very high chance they can convert it into a win.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, we are actually about to head into our 3rd match of the day. We do have Sanhok coming up next. Things are going to get spicy, and they're going to get moist, Max. Big shout out to STC as well, one of our sponsors to help make this event actually happen. And also, of course, Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib as well has like a free clinics here around the country to help make things, help make healthcare accessible to everyone out there, which is always a fantastic thing. The USA can learn quite a bit about that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to that 3rd match of the day. Going to bring our commentators back in. Sanhok, well, we heard from Sertan earlier on about how it didn't work out for them at TJB. And we're going to find out here if maybe they can change their stars here as we're going to bring our commentators back in with Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
Moist, you said this is my favorite map. I finally get to cast this map. And you know what I'm going to be looking at? I want to see a hot drop. It's been a very, and I mean very, very long time since I've seen a hot drop here in bootcamp. And I think it's about to happen, Martin.
Yeah, it's very likely also because we obviously have the 2 extra teams compared to what we are normally seeing. I will say this, though. This is a very, very northern playing path. Doesn't matter as much, obviously, here on Sanhok as it does on other maps because you can basically pretty much reach anywhere with a really long drop in this situation. But we have our eyes peeled on the screen. Where are we going to see fights from the very get-go? Are we going to see some of the top teams already now have a little bit of a early fight with some of the teams, but we will see for sure within the next couple seconds. I will say this though, the highest damage in action, 1,000 more damage ahead, or 1,000 more damage than Fluke, ahead of Fluke there. That is quite insane to see. Northeastern Circle.
Yeah, and I think this Northeast Circle is actually going to force the hot drop because guess what? If I'm not mistaken, I'm seeing Stalwart Esports and RSG. They're both currently in boot camp. Are they actually going to try to go for it? Is there any team going to back off? I don't think it's going to happen. They're currently fighting. You can see somebody from back-to-back already getting eliminated to Aton Esports. I think back-to-back is going to be surprised to that drop. And guess what? Now we go to it. Now we go to this fight. RSG going up against Stalwart Esports. Who is going to win this fight? Let us know in the comments below. This is about to get interesting, Martin.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing already here. REGAN.S, what can we What can we see happen here from this situation? Scry, can he do something? Action goes down. Our top damage dealer is out. That is unfortunate for Sal for sure. But I love that REGAN.S is taking these guys on. Somebody has to stop them at this point. The first team to go into the triple-digit points, and they're looking very, very certain to be going into the top 5 in the AfterParty Showdown, like the desk have been talking about here. This is a ballsy rest, but it actually worked out quite well. Top is low, though. Action is low. I'm not sure they have too much healing going on for them either. Top is outside, trying to take advantage here. He's going to do some movements there forward, and they'll not be able to hear him too much.
It's going to be interesting who's going to be able to strike first because this team's right now nothing. I mean, we got some knocks, right? RSG. They do have that DBS. They do have the DBS. We know what they've been able to do with it before. And guess what? Stalwart Esports getting eliminated by RSG.
Yeah, that is quite crazy to see super early on here in this situation. There's obviously always boot camp that's being fought for. And REGAN.S being able to close that run out, take out Stalwart. It's going to be this game for everyone else to try to catch up, try to capitalize on the situation that our current leaders are right now not alive as the first team out for this situation here. Sanhok, it's always a blessing. We always have so many fights, so many crazy situations from the very get-go, and we're going to be having more. Now, down Monkey, I really love what I've been seeing from them for the first 2 games here because last days it was not the best for them, but they have stepped it up. They managed to combine both their placements with the eliminations that they were needing so much, and now they're looking really, really good. So hopefully they can do quite a lot better compared to day 1 here. Let's see what happens in this game. And the rest of the day, we have obviously 4 more games, including this one. Nice shots coming in from Dwayne, putting out some destruction onto that one. Let's see a replay of what happened here. Oh, he actually ran into it while he was focusing on the window. That was quite impressive. 52 Esports, they are pushing on to Donuts and USG here.
Yeah, and if you're RSG, I mean, you're going to be happy about that. You didn't really have to move much. You just pretty much had to shoot and then let the player walk into that line of sight. And you were talking about teams that weren't improving. I mean, 52 Esports, they had quite a performance, not in regards to Ilms, but at least in regards to placement in that previous match in Miramar. The 3rd place finished 3 Ilms, and right now they're starting off hot too, being able to get at least 1 Ilm. Now, with Stalwart Esports being out, I'm hoping that a lot of the other teams are going to be able to take advantage. And I'm going to be looking at some of the teams that are towards the bottom. Team Seoul. I mean, they currently have 32 points. That's a team that really, really needs to figure out if they want to continue playing the passiveness and slow gameplay that they've been playing, or if they want to just get a little bit more aggressive, get a little bit more confident, be willing to take fights to those teams, because right now I'm really not seeing that out of Team Seoul.
No, and obviously a huge following, huge fan base that are cheering these guys on. TJB on screen, though, they are currently in the mid-pack, able to kind of pounce into that top 5 if they have a good game. Our mid pack is looking really interesting, really spicy. We have about 6, 7, 8 teams that are within that striking distance of the top 5. Right now, the only teams that are looking pretty certain to be going is Stalwart, Vampire, and Falcon. I would love to see Falcon being able to, go into the after-party show match as well, even though R8 is also joining them. Obviously, home turf heroes is super important here with the backing and the pride that you can have with the teams being able to represent in your own country. That is fantastic. Team Soul on screen, as we were talking about, right now overlooking boot camp, potentially considering what's going to be going on here. Are we going to be trying to get some of those rotation kills that REGAN.S is going to be doing later? Actually setting up quite heavily on this camp here, 7. The potential could be quite big. The question is, do they run that way, or are they going to be running together and just going to be running into it? Look at that on screen 7.
I'm going to disagree with this.
Spicy.
I don't know what Omega's trying to do there. I mean, you're going to be living. Yes, you do have some players, right, overlooking what RSG is going to be doing. But when you lay down in between 2 rocks, are you scared that you might end up getting third party from the other side? You have to make a decision right there. Am I going to focus on what? Am I going to focus on RSG, or am I going to be focusing on just what's behind me? I feel like I don't agree with that decision. I'm hoping he's able to change it, because Team Soul can definitely get some eliminations here, especially if they catch RSG by surprise. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. We'll end up seeing what's going to be happening with those 2 teams. But I mean, RSG has already gotten at least into 1 battle. We saw what happened there with that Stalwart Esports. They are ready to get into a fight. Virtual Gaming Squad, a team that so far has been a bit lackluster. They're also looking to get some elims. And here we go. RSG going up against Team Soul. What's about to happen between these 2? You see Didi, and I think they have an idea. And RSG is going to let those grenades rain down on Team Soul. Who is going to get the first knock? That's what it's going to come down to. Goblin, there you go. He decides to get up. He gets a knock, and now he's about to get knocked himself. They do end up trading. Ashot going for the knock with Lightning. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. He does end up getting knocked. GC being able to get everybody off the elf angle right there.
Wow.
And Team Soul escaping with just 1 player, but RSG, I mean, actually not even. Team Soul just got eliminated. Team Soul, you had the height advantage. You had everything going your way. You were trying to get the surprise, and instead, I feel like RSG ended up surprising them.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate for them. They should have been able to capitalize on that situation, but they just weren't. And RSG, REGAN.S able to jump out, get the points confirmed for them. They're right now on 7 eliminations. 7.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I think that is a great number. And I think even though they do have 7 elims, I think RSG is going to be a little bit upset because they ended up losing 1 player.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate situation. But I will say this. I would trade 7 eliminations for 1 player less on your team any day.
I mean, unless it's action.
Yeah,
from Stalwart Esports, then I'm going to be like, you know what? I'd rather action be alive.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, we are looking at a cutoff at 63 points for the top 5 Istanbul Wildcats. They were able to jump into that spot with their last performance, and that's obviously a good thing here. But Sanhok is a map that we have these healing strats going off of, and that's really the question: who's going to be able to make the best out of it, and how much are they going to be able to loot? You see here on screen, some teams are far away outside the circle, but you want to try to get as deep as possible in the circles, potentially 2nd and 3rd circle, and then that's where you start using everything and all your heals. We have a northern circle shift. We have a very close Paradise Assault, but Damonki is set up already. Virtual Gaming Squad set up already, and we have a lot of other teams that are already in the same vicinity here, and they're going to have some teams in their proximity. The question is, do they engage in fights? Do they prioritize trying to stay 4 guys alive for this late game?
Yeah, and I think right now at this moment it's just better to try to stay alive. We have TJB, Vampire Esports. These are 2 teams that are currently inside the blue zone and far away, must I add, from the actual safe zone. They need to figure out if they want to continue to engage this, because this, in a way, this is kind of pointless, right?
Right.
This is just going to hinder in a big way, and they actually decide to go for the 5. TJB being able to strike first and being able to eliminate somebody from Vampire Esports. Schweb, he sees somebody. Here comes the nades. Here come the Molotovs. Who's going to be able to get that first knock? TJB does decide to back off. He's going to try to find that angle. He knows where he's at. He currently has the health advantage. Not anymore. Now they're a little bit tied up. And some of the other TJB players slaying back, trying to find some of the other angles. This is an interesting fight for me. One that I must say I don't agree with. And I think it's going to end up forcing one of these two teams to end up with the heel strat. They're searching him. Stone with the height advantage decides to back up as well. I think they decided, you know what, I'm sorry. Show up. I think they're just going to be able to get you unless he's able to somehow clutch it. And we have seen it before. And as I say that, he ends up getting knocked by a grenade.
That's a huge one for them. Good points limited there, but also now you're able to pick up more utility for that. Let's see what Vampire is going to be able to do this for the rest of the game. Now, Donuts on screen. Currently in a pretty damn good situation for this one here. They're going to be fighting Box also here in this situation. Currently, both those teams in the middle of everything. And also USG Donuts, they are currently top 5 with 65 points to 7. They obviously want to try to maintain that spot to try to get into the after party, because that is where the dance floor starts.
Yeah, that's where the fun will begin and the madness will also begin, my ad. And once again, we might see another engagement with teams that are just a little bit far away from the safe zone. They're going to start getting damage from that blue zone. It's not going to be too much, but we've seen it over and over again. I'd rather them just focus on getting to that safe zone, getting to their location, being able to, if they can as well, loot a little bit more, get some more utility, and more. Rocky getting spotted, almost getting knocked. Actually ends up getting knocked and might end up getting confirmed here by Powerful from Team Falcons, and you can see him just going at it. He's going to be able to confirm that. That's going to be one LM point for Team Falcons.
Important. We can hear people obviously clapping. The distance never alone finds another one. And the crowd goes wild. That is good to hear. Support for Falcons. Doing quite well for themselves currently. Another point confirmed in the book for them. That is going to be a total of 3 eliminations so far. Frenzy, last player for Morph, trying to send it into the circle now. He's just left with 9 bandages and a dream to try and make this happen.
He better start driving. He's better start fighting, driving fast. And I can hear the crowd. Falcons. Falcons. Yeah, I'm all for it. Honestly, Falcons has surprised a lot of people, and they've been playing great. And as we say that, guess what? TJB, Vampire Esports, the team that we're fighting earlier, they finally end up fighting that other player and gets eliminated. TJB, they are currently just Avenger. They're so far away from the zone, although that new circle might end up benefiting just a little bit.
Yeah, that could be a really interesting one. A sudden shift for this one. A lot of teams going to have to move. Wildcats are one of them. 4 Rivals are one of them. Some of the teams that are right now outside the circle in the south side could move in and actually get some free terrain for this one. The question is, are they going to choose to do so? We're going to have a little bit of a replay here, see what happened with Vampire and TJB. An easy open door surprise. And here's my point for me. We're down to 16 teams, 54 players remaining in this situation. Nigma Galaxy right now on screen. Some healings are going off. They're going to have to get in on the circle here on the southern side.
Nigma Galaxy, a team that has decided to slow down their playing style in a big way, I feel like, compared to yesterday. It has worked out for them so far today. And you can see RSG going up against a fight with VIVO, Key, Dan1, Kia, just looking around, trying to figure out where stuff is happening, seeing if they can maybe possibly somehow third party this. 52 Esports. You heard us talk about them earlier. They were aggressive. They do have... They're just trying to spot anybody. You see Wildcats on the horizon. That's not going to happen there. And I'm hoping we get a chance to see Nigma Galaxy because they're very close to Aton Esports. And we could see a fight ensue there, as we do see as well Dan1 Kia very close to 52 Esports. More friends, the only player alive trying to secure some placement points.
More teams are moving in on the northern side. There's a lot of teams currently on the north half of the circle. The question is, do they try to do bigger rotations, try to get closer in? The circle is super close to Ban. Still have Paradise inside. Dan1 Kia first on screen. And he is really focused on locking down this compound currently. They are sitting in a decent spot too. Now shots are coming out. It's VIVO Keat versus REGAN.S. McGrilling gone down. Unfortunate for VIVO Keat. After this game, we are going to be halfway through the main tournament. Ooh, that's a great amount of damage coming out from that nade there, 7.
That is a great nade there by VIVO Keat. And at this point now, REGAN.S decides, you know what, I think we need to go back him up, and that's exactly what they're going to do. REGAN.S right now with 9 ilms. and I'm pretty sure they want to be able to add
Ooh,
some
third
more
party.
to the tally. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that might have been back-to-back that I saw on the horizon, trying to get an angle on some of these players. Can he make that jump? Ooh, oh no! I really thought he was going to make it.
It looked like it for sure, but nope. That is back-to-back, as you were talking about here, putting some bullets towards the direction of Cielo. As you see on screen, we still have TJB and Vampire down outside in the blue, trying to get as many heals as they can get off action. Most elimination, 9 more than X-Ray from Wildcats. That is impressive.
Yeah,
1,000 more damage still for... That is crazy for action for Stalwart. That is just insane amounts of damage coming out. Still the longest eliminations, as we're talking about the Eagle Eye. $5,000 extra for the player that is able to have the 2 longest knockouts.
And then you have action with 24 elims. See, that's what I was saying. I don't know if I would take 7 elims over action, because action, if he stays alive, he might be able to get me some of those elims. And on top of that, some of the placement points. But yeah, if it's not action, I would actually agree with you. I would rather take the 7 elims.
Yeah, for sure. But like, because with 3 more players, you're going to get more out of it, right?
Yep.
On an average, you're going to probably get able to squeeze out quite a significant more amount of points for that one. Now, 52 having a bit of a fight towards System Wildcat. Locks out in the distance, actually half HP. The other players are trying to decide whether we're going to do. We do have a next circle pop. It's gone southwest. So Paradise is no longer inside. The teams here on the northeastern side, the 52, they're going to have to move. Damwon Kia is going to have to move too. Donuts looking decent at the moment, but we'll look in for those guys later. Outside the play zone, Ravenclaw goes down, and now the heal-off situation has not gone too well. Also, the Wildcats are moving. Big macro rotation for them. They're trying to go all the way on the west side, try to sweep in and try to make this big rotation counterclockwise to get into that. Oh, what? Did he randomly find Jumper there? 4 rivals? It's Team Falcons that finds that. That could be a big one. Now he jumps off the buggy.
And Team Falcons definitely going to try to see if they can maybe pick up that player powerful before Rivals. He's playing that gatekeeper. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, but Lappy is being a little bit aggressive and actually is going to backfire. Yusuf's able to get some elims on 4 Rivals, and now the tables have turned. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, from what I saw there, Falcons might end up leaving 1 player to go for a heal-off, as we do end up seeing TJB. I'm looking at the map here. TJB finally deciding to get in a vehicle and just hold to the zone. Falcons, never alone, trying to not get anybody to knock them. And 4 Rivals, they're just deciding to back off to what's interesting. You can see 52 Esports outside the zone as well. And then 4 Rivals might drive into box gaming. They don't end up driving in. Somehow, Voki is still alive. And as I said that, he ends up getting knocked. The vehicle ends up exploding. And that is it for 4 Rivals. Box gaming being able to take advantage, and Virtual Gaming Squad also taking advantage of the rotation from 52 Esports as they're currently knocking some of their players.
Yeah, this is a rough situation in general here. There's Virtual Gaming Squad with the gatekeep on 52 potentially. Virtual Gaming Squad gets a knock on himself. Now Vaz for 52 trying to push. He gets knocked himself, gets finished off by Alvalucci quickly. And Damwon Kia is out in 14th place without any eliminations at all. This is a rough game for them. Not what they were hoping for, of course, but so far today they've been a huge step up. This could be a huge grenade for Daku. Let's see how much he gets. Oh, perfect timing potentially. It's going to re-knock Zeus. And that is a huge one for Luigi. He's going to take more damage. Oh, nope. It's really good that it was outside that little room there. Now Daku has to heal. He's going to go down to the zone. And that is actually a rough situation in general for 52, because they're going to go out in 13th place with just 2 eliminations.
Yeah, that's going to only be 2 points in there. We go. We're seeing the replay of what happened there between Break MVP from Box Gaming. Got those shots, ultimately being able to secure those 2 elements. RSG being able to knock Wildcats. And you can see Never Alone, one of the players from Falcons. I wonder if that was the player that was trying to get the heal off for Falcons, because he just died to the play zone. We got Nigma Galaxy. Hamoudi, can he get this knock on MVP from Box Gaming? He's not able to see him. He's going to be able to see him now. Can he secure those knocks? He is going to be able to secure the knock in the Illimus. That was the last player from Box Gaming. And Nigma Sally gets to move up a little bit more and getting closer to that safe zone.
8 eliminations, though, for Box to go out on that. It's really good to turn that around. Obviously, not getting the placement is rough, but That's good for them to at least get the eliminations here. Nigma Galaxy going out in 11th place. Back-to-back fighting with TJB. Kiss gets one down. More fights coming out. Polo goes down as well. Killswitch the last player for back-to-back. Let's see if he can make something happen in this situation here. Kiss is trying to heal off. It's a lot of damage taken from the blue zone.
And I think Killswitch is just going to back off. He knows that he can actually get into the zone or at least stay alive a little bit longer and just wait for the moment that TJB is going to have to push. Remember, TJB was a team that was inside zone for a very long time, so I am going to have to question how much shields they have. And as I say that, they only have, this is the last one. After that, he's going to have to push if he wants to do anything. And I think he might have been able to see Killswitch. No, Killswitch does end up getting in a different location. He might be able to get the knock here, and he is. Great awareness there by Killswitch with 4 Ilums.
Fantastic movement for them for that, but TJB goes out in 10th. 4 eliminations here. Virtual Gaming Squad taking some shots towards multiple teams. You see in the distance here, VIVO Keed and Istanbul Wildcats. Defoe is the last player. They have 4 eliminations though, but not as a good game as the last one that we saw from them. This next circle has gone further north, so multiple teams have to move in and try to get in. The Gamers got decides to take a car. It's a brave decision to do so. Let's see how much further they can take that one. But right now, a lot of teams are broken and battered. We actually have no teams that have more than 3 players alive. There's only one team that has that, and it's Virtual Gaming Squad here on screen. Gaddafi right now looking what they could do for that one. Coming out of Libya, if they're able to do something more for this one.
We see Wildcats also stone from Vampire Esports getting knocked in. Actually, gets eliminated. Wow, Gaddafi being able to get those shots there on friends. And Morph gets eliminated with just 2 Ilums in Virtual Gaming Squad. They slowed it down, and right now it's working out perfect for them. And I was questioning what they were doing there with that truck. I wonder if they were maybe thinking, are we going to need it for cover? But in Sanhok, you have so much cover from all the rocks that are just all over the place.
VIVO Keed actually the only team with 0 eliminations out of the ones that are surviving right now. And they're trying to make it in. Now Aton, Bruno, no more heals. You're going to be gone off with that one. That is Aton out in 7th place. 3 eliminations. 3 teams have only a single player left. 2 teams, the REGAN.S and the VIVO Keed, has a 1 player surviving right now. Virtual Gaming Squad with 5 eliminations has 3 players alive, and they're putting on pressure on these teams ahead of them. Let's see if they can close this game out or if they're going to lose any players to REGAN.S.
Yeah, Virtual Gaming Squad going to be going up against 2 players from RSG, but keep in mind, RSG, 11 Ilums for that team, and they started off hot, and I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to stay hot. As you see, Lightning getting ready to throw those grenades is going to come down to who's able to get that knock, because I believe RSG, if they can get a knock on those players from Virtual Gaming Squad, they might be able to win that engagement and just wipe them out. Killswitch, the only player standing from back-to-back. They had a horrible day yesterday, and I'm pretty sure right now at this halfway point, they were looking to change it. Well, guess what? You got some placement points, but after that, you weren't able to get more. VGS actually securing some points there on RSG, and that was it for RSG. And VIVO Keed, even though they didn't have any Ilums earlier, guess what? They're getting into the party as well. Adrian, currently looking around, trying to figure out where the player from Virtual Gaming Squad is going to be. Adrian going for the push. Is he going to be able to get the knock? He is able to secure those Ilums, and Virtual Gaming Squad gets eliminated by VIVO Keed. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's a 1v1v1, and actually, it's going to be a heal-off. Team Falcons. They were able, with that heal off, they were able to gather so many points, so many placement points.
Adrian's inside the zone, but he only has bandages. The question is, does Damar have enough for this heal off? Can he sustain longer until the circle closes? It's likely going to be VIVO Keed and Adrian, the first player actually out of the PMPL spring split in Brazil to get all the MVP slots for that. But it is VIVO Keed. The boys coming out of Brazil to be able to close this one out here. Huge game for them on Sanhok. And we're going to be halfway through today and also halfway through the main tournament after this one.
Yeah, and I'm excited to end up seeing what that leaderboard is going to look like, because remember, Stalwart Esports got eliminated first. RSG, they're being able to pick up some steam. They've been able to get some Ilums, and as well, they've been able to get some chicken dinners. But overall, just absolute madness. Now you know why I love Sanhok, because it's absolute madness. You don't know what to expect. It ended up coming down to a heal-off, which I'm okay with. That was an intense finish.
Yeah, super intense finish. Obviously, a situation where you have so many teams that are pushing and also the pressure coming in from the north side. There's so many teams are fighting for the same terrain. I will say this, though. I'm happy to see back-to-back being able to step it up here in Sanhok. They had a lot of eliminations as well. I think it was 6 they ended up with in a 6th place. So it's their best game so far in the tournament after 9 games. So they're able to turn it around just a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, the placement points that they're going to be able to get as well. I think in just that game alone, they got more at least half more points than they have gotten the whole tournament up to that point.
Yeah, they could potentially be doubling it if they're lucky, but it's just going to be about that. But again, VIVO keep being able to close this one out here. It's going to be close in the very end. It came down to just a lot of single players trying to stay alive, trying to heal it off, and also being able to get some good amount of points here for this. Falcons again, 2nd place. Being able to do this for the home turf heroes is really good to see.
I could hear the crowd, all right? I could hear them. They're excited, and I'm hoping that they are going to continue this way. I want to see them in the top 5. If they continue on, we're going to have 2 Saudi teams on the after party, and it's going to be absolute madness.
Yeah, exactly. And that's actually going to be it for us today here. We are halfway through. We're going to go to a short break, but stay tuned after the break. You're not going to believe what the desk is going to show you. But
well, you know what? They're not going to believe what we're going to be able to show them.
Yeah, the question is, do we show it or do they show it? Yeah. That's the question. We are going to have a short break, though, very soon. But, yeah, of course, once we get to the after party, we get to the dance floor. We're going to see what Maxman and Kalaris is going to be made of. I heard they're going to have a breakdance up to show me what they have learned from me throughout this event.
Yeah, I heard Maxman might end up getting a haircut, too. So that's going to be...
Oh. I think it's going to be a mohawk, maybe?
I'm hoping he ends up going with a fade mohawk. I think that'll look great on him.
All right, we're going to go to the break. Stay tuned and see what the desk is going to show you. مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Thank you so much, Avenger, for that clickbait. I don't know what else to say, but you did probably hear us laughing about it. Pretty much we all laugh at his casting anyways. Maybe it's a little bit too mean. Anyways, beyond that, because he's probably going to come up and beat me up, let's talk about Spotify as their sponsor here as well at G8 with the PMWI 2022, making sure this event can be done, bringing it all to you guys to watch at home. Gentlemen, we had Sanhok kick off. Maxmem, he wanted to show us really quickly the VIVO key rotation. Can you do that once again for us?
Okay, so this is where they drop, okay? Arrived.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
That was good.
I know, thank you.
That's better than my dance moves.
Yeah.
To be honest. Let's take a look at our STC match rankings, get an idea of how many points the teams did get. VIVO Key able to get themselves on the board here with 19 in that last match, but Team Falcons actually coming out ahead with 20 points.
Yeah, they cleared a few teams playing the edge gameplay right. They got themselves a few teams in a really bad spot, and as they like to do if they have a very advantageous position, going to clear out that spot at the first place. But man, RSG came out swinging very early on there, Kalaris.
Yes, they did. It was a statement piece, I think is fair to say. When you have boot camp as quite the priority position that it normally is, RSG, the fact that they just take the fight straight to Stalwart, who's currently #1 in this lobby, is a big statement. It's not an easy battleground to play, but being able to wrestle boot camp away from them, I mean, top was gone instantly, I feel like, in that fight.
Yeah.
So RSG, they're gaining steam, gaining momentum.
Yeah, we're seeing Wildcats, though. They are cruising pretty nicely today. Like, got himself another good, decent game this time around. 14 points on this match in particular. There's some consistency. There's a method to the madness for the Wildcats, I have the impression. And the Turkish talent next door, they're going to be real pumped about that.
Oh, yeah.
I hope so. We can see back-to-back, though, 10 points for themselves. I think they had 13 at the start of the day, so maybe they're starting to build up some steam as well. We talk about, like, this is the day. If you have a bad day here in day 2, you're not going to get top 5. And top 5 is kind of what it's all about. Obviously, it's $500,000 for first place, but getting through into the AfterParty Showdown is a massive factor for all these teams and what they're considering. You guys at home, though, while we're not actually here broadcasting the show for you, guys have the Vibe and Drive event happening currently within PUBG Mobile. Make sure you guys log in, complete the missions with your friends, and you'll be able to get your hands on permanent legendary sets. So make sure you guys check that out if you have not already. Well, gentlemen, we also need to mention not only them, but Razer, a sponsor here at PMWI 2022, as they are making this event happen for us. So thank you, and a big shout out to them for making this possible, because you know what? If it wasn't for them and all the other sponsors, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here in Saudi Arabia having some insane matches to talk about. All right, so gentlemen, we have a few minutes until the next match is about to kick off. We're obviously heading back on over to Erangel, but we're going to quickly check out some Sony highlights from Sanhok. We did have an interesting happen, I believe, between TJB and Falcons, or not Falcons, Vampire in the beginning, that actually allowed them to stay alive for a very long time.
And after the interview, I really thought that Vampire would try and avoid the situation as much as possible. But you have 3 teams doing the exact same thing, which is you've got Nigma Galaxy, you got yourself Vampire, and you have TJB all looting down towards that Same and Ruins position. Some clashes are expected to happen, but they committed for so long, they lost a lot of time doing so.
That's the main problem, and we alluded to it after the interview. The fact that, I mean, even Sertani was saying that they want a heal strat on Sanhok. Okay, yeah, then we say, okay, so how many meds can you all get from this one location? There's only so many. So I sort of didn't expect them to really avoid the fight if they want to go for the healing strat. So you can find these meds elsewhere. You can try and take some trash compounds maybe in the center of the island and then move down towards Camp Bravo and then eventually transition over towards the mainland. But yeah, that's not how it goes out. It's almost that mutually assured destruction situation, but TJB is very well versed in our region, and we know that very well.
Well, I mean, if you're going to want to get meds, you're going to want to look for Lin. Lin is going to get you a ton of meds to be able to put inside of your pocket. But, I mean, gentlemen, we're at the half point now of the day, right? We have been able to see Stalwart rise up, improve themselves from day 1, able to get themselves to the top of the leaderboard here. But I'm really looking towards some teams like maybe Donuts as well. They're kind of on that cusp in 4th place, I believe, at least before this last match happened. There's quite a few teams still in reach of getting top 5, but I'm curious, are you focusing on any teams in particular here?
Donuts was actually the team that I talked about at the start of the day, and I still would love to see another win coming out from them. I think they have the chops to go very far in this tournament, right? And it's great to see Japan like improve so much over the course of 2 years now. Just every single time, like you had Blue Bees before, and like now the region, it's just so good, and they keep creating so much more talent in the esports scene. But I would still like to see them go a little bit higher potentially.
I want to see them be challenged in a far east or a far west circle. I think it would be interesting to see if they can actually deal with something like that beyond the realms of Rozok's stronghold.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are a minute away before we do hop into our second Erangel of the day. going to be bringing in some new commentators who won't clickbait at all because you know what? They're handsome. They're great at what they do. They're looking fantastic and fly. It's John, Allen, and Blake.
That's right. These commentators will never clickbait you, but you won't believe what they're about to talk about next, Blake.
Well, I hope you would, actually, to be honest with you, because you better believe that RSG are on that upward swing, which is exactly what the desk were talking about earlier. I think, you know, just taking Sanhok overall was a really big change for them and a really needed change. I think overall Miramar as well as Erangel, you know, they're on these trash loot splits at the moment, which works well in their region. I think Kale alluded to it yesterday, saying that in their region you get a lot more points in those first 2 circles. So getting trash looted and then just getting going and getting some eliminations, that works really well in their region. But we know one thing that China does very well is adapt quickly, and that's what RSG is doing here, bumping themselves already up into 4th place.
Really solid performance so far on the day, but there is still a little bit further to go if they want to take that top spot currently occupied by Stalwart with that 19-point lead. We're going into map number 4 of day number 2. We are past the halfway mark now, Blank, and it's only going to get harder.
Absolutely. I think that there's teams that like Stalwart, 20 points ahead of Team Falcons. And Team Falcons, by the way, in 2nd place, doing really good stuff here for Saudi Arabia. You know, getting a lot of points there on Sanhok. You know, it is a little bit cheesy to go for the hill strat, but that's where you can get the points over the 3 days here in PMWI. Those are the things you do need to do. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, fortunately slowly pulling off the leaderboard. I remember in that first day when we looked at these top players, it was all Vampire Esports. Now you're starting to see the likes of Action up there, who is really tearing up the leaderboard. 26 eliminations total, but we do still have at least Fluke here from Vampire Esports on highest damage with 3,412, although Action still making a huge splash in this lobby with almost 1,000 damage extra.
Seems to be going pretty well today for Stalwart, as it generally does. Coming into the tournament, certainly. Team that everybody was looking at. Plane path, Saverny down to Sosnovka military base. Seemingly fairly good for most of these teams coming into this one, Blank. Hopefully, they'll be able to find that little corner of what is far from paradise.
I think right now this is a great circle, a great at least plane path here for Stalwart. They'll be able to drop out the plane nice and late here, head over towards Novorepnoye. Remember on the first Erangel of the day, they were forced to actually take a little bit of an alternative route down towards the south side of Sosnovka, into the water, in fact, and go for that famed boatation all the way around to Novorepnoye. This circle, on the other hand, heavy southwest, a little bit weird here, a fair bit of it actually in the water.
Yeah, and a potential military island circle, which you're always going to mention when it goes down south, but most likely going to go to the mainland, I would say. In terms of the landmass that's available, the majority of it is on that mainland, so places around that Gatka field going to be high priority.
Yeah, Vampire Esports actually dropped out quite early here and picked up some vehicles. You see Ravenclaw already hitting the ground, knows he needs to immediately pick up a vehicle. That might cause some problems for some teams later on who might want to get some vehicles into this circle, considering this is where we're going to be finishing. But for Quarry, Primos, Ferry Pier split, there's no one here, so Vampire is going to have the absolute lot of it here, to be honest with you, John. So they'll be able to get very, very looted up and not move too far from their original position. I would hope they'd move out of Primos just a little bit, maybe take some prime time ground over towards the northern side, just the south side of Quarry here, where you have that ridge line, get some information gathered, and then get going. Nigma Galaxy, though, unchallenged here in Pochinki. Happy days for them, and hopefully a better Erangel going forward for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they'll certainly be doing their daily missions, and hopefully you guys at home have too. In-game, if you complete daily missions to earn points, once enough points are accumulated, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
You can also participate in the event solo or even team up with some other friends. That's absolutely fine. And team up with some friends who you know are pretty good at PUBG Mobile. Potentially someone like Maxman who can carry you in game. That's going to make getting those rewards all the more easy.
He's almost as good at PUBG Mobile as Avenger is at breakdancing. And that's impressive.
I would say he was a little bit better. Remember, you know, in that national championship for the breakdancing, he only came second place. And I think Maxman, in terms of PUBG Mobile, he would have taken first. Looking back at the map here, though, we are checking out Nigma Galaxy in Pochinki. This is a decent landing point for them right at the beginning of the game, especially with this circle. They've got a fair, decent amount of roads to head on down. They could even stick around Pachinki for just a little bit longer, potentially even take up church position, get some nice scouting done nice and early in the game here. But for Team Seoul, potentially this is now a chance for them. Today and yesterday has been extremely rough for Team Seoul, and I think that they just aren't showing all that they've got here, potentially with Gatka being in this circle and so much ground around them being free. There is a chance here for them to prove themselves here on Erangel.
They have those opportunities, right? This is, when you are given that sort of chance, the thing that you need to take. But with teams like Vampires waiting in the wings, with teams like TJB who have been doing some pretty good stuff here and there, I would say, coming down from North George as well, it's going to be not the easiest of tasks. Certainly always going to be pretty difficult to prove yourself in this lobby. As we're on board with Goblin, looting up on one of the North Gatka compounds. Akshat currently scouting around the Everest Foothills compounds.
Already heading down, but down one has actually made a very, very speedy rotate here. And this is a change they've been making quite frequently at the moment, especially even on game one today, match one, which was Erangel once again. We saw them head up towards Rozhok, challenge USG out for that position. We got a heavy northern shift there, and immediately down one's on the move. Yesterday they were playing a little bit afraid for my liking. I'm so much more used to them actually playing central. So a little bit of an issue there for them, but today they're really taking matters into their own hands.
Can't quite hear what they're saying, but there's certainly a vibe. They're going for it. We're on board with Morph. Everybody having a good time here in Riyadh. Certainly I am too. I mean, I've been really enjoying this tournament so far. Certainly a lot of dynamism, and a lot of changes as well day to day, which I was a big fan to see of so far in the day. Down one, Kia. Currently, just picking up some vehicles, getting organized for the rollout. Try and channel their inner Autobot.
Absolutely. I thought the main stage was packed yesterday, but just looking at that image there, you know, the main stage is even more packed. So really good to see the turnout here from Saudi Arabia. Everyone's coming along to cheer on their favorite teams, who I assume maybe is Team Falcons, but perhaps we have a couple more members in there who have their own individual teams that they're enjoying to watch. Just looking at our top eliminators in the lobby. You know, Lightning from RSG currently topping the boards at the moment today with 12 eliminations total, 600 damage ahead of second place Action with only 9 elims today. I say only, it's quite a bit, but he's on 800 damage total. So very, very well done to Lightning from RSG, doing really the lion's shares of the work, and today he is bringing the thunder.
Just saw Ravenclaw pop out his front right tire.
Okay.
I don't know quite why he would have done that. I was thinking, oh, maybe he's got the back right tire that's down, but not entirely sure what's going on there. But you know what? Ravenclaw's a smarter man than me, certainly, in a lot of these games.
Yeah, well, what he knows is that he's on the ferry pier right now, right? If he wants to go left, he's going to go right into the water. Shoots out the front right tire, means the car is now steering off to the right-hand side. There's no way he can go into the water now. It's a next level play.
That's incredible. He's seeing the future in a way that I just can't, right? He's seeing 100 steps ahead.
That's right.
I'm only at 36 about right now. So.
He sees the thin sheets of time slowly coalescing into an edge. He sees the time knife.
That's so deep. So true. So true, so deep.
Oh, dear me.
That's going to, yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
That's going to be on your gravestone, I think.
You reckon? My quote about, about our boy Ravenclaw. But yeah, so this is actually a decent position for them regardless here in Primorsk. A decent place to start from. We talked about this nice and early on. A lot of these other teams potentially out of the way. Tongjiabao heading back towards that prolific North George spot. That's where they started to see a lot more success over on EU. So hopefully this is something that we can continue to see on Erangel. They have been a real pain for a lot of these other teams when it comes to rotating, specifically Vampire Esports. But this game, the tables are flipped. It is TJB who have to come to Vampire Esports.
The shoe is on the other turntable, as I hear.
That's right. I don't know who put it there, but it's there now.
They're spinning around. The next circle is going to decide a lot of the pace of this next game plan as it comes up. It will decide if we get that military base shift or back up to that mainland. We'll see where this one pops. It's about to come through, as you can see that on your screens. Going to be deciding the pace of these next couple of minutes of gameplay.
You jumped the gun here. It's not quite there yet, but we'll wait for it to shift through. We have had a lot of hard shifts, so southeast hard shift could be very, very interesting. It's something I imagine that Stalwart would be loving to see here. Aton Esports currently holding out that bridge on the eastern side. You can see that on your screens, though they are flanked by back-to-back. We do get pretty, I would say this is technically central circle here, considering we're pulling away from that water back onto the mainland. So Stalwart do need to now start thinking about how they want to approach this. Now, they could easily rotate down towards the Wildcats, but they've refused to do that in earlier games. So this eastern rotate for them past farm is going to be a little bit more simple for them, though they will run into this wall of teams.
Aton trying to take shots over towards back-to-back and ostensibly succeeding in their endeavor. J7 already going down, getting flushed out. Looks like the representatives from NA just going to have to take the L on that one, unfortunately. Not ideal. Team Seoul, in the meantime, they started Gatket. They moved down to the ridgeline that's got a lot of trees, a lot of hills, a lot of cover. So they're on the south side of this this central cluster of teams right now. And to be honest, I think that's the right decision for them. I really like that area. I've talked about it a lot whenever I've seen these sorts of circles. I think it's got a lot of opportunity to move away from, and I think it's got a lot of nice cover and nice positional advantage.
That's crazy. STE is so far behind the guys from Aton, but already taking a couple of knocks their way. So they're already, clearing the space in front of them, even if the space in front of them is around about 500 meters. But we do know that after Stalwart had Bootcamp brutally taken away from them on the last Sanhok, they're looking to lay claim to a little bit more of the landmass at the moment. Still show the rest of the lobby that they are the dominant force here in the PMWI.
Roll up the sleeves, get stuck in. They will do so on the eastern side.
He says as he literally rolls up his sleeves.
Inspiration follows real life, It's
inspiration follows yourself.
I am the inspiration.
Inspire
You're right,
yourself.
Blink. I'm glad you think I'm the inspiration. That's very nice of you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to have to hold on to that forever.
I wouldn't.
He's never going to say something so nice to me again.
USG, I think you mentioned this actually. We were watching Erangel, the first match of the day, and you were talking about, they were stuck in Rozhok and they refused to move. And that wasn't a case of they couldn't move. Maybe they were stuck behind Damwon, but Damwon just sent it all the way to the northern side, got a central compound. But this game, USG has attacked onto that and they decided to make a quick move nice and early, waiting for Nigma Galaxy to maybe vacate just a little bit out of Pachinki. They're taking Church Hills here, so this is a decent place to be starting. RSG, REGAN.S, they're still just trying to find a little place to call home. I believe they're in the mix of it, just above Box Gaming, right on the south coast. You can see them there, just holding on to the roadside. They've got a 2-2 split at the moment, so really striking out here. I think that confidence from a couple of the games previously has bled into their gameplay massively.
You would hope. You would certainly hope. REGAN.S right now, as you say, in the mix. They've got Box to the south. They've got Stalwart to the eastern side. On the north end of them, I think they've got Aton and a couple of those other teams as well to be worried about. Nigma Galaxy as well, as the map is going to close yet again in just a matter of moments. So far, not a big pop-off circle, but I imagine the next one is likely to be a little bit more dramatic.
Absolutely. And just looking at, Damwon, they've already lost one player here. So they send in. I respect that they're playing a lot less afraid here. They have lost one player, but it's not the end of the world. Specifically when you see this circle here, this is really, really important. You get the southwest shift and just look at the amount of teams on that northeastern edge. Goodness me. Yes, Damwon's lost one player, but the amount of players that are going to be lost just in this hailstorm on the northeastern side is going to be horrific, to say the least.
It's good for teams like Vampires, like Team Seoul, who are further down on that southwest side already in that ridgeline that I talked about earlier. They can hold on to that and try and use that as some sanctuary. Unfortunately, the eastern side is going to get pushed on.
REGAN.S, they've had to immediately leave that 2-2 split, come together now and try and figure out what they can do. They're looking towards the roads. They have some vehicles. This tree line is played very, very often, has really good sight lines over towards the road. Wildcats, not sure how long they're going to spend in this position, but I think they're just running straight past down towards Vampire Esports. Team Soul, they've lost 2 already, so not really able to translate that early rotation from Gatka in the beginning. But down 1, oh, they had 1 down, but they were able to bring him back up again. So down 1 currently at a 4-man. This is a surprise to me, but fantastic stuff either way.
Soul have let it slip down to 2 as well, so they have a pretty decent spot for down 1 here. Falcons losing a player on the crossing out in the open. Jumper able to see off Damar. And now the Falcons have to figure out what they're going to do based on that information. They know where another team is, and they're playing in these fields. They've just made it to a shack, and they're just going to try and hold up for the time being. With Vampire on your oversight, though, it's not going to be the most comfier positions.
Absolutely, you do need to be very, very careful. Now Vampire, in one of these places, like the little ditches, it's quite easy to get caught out here. Luckily, there's not too many teams around them specifically because, you know, there is a lot of open ground in this area. With so many teams watching, I think Vampire Esports can feel quite safe in their positioning for the time being. Team Falcons, though, they're being harried. A couple of teams taking shots their way, but so many teams able to make their way in. Stalwart making a long wrap over towards the northern side at the moment, but there is such a big line of field here on the eastern side that so many just want to head down towards the west. Now, the next circle could be extremely cruel, and currently teams are just trying to find a place in the circle that they can hunker down in.
They're trying to find that golden position, get a little glimmer of treasure. And if you want to get a glimmer of treasure as well, you're in luck, because from the 4th to the 13th of this month, there is a 50% off PMWI pack sale. Get a set straight away, and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests as well.
And from the 14th of August through to the 15th of September, just in case you missed that previous sale, were extremely nice. There's still 16% off PMWI packs, and you get 6 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
Next circle comes on in down towards the bridge, which leaves Vampires in the circle again on this ridge line that we've talked about a couple of times now. The western edge, though, looking to be pushed in potentially by TJB, by Falcons, and I think that's... who else is that on the western end? That was VIVO keyed as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so VIVO key currently in this area. TJB just barreling their way into the circle at the moment. Yet to take too many casualties, but swinging straight past Vampire Esports directly towards the Wildcats here. But Ravenclaw in the tower takes some shots down. Tink Skirt, he's out of the vehicle. The car's going skirt in its way as well.
GK first takes a tumble outside the Wildcats compound. It looks like Fluketh is looking for the flush. Pick up the point, take it away. Xiao trying to get away in the buggy. Lin as well running for Ferry Pier, for that area to try and get a little bit of cover, to try and stay alive. Nades from outside the window. And the crowd cheers. Falcons hold out for the moment in the shack.
Falcons really have captured the hearts of the people here in Riyadh at the moment. It's so great to see. I mean, they are just in the shack at the moment, guys. This is a mean replay to show out at that.
Right,
we had
timing.
Cheers for them, and now we get to see them explode. But again, they're still in the circle at the moment. Stalwart, though, living. They're on the northern edge. They still have to cross the field, and that is the difficulty when it comes to this circle. Down 1, on the other hand, still holding strong here. You know, you're going to get bruised and battered on the way in if you try and change this gameplay very quickly. They wanted to come into today with a little bit more oomph.
Speaking of them, there's an auto shotty going around the side. A Soul with the remaining 2 players clash with Nigma Galaxy. 2 players alive and up and standing. Only the one for Soul right now on the top floor. It's Akshat to hold off against Freak as he pushes through. Stays alive, but low HP. Info given. That's an ankle tapped as well as Lord's timer does tick down lower. Push from Ralph. The first aid not quite there, and Akshat falls. Soul eliminated.
What is that? Is that a Molotov from his own teammate? Ralph actually? No, he won't bleed out from that. He'll stay just alive long enough. Get a quick replay here. It's 52 Esports rocking up on Falcons.
Oh.
One goes down on the approach, and a nade over the top. Okay.
Beautiful. What a way to stop a crash. I mean, take them down before you get there. Love to see it. Box with 3 players now. We're on board on the eastern side of the circle, next to Virtual Gaming Squad. As VGS with 4 players alive against the 3 of Box to hold this out.
Virtual Gaming Squad looking to make their way into this compound. Box, though, holding the warehouse. There are smokes available to a couple of these teams. You can see Regan's off in the distance with DD there. I think the main advantage that Vampire Esports have gotten from this particular circle, though the ditch maybe is just a little bit misleading, is they've got so much information just gathered because they haven't had to move whatsoever, whereas it's been a gauntlet for everyone else.
The Americas clash, VIVO keyed and back-to-back on this hillside, very, very close to one another, taking shots either which way. But it's actually the Donuts who come through, I believe. No, Stalwart, sorry, taking shots over towards Cielo. Will be able to take down one of those VIVO keyed players and give back-to-back a little bit of time to get J-Way back up to his feet.
Oh my goodness me. Next circle pops and it's right on top of Regan's. And look at that, a gift from the skies. A loot box directly on their position. Regan's really do want to translate this. And with the current scoring they've done today, they might even be able to shoot up into a third, second, or even a first if they have a very, very good game here on Erangel. Stalwart, on the other hand, they're taking heavy casualties on this western edge. It's not been easy for them. They've headed up the eastern bridge, over the top side. Now they're trying to wrap in on the west. And again, the circle moves away from them.
All this group of teams on the west going to have to push in. It looks like Never Alone gets spotted. The Falcons, they're going to have to move, and I don't think Yusuf's going to have the best time. Moving forwards for these next couple of minutes, Donuts USG, 4 players alive. Damwon Kia, 4 players alive as well. All of these teams on the northwest side have cover. They are in this next circle.
Yeah, Damwon's been holding a very, very good compound for a very long time, especially with their instant push into here. Back-to-back, though, send VIVO keyed back into the blue here and back to the lobby.
Getting their teammate back up pays dividends, as they are able to eliminate the sidelines. But Vampire Esports are on the bead. This is Stoned on the back of their progression into the circle. He's a rear guard right now, trying to harry B2B. Not going to be able to land too many shots, but forcing them a little bit further north, as they're going to crash straight on into Donuts USG and actually be able to get one of the rundowns. Omikun not going to have the best of times with that one, unfortunately. Stalwart get eliminated. A back-to-back straight into the Damwon Kia compound. There's 2 teams here. If they fight through Damwon Kia, they're going to have to deal with a little bit more. Junie holds the gap, holds the line for Damwon Kia, as Polo has to think about healing up here. In pushes Forest.
Ooh.
The vehicle goes up in flames, and with it, back-to-back's forward guard.
Shrapnel directly to back here, and they are not going much further. Damwon Gaming, though, now they have to think about keeping everyone off this position. They've done extremely well. We've seen them lighting up the elimination feed at the moment, taking shots all over the place. But even so, there is now 2 teams in their vicinity. 4 rivals, the Indonesian team, as well as Iraq and Nigma Galaxy, who have managed to coast their way into that southern edge.
A quiet game so far for Vampire Esports. They've been holding their stronghold on this ridgeline, and now they're going to start to slowly gain steam. There we go, finally got it out. As Damwon Kia finally have it out for the Donuts USG squad. Missile behind the vehicle. That place has not been safe historically. It's not going to be safe anymore. 4 rivals enter the fray as well, as Forest drops the smoke out to try and get a little bit of respite. But Jumper gets knocked. And everybody else from 4 rivals gonna be a little bit slower now, but there's nades starting to pop into the warehouse. Looks to put the damage in and move closer to this next circle.
Voki tries to drop a grenade over the top. Previously, the team's ambassador turned player, and he's been doing really, really well for the team, but he does go down in the middle of it. Regan's, though, taking the fight to Vampire right on that southwest coast. So, you know, even southwest edge, even though they are in the center of the circle right now, they are being very proactive. These shots are unbelievable with the AOG over towards Stoned.
Trying to slow them down, and if you could slow the Vampires, that is absolutely phenomenal on that western edge. Draw the attention that way as well as they try and make their push. They're down to 2 with Ravenclaw on the floor. Schweppes tries to make it to the tree, but Ravenclaw is going to get picked up here.
Regan's still going strong for them. And through from the 4th of August through to the 13th, all users in a specific region of the top 3 teams will have the chance to win a prize. You get maximum of 1 award per user, though, so make sure you make it count, just like Wildcats are here, trying to make their way into the circle.
Ooh.
Defoe goes down to Rocky, and it's a rocky start for Wildcats, and they are clambering.
1-2 punch from Rocky to slow everything down, stay in the round, but for now,
Lightning!
Box Gaming eliminated in the meantime. Lightning just striking seemingly more than once. As teams just start falling like flies. There was absolute chaos here on the south side.
You cannot say that this guy has not done so much for the team, but I will say even though REGAN.S only have 7 eliminations so far, it really does not matter. Honestly, they have put in so much work, so many little bits of damage around the map that he has crushed people coming into this circle. They have been cut up on the way in, and REGAN.S, they're the barbed wire.
It's going to be really difficult to get anything done against this squad now as the Wildcats try and make their last-ditch attempt. Just Lux out in the shack, potentially going to try and heal out and get a little bit further into this game. Wait for a couple more teams to be eliminated as Damwon at risk of being one of those teams. It is just Sung now. After their position on that northwestern side, they have really suffered in these fights. They've been the team to fend off everyone on that western edge, and they are paying the price. The consequences are coming home to roost. Nigma Galaxy putting the pressure on Sung.
There is still an opportunity here for him. He jumps through the window, gets one. Ralph's very low HP. The shots from the side, but it's 4 rivals to take him down. Goodness me, Sung could have had a real run with that one. Still 8 eliminations and a 6th place. This is beautiful stuff for Damwon, but it's REGAN still with 4 players remaining. And I'll say it again, this team has just not waited quietly in the center of this circle. They've been all over the place. Flower tries to take some shots down, will get knocked in the process, and there's a vehicle coming up towards him.
It's an even trade there, and they will try and keep him alive as well. Having 4 players in this final circle is going to be incredibly useful. 4 rivals down to 3, Nigma Galaxy down to 2.
Nigma Galaxy just trying to keep themselves alive here, but it's the Indo team of 4 rivals who have really suffered so low on HP at the moment. Nigma Galaxy going to try and make their push up. This is a different Nigma Galaxy to what we saw yesterday. Fantastic stuff from them, and they're looking to take down the final players, but it is Jumper. This guy is a clutch maestro, but Ralph just spots the legs and will take out the calves.
2 versus 4 now. 2 teams remain. It is once again REGAN.S from China starting to step up, starting to gain a little bit of traction. And we are going to be seeing them take the fight to Nigma Galaxy as Ralph goes down. Just Lord, 1 versus 4. And you've got to wonder what can be done against REGAN.S. 11 eliminations. Well, they do lose a player. Lightning goes down. They have been found just a little bit lacking there. Lord, though, low HP, takes the fight, nade in hand. Flower has backup from his team, finds another, and there's the nade. It looked maybe like something could happen, but the REGAN.S had it on lock.
I did not expect that from Lord there. The fact that he was able to make that happen at the last moment, he was so aggressive as well. Very different type of Nigma Galaxy than what we've seen before. Very well done.
Excellently closed out, excellently defended on their position. That compound was so brutal for all of the teams who wanted to step in there.
Goodness me, REGAN.S though, they pull it through. Once again, another chicken dinner on the cards for them. REGAN.S, they're not letting up. And I think this is the kind of game that could even send them up towards that first position. We'll have to find out, you know, after the break. But before we get there, quick little breakdown. Honestly, really well done to a lot of those teams. I have to admit, if you were any of those teams on the northeast edge, you know, it was just an absolute battle to get through there. A real assault course to get even into the circle at all. And even when you were in, you had to contend with all the other teams in the field.
Yeah, no, it was really very difficult. It's what we call a bad time.
Yes, it's a very bad time.
Well, we're going to have a great time over on the desk, which we're going to hop over to after the break.
Halo, gue fans Bigetron Red Alliance. Bisa dibilang, gue rindu banget melihat mereka juara. Gue udah ngefans sama Bigetron dari awal banget mereka muncul. Melihat determinasi mereka di kompetisi, jadi salah satu faktor kenapa gue bisa suka banget sama gameplay mereka. Selain prestasi yang mereka raih di kancah dunia, mereka juga selalu bisa bikin harum nama Indonesia. Dan ini saatnya mereka membuktikan kalau DNA juara mereka masih ada. Dengan amunisi baru, gue berharap ini adalah awal kebangkitan Bigetron Red Alliance. Meskipun Zuxi tidak bisa merasakan medali emas yang diraih Luxi, di PMWI nanti, gue berharap mereka bisa angkat piala bersama lagi.
Gue yakin kali ini kita pasti bisa.
Kalau ngomongin soal Morph, bisa dibilang ini soal loyalitas. Karena gue dong support Morph dari awal mereka ada. Baliknya Zai dan Frenzy, serta pemain baru lainnya, bakal bikin Morph jadi tim yang akan diperhitungkan nantinya. Meskipun soal prestasi, mereka tidak sementereng tim lain. Tapi gue yakin, mereka bakal ada di titik sana nantinya. Evolusi yang dilakukan Morph adalah salah satu pergerakan yang sangat menarik perhatian gue.
Sabar, pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas.
Di PMWI nanti, bakal jadi panggung pertama dan pembuktian Morph yang baru.
Tim Indonesia yang akan mendapatkan winner chicken dinner Ryzen berhasil
Sudah saatnya Morph bangkit dan jadi tim yang diperhitungkan di kancah dunia.
Dua tim Indonesia sudah mendapatkan winner chicken dinner. Sabar, pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas. Smoke setup.
Kali ini, di depan ribuan penonton, gue buktiin gue bisa juara dan mengharumkan nama bangsa Indonesia.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Hello everyone, welcome back to PMWI 2022. And remind you guys once again, you can play to win with the Sony Xperia 1.4, made in collaboration with professional esports players, so you guys can have your best performance when it comes to playing. Here's some PUBG Mobile, which fun enough is actually an official smartphone partner as well of PUBG Mobile. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host. We're going to bring our analysts once again yet in as we have our fourth match done of the day, gentlemen. We're going to be heading into match 5 in a little bit of time. We finally have some time to talk, to relax, to kind of recap what's happened throughout the day, but we're going to start things off by taking a look at our STC match rankings, so you get an idea of how many points the teams did score here in this last match.
Yes, already.
What's wrong, Max? What's wrong, Max?
Why
are you laughing?
Okay, no, it's fine. You can see on camera as whatever. Yeah, RSG would actually get himself their second chicken dinner here. The first team to actually get himself 2 chicken dinners today.
It's huge.
It's huge for them actually because, like, as you already mentioned a few times, right there, are having to make some really big changes from the PL into this tournament, and really taking that Longwood control with that, what was it, a 1-2-1 split. They had so much information coming their way, really gatekeeping all the teams from the south. Like, this is RSG in their key environment and really were able to perform.
I mean, RSG are becoming unhinged, almost even unbuttoned here. I mean, 27 points, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, they're going to burst out of control here, I think, when it comes to today. We have the 2 chicken dinners coming their way. I mean, they already burst from yesterday into today, effectively. If you think about how we saw them playing things yesterday, they really did look a little bit lackluster, a little bit out, almost to a certain degree out of their depth. But it really feels like they walked away from yesterday with things that they wanted to kind of adjust, slightly improve, tweak the knobs just a little bit. And then from that point onwards, you know, the VOD review must have come in here for them. 27 points, another big heavy hitter on the board. RSG's coming for some of those top spots.
I feel like I called them out at the start of the day as well, if I'm not mistaken, saying they're just really not living up to expectations when it comes to Chinese teams. They're like, you know what, Jason Kaplan, Jay Kaplan over on Instagram, I'm going to prove you wrong.
Right. I think you called out a lot of the teams actually that did struggle yesterday, right? You said you can't have 2 bad days, and actually that's why we're seeing teams like Wildcats also that has once again got like a double-digit game once more. Like the Wildcats have really been able to find like some really good presence, and their aggressive nature in particular. I would love to see like their player stats later on and how they've been performing individually, because the entire team makes it really fun the game. And I think that here they found like their groove, and if they can stay on this stance, there's a chance they could potentially get into the top 5.
Yeah, and you know what? Games do become easier when you have a sponsor like MasterCard here backing the G8 and PMWI 2022. So big shout out to them to make sure this event is happening for all of you to enjoy at home. But we're enjoying it the most because we're here at the event. We're with the lads. We're sitting here having a great time getting to watch the matches. And the players, well, at least some of them are having a great time here. If you're doing well, you're probably having a fantastic time. But let's actually take a look at our Sony highlights here and maybe start to break down maybe some of the fights or talk about some of our highlights as well in this last match, because REGAN.S is on a tear today. Question is, can a team stop them?
True. Rough circle to work with. Barriers that you have to deal with. Longwoods, you've already mentioned it. REGAN.S actually had themselves that 1-2-1 split across it. Likewise, aside from that, once that circle shifts, you saw a lot of teams migrate down to the southeast beyond Ferry Pier to try and gain themselves some kind of hold on a position to play from, because gas station's not too bad to play from. It's a nice path in towards those long woods, but then even beyond that, you've got the road down there, then you've got the beach. You can't really be playing those areas. So even though you get that circle shift come along, it's actually sealing off a lot of area people can play.
Yeah, and you can even see the fight that RSG took versus Virtual Gaming Squad, right? They were just making sure we clear all the teams from the southern edge away from Longwood. Once you've done that, your only focus is that compound ahead of you, and you can just go for the push. I think Flower C got a little bit scared at the end. They just pushed on one of the players with a molly in hand. That was a weird interaction, but they still came on top at the end.
I feel like I heard the little Metal Gear Solid bling as he comes around the corner with no weapon in hand. What am I going to do? He's right there. So he did a little shimmy backwards. Tough.
I don't know what you two are doing today. I don't know. Like, did you guys have a lot of coffee? Because you got both of you dancing on here. I love it.
I'm excited. He's excited. Come on, Jason.
You know what I'm excited about?
The next sponsor?
I am excited about the next sponsor. Thank you so much for queuing me on this
one. No problem.
A big shout out to DenizBank as well. Another. Oh, you know what? We could make that happen. Maxman, we're going to have you do all the sponsor callouts from now on. Thank you so much for volunteering for that one. But thank you again, obviously, to DenizBank for making this one happen. You guys at home, we still have another event happening for you guys where you can change your profile picture, whether it's on Instagram, Facebook, whatever, to your favorite team. And make sure you guys go post on the official channels here for PUBG Mobile Esports, and you have a chance to win some sweet prizes, maybe even a phone. I'm not going to say how many are being given out, but hopefully I can get one. Maybe one of these. Actually, there are 4 of them. There's 3 of us. Rock, paper, scissors, we get the 4th. Not now. Not now. Because what we want to talk about, this segment is all about us. We want to talk about quite a few different things. The first one we're going to be talking about is REGAN.S gaming yesterday versus today and their change up in performance. Let's get that on your guys' screen so you get an idea of how much better they've been able to improve. So this is obviously the left-hand side from day 1 from 6 matches. They played only 4, and they're at 5,000 matches, and they're almost up there on eliminations.
I think the important thing to take away from this is less so in terms of the damage. Obviously, you know, as those 2 games will develop from here point and out, they could quite easily, as I say, surpass that based on the fact 6 versus 4. But the fact that the healing is quite considerably lower overall at this point in time, it feels like they're taking fights, they're taking them fast, efficiently, and effectively. You saw that on Sanhok when they were able to absolutely decimate Stalwart early. By the way, still #1. And overall, every time we're seeing RSG rolling into these fights, they're executing them very quick.
Yeah, I have the impression that when you look at day one for RSG, you could see it as almost like a scrim technically, because now they had some VOD content to look back onto. They also had time to try it versus the teams and have a good idea of how the lobby was going to play out. So that first day was great for them to get the information. Now they're using that information and applying it to get those 2 wins today, and I think they're going to keep speeding up the process.
Yeah.
We still have a couple of other teams we wanted to touch on. Damwon Kia. Again, we saw them in third place at saw them win PMGC East League. We were expecting a lot out of them, and we were unfortunately left with a lot to be desired after day one. But look at this. They've already surpassed themselves in eliminations and damage in these 4 matches.
Did they heal on Sanhok yesterday and not heal this time? That's what those numbers look like.
But I have the impression for Damwon in particular, even though they are trying to speed up their rotations, they just can't get access to their positions. Like they're trying to get there, but they just lose players mid-rotation. That's what 18 team lobby does, right? You just can't get to a position you really have to rotate for to have your 4-man crew.
They've been moving faster today, though, right, as a whole. Like,
Definitely,
we've watched them move faster today. That has kind of translated into a little bit of extra damage, even across the 4 games compared to the 6. That's translated into a few more eliminations as well. But I'm sure you agree with this, we believe Damwon Kia to be a slow and steady team across a long-form tournament, not necessarily one of these sprints where you really have to be on the point very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we really saw during the league east of PMGC last year, right, that they struggled initially, but then every week they would just do better and better. The average points would keep increasing. Then you had, of course, the final week. They would win it and go right into the finals. So I think that this is maybe not where they excel, but we could be surprised. There's still some room for improvements for them, and we still have pretty much a little bit less than half of the tournament going on here.
All right, well, we do have our 5th match almost ready to go. You can see Miramar being loaded up on the players' phones. We have 50 seconds until we get underway with this one, so it's going to be exciting to see if some teams will continue to perform well here, like REGAN.S, who've been able to get themselves 2 wins on the day. Just imagine a world that exists. If they get themselves a 3rd, I think James and Max might have to rethink about Stalwart being the top dog here in the lobby. But speaking of top dogs, we got to bring in our commentators with John Allen and Blink.
You hear that? We're top dogs. Thank you very much, Jason. I'm just being complimented every single game. I'm enjoying this. I'm having a good time. Blank, are you having a good time?
I'm having a good time. I'm here. I'm having a good time. RSG, 106 points. They're having a beautiful time currently today. 106 points, just behind Team Falcons of 108, but Stalwart still looking strong at the top, 125 points. Only 23 points, only 3 points more than their previous game. 23 points. That would have been a good game on Erangel. Unfortunately, they just were not able to weather the storm. They did come from a very difficult location though, but here on Miramar, there's a lot more space to be working with, and the playing path, you can't see it yet, but I'll tell you right now, it's relatively kind.
It's slap bang down the middle, right? All the way from south middle. There's no real landmarks, or no settlements certainly over there. I guess the east end of Los Chicos Islands, all the way up to La Cobreria, just a little bit further east of it. Slap bang down the middle of the Miramar map, as we will split it in 2. The plane into the sky once more. It's Miramar, Game 5.
You know, today, Lightning has achieved 17 eliminations, and also from last game going from 1,800 to 2,800 damage total. Almost 2,900, so that was almost a 1,100 damage game, last one for Lightning himself. So REGAN.S, you know, I don't want to say they're relying on him, because I do think the rest of the team was doing some really, really good stuff. But you can see Lightning's now only 3 elims behind Action with 27. So Stalwart, I think this is a game where, you know, they would love to really get moving, because this is a game where REGAN.S could technically make the catch-up.
Double pump the clutch, shift that gear, get on up in their racing form. That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
No more slow and steady. As James said, it's the sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is the point where, you know, you're past halfway. Really, you can start to see that finish line off in the distance. You know, it's coming into view. You're looking behind you. You're trying to see if anyone's tailgating you, if anyone's on the side. And you've got to make that fast sprint. But at this point in time, it's the question of which teams still have that breath to keep going. Who still has that absolute gumption to make it to the end?
That's right. I mean, if anyone knows about getting into gear, it's going to be Kylaris, isn't it? You know?
Oh, yeah.
I heard, you know, he was the 200cc Bradford go-kart champion.
He was, actually. You know, that was I come from the same area as him, and that is a famed notion. You know, they actually have it up in the local go-karting arena. He's right at the top. There's a little sticker with his name on it, and no one has yet to beat his record.
And whenever he goes back home to Bradford, back to his hometown, he can't move for being stopped. Everyone's like, 1998.
Yeah.
Champion.
People are absolutely going wild about them. As the same with Falcons, Stalwart, as well as REGAN.S today. All these teams absolutely going hog wild. They are making it happen, and I think that this is what needs to happen for them. I would say for Stalwart Esports, it is a case where their consistency has been really their highlight points, and, you know, for other teams like REGAN.S who have really come in today looking extremely strong, you know, the big question for them is, can they continue that into tomorrow, or even for the last 2 matches of today? Because if we know anything about Stalwart, is that they are just steady pumping those points into the mainstream. So we'll see what they can get done. On our screen, though, we do have the PMWI Watch Together. You need to complete some daily missions to earn those points in the first place. But once you have enough of those points accumulated, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
You could participate in the event solo or team up with other players. Both are totally fine, but a team up could get the reward a little bit easier.
That's absolutely right. And for the live stream going on, you know, we do have an offline event here, so we've got everyone here at the event. But if you're at home watching us, if we reach 100 million live watching, then everyone can get items in the 2022 PMWI Lucky Crate, and that is a maximum of 1 award per user, and I'm sure we can make that happen.
Yeah, so make sure you visit the in-game 2022 PMWI Watch Together area. And the event every day will be on from the 11th. Of course, it's now 2 days into the event. We're on our 2nd day. You can check out all the information there in-game.
We can still make it. Box in Picado. Box currently in Picado at the moment.
I'm going to make it.
He's going to make it. TJB currently just trying to loot around the outskirts of Picado with VIVO keyed up towards Power Grid. Just looking down, Stalwart just underneath Hacienda del Patron. You know, they do like to hit up Power Grid from time to time, but San Martin also a viable position for that team. But this is relatively central for them. They also have a lot of this ridgeline to play around with, get a lot of information early. We've seen them send players up onto the top of mountains, in fact, to scout downwards, and they've had a lot of success with that. There are teams like a Virtual Gaming Squad currently down in Puerto Paraíso, just playing, splashing on the beach side, as well as 52 Esports coming up from prison. These two teams are a little bit out of the way, but I'm sure they'll be able to make their way in.
TJB, Shao takes a little bit of damage. Box jousting out towards them. But the tilt will have to be reset back towards one another. They aren't going to find the knocks just yet. And of course, it's early doors, so still picking up with those weapons, still picking up those meds to make sure they're at full force. Although that was a level 3 helmet, I think a med kit as well being popped. That's a lot of loot.
Yeah, I think the med kit's being popped here just because, you know, they don't, I think with players like TJB being so close quarters with them right now, there's no reason not to pop the med kit. They're getting prepared for the ensuing fight. TJB are right on their borders and they don't have to move. So I think Box do absolutely need to prepare for other teams coming this way down towards Picado. Already, VIVO keyed are to the north of them, coming into those like foothills just above Picado. So Box very much boxed in at the moment, with REGAN.S also moving down towards their southeastern side. So, you know, Picado could be a real playground at the moment, and one where you scuff your shins and cry.
Is that what happens when you scuff your shins?
Yes, every time.
Weeping.
It's very painful.
Do you know what?
I thought you were going to call me weak instead of weeping.
That's what you said. You cried.
Yeah, I thought your weeping was not going to be weeping.
Oh, I see.
I
yeah,
it was going to be weak.
Yeah. You have weak shins.
Yeah, the direction we were going was quite scary for me. I was
it's
like,
okay.
I don't want to be called weak live on air. That would be very sad.
You're not weak. You're strong for being in touch with your emotions about your shins.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I'm not ashamed to admit it. Sometimes you fall, but the important thing, Bruce, is that you get back up.
What is that? I don't know what that's from.
Really?
Why'd you say Bruce? Who's Bruce?
Oh my God, it's okay. Anyway,
Bruce
everyone
Forsyth.
No, everyone at home that did
Has he
understand
fallen
that
over?
reference, I respect you all, and I hope that you have a good time wearing those capes. But we do have some superheroes of our own in these lobbies. With REGAN.S Gaming, Lightning absolutely taking things out of control at the moment, doing fantastic stuff. Xiao still just on that western side, but now Tongjibao will have to start dealing with the likes of VIVO, Keed, as well as back-to-back. Box have been able to, just keep quiet, keep it calm inside that compound, and now REGAN starting to move away towards more Los Leones.
Back-to-back. They're staying alive for the moment. They haven't had the best of tournaments so far, and we are beyond halfway, as we've touched on now. In 18th place, not where you want to be finishing. The point difference, though, towards the bottom of the table's surmountable. 3 points up towards Aton Esports. Another extra 1 point above that is Team Seoul. So there are places that they can ladder up. It's, as well, a race for top 12 to try and get invited to that after party, because there's a lot of money on the line there.
Top 6, yeah. Top 6 going through. We already have 6.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We have 6 teams already directly qualified into that after party. But 6 teams will be chosen here. So currently our 6 teams, if we ended the tournament right now, Lin, get away. This is ambitious shots from Kadrian. But if we ended the tournament right now, it would be Nigma Galaxy, Wildcats, Vampire Esports, REGAN.S, Team Falcons, as well as Stalwart Esports making it their way through to the after party. On top of that, there really is a lot of money on the line in the PMWI, other than just getting through to the after party to maybe potentially earn some of that $1 million prize pool on that side. It's 2 million here in the PMWI, so a lot to play for here, John.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, though, the glory of being PMWI champion, I think, has to be on everyone's minds. Next circle just about to pop. We've had the first one centering around Power Grid and Picardo. We'll see where the next one falls as well. You can see the scoreboard on that left-hand side of your screens right now. 125 for Stalwart Esports, but there's that group of 3 teams just below them. Falcons, REGAN.S Gaming, and Vampire Esports, all very, very close. At the moment, the momentum is there for REGAN.S, and Team Falcons have been pulling that out consistency. I'm worried for Vampire Esports in terms of upkeep.
Yeah, this is some real chasers, but I will say that you're 100% right. Vampire Esports, they have been starting to slow here just a little bit. Bended knee, just tying the shoelaces once again and getting back up again and keep on running. That's what Vampire Esports need to do. And I think there was a really great question from Max at the beginning of the day on Des for Sertani, which I thought that he answered very adeptly, to be honest with you, talking about, are they going to change anything on Sanhok? And Vampire Esports, they just really didn't, and were locked in combat with the guys from TJB. Both teams suffered because of it, but it was Tongjibao that actually made it to the circle and got themselves a few points. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, they really stagnated there on that map.
I mean, that is true, but because of the way that the healing works in Sanhok, it was actually Vampire who lasted longer than TJB in the Sanhok, although the TJB got a lot more elimination points for their movements.
Yeah, 100%. So I do think that potentially there could be some changes made for Vampire Esports coming into tomorrow and try and get a bit of that fire back from day one, in which case their match one was just an unheard of opening here in an inter-regional tournament. So really, really well done to them. But I want to see some of the same, because Stone from the team absolutely killing it in terms of statistics at the moment, but not quite there yet. Back-to-back, taking some warning shots at the moment. Circle heads up towards the northern side, John.
Up to the north. Not too many teams left out in the cold blue. We've got Virtual Gaming Squad on the south side, near Chumasero, just out to the east of it at the moment. No one really nearby. You've got Aton Esports out to the west and down one Kia in Monte Nuevo. And then 52 coming up that western road. But at the moment, Nigma Galaxy clashing with back-to-back Freak. Still alive somehow. J7 goes down out in no man's land there between the 2 teams. The ridge line can be suppressed, and there's a timer on J7 getting back up. Pomodi wants the challenge, but neither player really landing too much there. Freak repositions to back up the teammate.
Mini 14 off in the distance. Modi knows he needs to be careful lest his head gets taken off there. But with the level 3 vest and helmet, you know, he's fairly healthy right now. Freak, though, coming through with the squeaky clean peaks there on his side. Freaky peaks, in fact. Lord trying to send over a nade towards the players from back-to-back. J7, like you said, on bended knee. But it is a little bit of no man land to cross here. Back-to-back certainly have the advantage in terms of that.
J-Way able to get some vengeance onto Freak. Gets the flush as well. Picking that up handedly. Lord wants to try and answer their throwables going on over those projectiles, trying to burn J-Way out of position, allow him to get into those crosshairs from the teammate. Back-to-back holding their own in this fight, just that little bit. 3 versus 3 right now. And it's even Stevens on the engagement.
Nigma Galaxy. A quick stock of where this team is, just the north side of Power Grid. Both teams very firmly in the circle. Ralph, very far behind the rest of the team, looking over towards Damwon Kia, actually, who are just the north of Ralph himself. They're looking to make their way in. Next circle shift, so extremely central with a road bisecting this one. Stalwart currently in San Martin. They're going to be chilling here, but it's TJB who've rocked up on box, who have had to move from Picardo.
Break is taken down as TJB try and swell past their defenses. Around the headland, Tinksker able to stay alive, pops a bandage at 2. Bensu trying to hold that door frame, but the teammates are falling, and Box are down to 2 to hold. TJB with only 2 on this forefront, but backup is arriving on the sidelines. They are looking for that off angle. Can it be dismounted? There's a crucial knock from the Molotov from Bensu. Finds Tinksker, but that's the side swipe that they were looking for. Hang on a minute. No, it's coming from Virtual Gaming Squad. The spray down is good, and TJB have been handed a lifeline to get Tinksker back to his feet.
Virtual Gaming Squad have just been hovering around on this ridge side of Picardo. They didn't quite go down all the way into Picardo, just stuck around on these foothills, and it worked out very well. GK first, though. Beautiful grenade over the top, takes down Trisme and Box Gaming. They are done. TJB, though, now setting their sights over towards Virtual Gaming Squad, who are rocking up to finish the job that Box started.
Xiao Hai is behind the hay bale there. On the broadside of that warehouse, it's such a dangerous position to be in against a team that has that ridgeline. You can see what a shooting gallery it is. It's so hard to move. You need those smokes. And undercover of the SLR, a player from Virtual Gaming Squad has managed to move up. That's one shot on the breach now. As the smokes start to bloom, that's what they need to put down to be able to have a little bit of mobility, maybe even evacuate out the back. But Virtual Gaming Squad have players there as well. It's difficult.
TJB crunched here, no vehicles, but Virtual Gaming Squad still holds some buggies, so their rotations have been very, very speedy. You see Gaddafi already coming up to the side of the wall. Nade goes through. It's Xiao taking a fair bunch of damage, just has to hit another first aid kit, and they're already going into the blue here. iShot pulls the trigger.
And they will have backup as well, a 1-2 swing. Very, very nice stuff, but the spray down from Tinksker is good for 1. Looking for more, Gaddafi around the corner, and he finds another. Tinksker stays alive for TJB, potentially looking for that res as well. They're going to have to be quick about it. As Xiao crawls for cover, 2 players from Virtual Gaming Squad taken down. Tinksker holds his own. TJB going to be proud of that.
Alphalugi just sends off into the distance. Tinksker takes down both of the players. Really, really good contest there. And now GK First picks himself up a vehicle. I don't think Alphalugi spotted him just yet. He's swinging all the way round to the top side to the other player from Virtual Gaming Squad. He's getting shot by GK First here. Will he take down Alphalugi? He can't quite get out of the way, but he might be able to take down the buggy.
And not only that, he gives time to his teammates. He allows Xiao to get some healing on, but there's another off angle as well. Tinksker spotted on the hillside, and Virtual Gaming Squad are giving as good as they get.
That's Tinksker going down to the blue as well. Bled out just too many times. GK First trying to do some solo shenanigans. In the meantime, it's REGAN.S Gaming. Absolutely doing some very, very good work over towards Vampire Esports. Some of the players have made it ahead, though, and one player from REGAN.S is down on the ground. It is Flower, who will be picking up right now.
Trying to stay alive. Vampire Esports, 2 players now left. Shreps and Ravenclaw. Pretty much any duo from this squad can absolutely frag out their minds. And they are still, I believe, one of, if not the highest elimination count team. 64 elims so far before this game. Higher than everyone else right now for Vampire Esports. They have absolutely been fragging out their minds. A lot of that as well, you kind of have to remember, is that game 1 that we saw yesterday. It was 24 elims coming through from that game. That's about a third of their total kill count.
Still doing really well. Kill switch though, runs up to the building. The VIVO Key's taken down, will be taken out here. The rest of VIVO Key trying to move up, but it's Polo that sees the run-in, jumps out the vehicle, sends out the windshield.
There's only one player left for VIVO Keyed. Is Polo going to be able to hold out 1 versus 4? VIVO Keyed for Brazil trying to take down this thorn in their side. In Polo, the Lone Ranger from back-to-back. And Adrian's got him all the way on the swivel, giving them a whole do-si-do. And hopefully a dose of his own medicine as well. Adrian with the spray, it's good. Through the doorway, will be able to land it onto Polo. Unfortunately, they lose Diego, but they'll keep 3 up.
Yeah, this is really good. Be able to get both of those players back up off the floor. Virtual Gaming Squad will be still running with somewhat of a squad here.
This is a replay of the spray down from Tingsker that we saw earlier. TJB keeping things going, but they're down to 2 with one of them knocked, and that's an outside play zone knock as well. I think it's just GK first now. Going to be left in the fight for TJB after their trials that they face.
Stalwart took quite a while to move out from San Martin, but you know, moving up to this side, there's really not a lot of good areas to hold. It's very, very much covered in ditches, little ridge lines that you can play in, but not a lot of hard cover here. So it's kind of hide and seek for a lot of these teams at the moment.
Vampire Esports, both of these players, both of these remaining players for Vampire Esports on the same bike here. I wonder what they're going for. They're going to be rotating right next to GK First, who's the Lone Ranger there. Spray downs across the way. GK First hops out, and they have to duck for cover. An immediate right shift. Nice control there coming through from Ravenclaw to try and keep them alive down the hillside. They need to move fast. A crash is going to be a death sentence. This is a death run, and he's making it work. Up over the top. They might even have to come into contact with Downward Gaming, but no. Oh, they lose momentum, and Schweppes takes a tumble. Ravenclaw laid bare on the hillside. You're not going to get away with that. Aton take him down.
Serious action movie things right there from Ravenclaw, though, with player Schweppes on the back with the Uzi in hand. That was just incredible to watch. The fact that he caught the wheels twice coming off some awkward angles. I mean, I don't often compliment PUBG Mobile players on their ability to control the motorbike, but I have to compliment Ravenclaw there. Looking at the circle, though, heading hard down towards the southwest. This is a chance now for Damwon Kia to put up some big points. Now it's time to control the circle. They did that extremely well in their region, in their PMPL 2022 Spring Finals. Question is, can they do it here in the PMWI? They've got an insane position from Sung up top side, but it's Nigma Galaxy who are cowering underneath, or at least using these guys as just a little bit of protection.
Sprays from Damwon Kia over towards VIVO Keyed. We were looking a little bit at those that group of 3 teams at the start of this game, Blank. Team Falcons, REGAN.S Gaming, and Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports and REGAN.S Gaming have now gone down in this game, so they're not really going to be moving too far. The benchmark is going to be Team Falcons' performance to try and break away from that peloton behind Stalwart Esports and try and make that catch. Team Soul, shots over towards 4 rivals, working out.
Good stuff. Goblin actually gets the explode on the vehicle there. Will take down one of the players. Morph coming head-to-head with Stalwart at the moment. We do get a replay, though, from Team Falcon taking down the final member of REGAN.S. Just want to check out what's happening here. Stalwart versus Morph. Nice nade. 2 players down, though, John. Just top in action. The 2 big fraggers from the team.
And Team Soul here for the third party. They spot the back of Stalwart, and they will not waste any time there. Morph pick Rocky back up, and he'll be in for round 2. Scry out in the circle. Not going to be resable here. Frenzy looking for some oversight into the buggy. Both of these players make the mad dash. Top takes a tickle. Not the tumble just yet, though.
Oh my goodness.
Races across the open land. We've seen this happen before, and we've seen how it goes. Top really in danger now. Does go down, but Action sails away and might live to fight another day.
Action so far, currently with the highest survival time coming through from Stalwart. But this is, I think, the difference between Stalwart and REGAN.S. REGAN.S, yeah, they've been given some good circles so far, and they've been able to hold in those circles, had some really good fragging power, but it's Team Soul moving up towards USG, who had to get laywayed on the road.
DBS in hand, they're trying to hold off, but it will be dismounted on a 1-for-1 trade. USG Donuts looking to hold off with the M249 around the side, but that's dispatched as well. It's another 1-for-1 trade, but there's an off angle. They find a little bit more. Goblin and Omega now, the 2 players for Team Soul, and they are going to have to try and stay alive.
Morph.
And Morph is in. Rocky strikes from the top rope, looking to try and spoil their day, and more damage pours in towards the Donuts USG squad, and they cannot weather the storm. Donuts USG eliminated.
But now Morph want to get a couple more elimination points here, potentially take on the team for Soul down the way. Morph looking for just a little bit more here. They know they need more elimination points. They've only got pretty much one more day to go after the next match, the final match of the day. Rocky, though, just tries to keep his teammates up in action. 52 Esports, though, it is Wildcats harassing them.
Pushing through, Daku. Holding an angle at the back, low HP, maybe looking to pop a heal or two, no. Instead, UMP in hand, tries to stay alive, pushes in, wants to go a little bit aggressive, give him the swivel, and looks pretty good there. Actually, hang on a minute, that was... Who was that? Was that Damwon here coming in for the third party as well? Daku somehow stays alive. A little bit of meds, and Defoe goes down. Damwon Kia come through and take down the Wildcats as they try and push onto Daku.
Damwon just has such good sightlines here. Forest, as well as Sung, off in the distance. These two guys, 2 peas in a pod, honestly. They work very well together in their region. And now they're trying to control these sightlines. They'll remain on top of this mountain for as long as possible. Will Sung and Omba. Junie and Forresto looking to clear out their angles. Oh my. Oh dear.
When it works, it works. Don't question the method if the results work out. Adrian trying to hold on around the foothills of this mountain. Team Soul, with that mad crash, pick up a whole host of elimination points. They're up to 8 now, Blank.
8 eliminations in this game with 3 players still in it. Stalwart really being the only player in their sightlines as they move along the underside of this ridge. You can see Goblin tries to take shots over towards him. He's in the smoke. It's only a matter of time here.
Action under fire in the smoke. Somehow does stay alive, but the nade is not going to be so kind. Dropping that damage in. That's a bombardment and a half, but Action still has that sliver. He's running away, looking for the challenge, but that's not going to go well. Akshat does find the mark. Morph puts a nade down and sees to try and slow Soul out, but they are going to push on up. 3 players alive, 3 players for Morph. It's found onto Zay, but not going to get that knock just yet. Putting him in that shack, though, and maybe he's going to have to stay there.
Damwon Kia start to spike out, but it's VIVO, Keed, Adrian taking down Junie here. So now they're down to just 3 players. A little bit unresable for Junie at the moment. If I remember correctly, he was one of the players up towards the off angles. Oh. Now Omba down, just Forest. Goodness me, Damwon Kia. It looked on set for a winner-winner chicken dinner here, but their chances have been dashed. Can they get these players back up in action? Sung, massive oversight still.
Yeah, needs to hold that position. Sung is now their only lifeline, unless they can get big reses. Soul mount the offensive. They know Damwon Kia has been shredded, and they will go 1-for-1. The trade in the back line as well. Here come Damwon Kia. This is Sung. He's spoiling everything for basically everyone. Akshat needs to get this res. They're right on the edge of the blue. Morph put a nade in the right place, and it's game over. It's curtains for Soul, and Zay might just be able to do it. That is Team Soul down.
Morph still in this one. It was pricey, but Sung has bought time for the rest of the team. It's going to be difficult for him to get down from this position, but now it all lays on the back of these players that are currently not in the greatest positions. Morph still has a shack to play around with, but it's VIVO Key, surprisingly. They get into the circle. Damwon Kia, they need to stretch back over towards Sung at the moment. But he really does need to stay alive now. He's done his best, but his job is just to live on top of this mountain.
There is no way for VIVO Key to retreat from this fight with Morph. It's coming, and they cannot stop it. Damwon Kia are going to allow it, well, should allow it to happen. See what they can pick up in terms of the pieces. Sung, once that team Morph is taken down, can just start bobbling nades into VIVO Key's lap.
Damwon rock up in the party bus here. It's defensive, and they're sending right in the charger.
They don't want to wait, it seems. They are absolutely game for it. But over the top, here comes Morph. Those sightlines being suppressed. Adrian looks for the challenge and wins it out against Junie. Gets the knock, wants the flush, but won't quite be able to find it. There's a ridgeline there for the time being, but the blue zone is encroaching. Where are Morph in this fight? Adrian has been allowed so much free reign to just shoot and take down Damwon-Kia around the side as well. The MK14 rages damage in, but it's not going to be enough. There's the nade over the back, and the challenge from the DBS is good. This is the Korean specialty, the shotgun at close range.
That's right, it is the DBS Korean. And they're coming in clutch with that one. You're loving to see the meta from that region sneak into the inter-regional dynamic. Now it's Morph, Frenzy.
Without Sung as well, he got taken down in the meantime. It's 2 versus 2. It's an even fight here. Damwon Gaming have just come off the back of an engagement, so they might be a little bit lacking, but the health bars aren't super great for Morph either. The off angles are great though.
Still, DBS in hand, going in with it. Drops around the corner. It's perfect. There's the knock. Can they find one more?
Oh, they're looking for it, and it's Damwon-Kia to take it down. Excellent play there with the DBS. An elation from Forest. Beautiful stuff from the Korean squad.
Shotgun shells in their pockets and a chicken dinner in the other. What a good performance there from Damwon-Kia. And really, really clinical in those last moments. Sung, though, even though he wasn't there in those final moments, definitely the key player from that team. Damwon-Kia, goodness me, they have just been making it happen today. Yes, yesterday was not great, but, you know, they had a lot of fear yesterday. But today, they were like, we're going to face that. We're going straight towards the central of these circles. We're going to take those high priority zones, and we're going to run with it.
Yeah, on the desk, they were talking about how they didn't really see Damwon-Kia as one of these big sprint team. They saw them more as these consistent, reliable squads. But that was an excellent game from them to prove that they deserve to be here in the PMWI. We'll see more from them after the break.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses. Awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي أنا ملخصها في سطور. بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده أنا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الأول وبعدين نتكلم نعيد من الأول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي عشان فاهمين السين سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
I am back for the PMWI 2022. Quick shout out here to Savvy Gaming Group to make sure this event is possible. Without our sponsors, we could not be here today, and we would have missed seeing Damwon Kia take home a chicken dinner in match number 5. I'm still your host, Jason Kaplan, with my fancy analysis, Maxman, and Kalaris. I'm not going to keep building you up more than that. That's all you get.
We are the analysis.
We are.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because we don't need to analyze anything from that game other than the fact there was a DBS at the finals and it was doing work, and I'm so happy.
I think Damwon Kia turned that winner chicken dinner into a winner chicken nuggets. Let's take a look at our STC match rankings and see how many points they did get for themselves. 25 coming in. Again, I called out Damwon earlier on today, and they have been shining just like REGAN.S, though not necessarily in this match.
Yeah, Sung was also in such a good position, right? He was just up top, that little mountain, you could call it, really, and getting all the information for the team, raining names down from down below also for a lot of the time, making sure he's clearing space for his team. And then now the 3-man split down below, moving. He was like basically like the god of the team, directing them. And putting like
Sauron.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it fortifies what we were saying about Damwon Kia for quite a while now in terms of they're a positional team, but they're also playing with the information heavily here. Having Sung there as the eye to not only be able to fire down or drop a utility on where it needs to be, just the info alone is such an important tool to have when you know, okay, this team is this far away. This team is actually underneath me at the moment. You guys need to be able to displace them, etc. It's such important play.
Such important play, and we'll probably see some of those in the highlights. But before them, we're actually be talking about Aramco, another partner here at G8, the PMWI 2022, making sure this event is possible. But let's dive into our Sony highlights. Maybe we're actually going to get a nice little shot of Sun up on top of the mountain.
Oh. Yeah, we'll see.
I want to hear sound effect for every DBS shot that goes out, Kalaris.
I mean, there's only one you need, but yeah, when we get there, I'll give you some.
Actually, looking about this one, Seoul did have actually their best game so far in the tournament, right? They did get themselves... I don't remember exactly how many points they got, but they did make it relatively far, but the circle was not really to their advantage, so they did stumble a little bit towards the end. But there we go.
There it is! Oh, ka-chong, 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 ka-chong. Okay, that was just the one.
But the way he keeps switching between AKM, switch over when he closed the gap to the DBS, it was like perfectly executed.
Yeah, actually, memes aside, or memes aside, from all of this, you know, actually, you don't need all 4 members to have a full loadout in this game. Actually, holding on to a DBS, it's a very powerful gun in the late game, but oftentimes a lot of people are concerned about getting to the late game to begin with, so they don't actually run it. You see, especially in South Korea, a lot of teams actually running with DBSs, some shotguns, some pumpies, etc., and things like that. And
pumpies.
Yeah, the good old pumpy gun.
Oh, I love it.
And also a Saiga. But anyway, the point is the DBS, it's the best one. Take one with you.
I mean, we've seen a lot in PMPL Western Europe. We're seeing it quite a bit here today, of course, and the close quarter combat, like you've been mentioning, is ridiculous. You guys at home, we still have more contests for you guys to win some different things. We have the meme contest currently still going on, where you can check out the official channels for PUBG Mobile Esports over on Instagram and Facebook. But you can also post your own memes over on your own channels, and make sure to tag Esports PUBG Mobile in whatever social media platform it's going to be. But what is going to be happening right now is we have our 6th and final match of the day just about to get underway. You can see 50 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Erangel. We've had some newcomers rise to the ranks here today. I'm really curious to see, when we do get to the overall rankings at the end of the day, if some things have shifted up here. But with about 30 seconds left, Max, prediction, who's going to win?
I want to see Vampire get back on track. Like, they've been a little bit invisible today, so Vampire's the team I want to see.
All right. Kalaris?
Stalwart.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into the final match. It's all we needed. Short and sweet out of Kalaris, like he is indeed, as he steps down from his box. We're going to bring our commentators in, though, for the final match of our second day, which means we have 6 matches left to go tomorrow to decide who our winners will be, taking on that $500,000 first place prize, not to mention the top 5 spots go into the after-party showdown. We're going to throw it over to our commentators now to kick this one off. As the timer goes down to 0, John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Oh, on the money, Jason, with the timing. That is the mark of an excellent host. This guy, honestly, he just makes my life so easy.
Yeah, he's like a professional stopwatch. It is amazing. I love it. You stop being mean to him right now. You were just so nice to him. Coming across from the middle of basically North and South George, all the way through to Prison / Lipovka is the plane path. I do like to spoil the plane path for you guys at home because you know, I like to prepare you guys. I like to prepare you guys nice and early for what's to come here in the future for the PMWI, and you can see it right now, but you can also see the points and the scoring. Team Falcons actually making a little play in here, heading up to 111 points, RSG 110, just 1 point behind. Goodness me, they're itching to grab that second place spot. But in the meantime, with that win, Damwon Kiev shot themselves up into 6th place with 87 points.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. I mean, Team Falcons were 2 points ahead of REGAN.S Gaming in second place before that last game, so that gap has closed by 1 point. It's so close in second and third.
It's an itch they can't scratch right now.
It just seems like, yeah, they're holding on though. They are still there for Team Falcons. Good stuff. But it is, as they're talking about, as we were talking about, Vampire Esports slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, I think the desk, I think Maxman particularly wants to see Vampire Esports start to make some waves again, and I'd love to see that too, because that absolute tsunami they brought on the first day in match 1 was unbelievably good, but right now we're just not seeing the same thing. Wave, though, still in the top Netherlands with 4, Action just behind him with 4 as well. That guy is basically in every single of one of these, other than this, with top taking 375 meters. But Hector from Team Sol, good as me. 396 meters on that one. Good stuff.
Very nice. Good to be able to pick that one up. An Eastern Circle pops for us, and we are going to be heading over towards the Yasnaya Fields, towards Mansion Lipovka, if VGS are lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I think VGS are pretty happy right now. Everyone has to get their day in the limelight, and I think for VGS, this is certainly it. Usually, their secondary drop is over towards Severny, but they've been kind of jumping around various spots on the map. But Lipovka is their primary, so being able to get here with that plane path, beautiful stuff for them. 52 Esports head up towards Stalbur. Down 1. Still in app/school in USG, still holding it down in Rozhok. Now, this is one of those games where RSG could technically start to branch out just a little bit. Erangel seems to be where they have some very, very good matches of theirs. They're currently on a very heavy split. I would call this a kind of a Chinese split, to be honest with you, over towards Shelter, all the way across to where USG is currently rotating from, making a very early rotate over in Rozhok. So, you know, they're taking a lot of landmass at the moment, just going for those scouts early on. If they lose a player, though, that's when it starts to become a little bit of an issue.
A nice extra vehicle spawn there for Scry to be able to hop over to the buggy as Stalwart cross the bridge down to Novo. They will have to recross back northwards after this in just a moment. I imagine that back-to-back should have scouted that Stalwart are doing this. They should have seen those parachutes drop down to their south, and they might know to hold the bridge if they want to go that far, because holding the bridge is a double-edged sword. It can be good to be able to block those teams from the south, but you lose ground to the teams from the north.
Yeah, pretty much so far, back-to-back has never held out Stalwart on their Nova Apnoia drop, which seems to be their preferred drop pretty much all the way through, and it has been in their spring finals, and I assume in their most recent matches. They can absolutely do this over on this map as well. Nova Apnoia, they just outclass it every single time, like Kale keeps saying over on the desk. They're able to make this position work because they are so good as a team. And honestly, if you want to keep watching all these teams together with us, you can with the PMWI Watch Together, and you can complete some daily missions to earn some points, and once enough of those points are accumulated, you can tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding rewarding game.
You can participate in the event solo or team up with other players, both totally fine, and if you team up, it could be a little bit easier to get the reward.
And if you were very, very observant, you might have seen in the bottom left corner a little gun skin coming through, as well as an outfit here. That sale period's on through from the 4th of August through to the 13th of August. That's 50% off PMWI packs. And you get the set straight away, get a set straight away, and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
Of course, that sale period will end on the 13th, but on the 14th until the 14th of August until the 15th of September, 16% off PMWI packs, and you get 6 chances of those to draw PMWI treasure chests.
I'm somewhat confused at what's going on here between these two teams. It's the Virtual Gaming Squad who have moved very, very quickly out of Lipovka over towards prison. DD's currently in prison, literally locked in by Virtual Gaming Squad. The rest of REGAN.S are surrounding, but Yafoz, big off angle here, but he's just allowed Flower C to take out one of his teammates and then maybe even get away.
He has not been sat down. Look at this. It's the push down. RSG want more to do with this. Unfortunately, it's not going to go well at the start. Maybe looking for the trade on the swivel around the side. No, can't quite get it done. And that will be the M249. Just too many rounds to deal with. Lightning stays alive and lights them up beautifully. But the rest of his team potentially not so lucky. DD able to fade away behind some cover. Yeah, Flower with no contest on the back now. It's just going to be easy pickings. One shot, wants to push up, wants to challenge DD. He knows he's around this side. DD heads up rotation back to the wall gap. Will be able to play around it as well. One shot up to the position, goes out wide, doesn't win that trade, gets over the wall with a sweet little hop, skip and a jump, but unfortunately for him, DD too fast.
Goodness me, DD pulling the Rorschach and the prison here. Really, really well done to them with the Watchmen on the top side, just looking down out for him. REGAN.S make short work of the virtual gaming squad. And now they have full control over prison over on this eastern side. They do see, I don't think they will see just yet. They may have heard Aton Esports moving up from that eastern side up towards Lipovka.
Oh, a spin out there, but it's good for Cielo. Able to get one knock. Unfortunately, Goblin was absolutely on the turret there, and they should be able to get this res. Team Soul going 1-for-1 on knocks, but able to get that flush as well. Will slow them down, however.
I will say Goblin's been pretty effective for Team Soul at the moment. I've been very happy with him. Honestly, you know, you have a lot of long-standing names over in India, right? But I mean, Goblin has been doing some good stuff, and you know, relatively new, at least to me, as a player here on Seoul. Falcons over towards Yasnaya at the moment. Morph GGG right next to them. But with this kind of circle, there is real potential for Team Falcons in second place. Remember, still not yet been taken over. Not the most amazing of days, but still points to be had, as well as that 20-pointer over on Sanhok. So they are really reluctant to give up one of those top positions.
VIVO keyed 3 players, losing 1 to Team Soul. Moving in, they're trying to head out to the east. Currently just in the circle with Nigma Galaxy to their south. And they're going to be heading to the south side of school, south side of apartments. Just north of Potato Hill as well, using that nice smooth ground to be able to pass through into this eastern block.
Stalwart at the moment, down towards Nova Noya still. What a surprise. This team really does rotate in late, and that's absolutely fine for them. Recently, it's been a bit of a bother considering some of the hardships that they've had to deal with. Again, though, still getting towards those top positions is fantastic stuff for Stalwart. They're continuing to keep that point scoring machine going, and that's what it's all about. Vampire Esports rotating alongside Wildcats, who came up early from Sosnovka military base, so these dudes really do have to be careful here. Nigma Galaxy also coming down from Pachinki, but I doubt they'll be swaying into the path. But Wildcats just a little bit too fast for the guys from Vampire Esports. They're already ahead, waiting with a stake in hand.
4 players are alive for Vampire Esports, though. And the question is, what paths are they going to take once they get into this next circle? It's still going to be the first, and in a moment, the second circle ticking away at them. So their meds should be enough to sustain them for the time being. Keep them in the shade and try and truck on in.
Flower still up towards the top side. Now, he moved up to get a little bit of information just the west side of Lipovka, but on the other hand, you do have the rest of the team taking out at least one player in Polo, coming through from back to back. Action's still doing some ridiculous damage here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, what is that, 700 ahead of Lightning. Very, very cool stuff coming through from Action. Love to see it. The circle went up towards Yasnaya Polyana, so those fields will be absolutely crucial to be able to get some control over.
Falcons, though, from Yasnaya, this is a really good position for them, and you all are also in a great position. Through from the 4th of August through to the 13th, all users in the region of the top 3 teams, current Team Falcons in that one, they'll have a chance to win a prize, and it's a maximum of 1 award per user. REGAN.S, though, takes down another.
Looking to all this res as well to keep DD alive. Falcons in the middle of Yasnaya Polyana right now. Obviously getting quite a bit of home crowd support. They're going to have to fight off against Morph. just to be able to survive in this location. But on the east side, they've got some decent control over a lot of these teams, trying to prevent them from gaining any ground there.
Absolutely. I think the energy here must be so fantastic for Team Falcons, right? You know, and no matter what, I don't think any game can get you down with a crowd like that. Stalwart, though, finally coming into the circle. They made a speedy entrance here, currently taking some shots over towards Wildcats. I think this game is one where Stalwart really do need to pull up the socks here. This is time to make a big splash in the circle because, you know, they can only sustain themselves on those consistent points for so long. They do need to have some breakout games, especially in this 3-day format.
Wildcats do get away with it. Scry not able to land the spray on the ridgeline rotation there. 2 players for the Wildcats get away in the Dacia. Doot all the way out to the east now as they swing around the south side.
The Stalwart at least do send Wildcats back. Remember, these guys actually made their way on the western bridge very, very quickly past Vampire Esports, and somehow Stalwarts, they've leapfrogged them. Again, it's not too much of a wander up towards that eastern bridge for Stalwart from Nova Rybnoia, so for them, it's still pretty decent though to get into the circle. I think they understand that, you know, they can only play edge for so long, right? And they need to get a little bit into the circle first, then they can start to really make some big things happen by clearing those edges. But clearing those edges for a straight 15 minutes hasn't really been working out for them.
Hopefully, better luck in their future. Back to back with just Kill Switch left on the squad. Has managed to get into the middle of Yasnaya Poliana.
Yeah, I just seen that as well. He is really just holding it down there, right?
He's back to back with both Morph and Falcons right now.
Absolutely, a literal rock and a hard place. Not a good place to be at the moment for him. But still, Yasnaya is one of those places where there is a huge amount of buildings around it. With our next circle coming in, we'll see if he does have to move. He really doesn't want to move. He'll be very visible from both these teams. Dead center here, you can see on the map. Damwon, though, currently holding down towards the southwest of Yasna, and they do get the circle, so this could be another great game off the back of their Miramar, which was fantastic.
And another good game for Team Seoul over at Miramar as well. Pretty decent performance they had. A lot of eliminations, survived fairly late into it as well. Picked up a couple of points. They also get the shift. So we'll see what they can do with their wedge of the circle in the moments to come. At the moment, Box Gaming look like they want to encroach onto that territory. Team Seoul are grouped up just a little bit. So if Box establish this ridgeline, create off angles, Team Seoul could really struggle.
Still, the amount of teams that have headed east in this circle, and then we get one of those crackbacks on the circle here, where it really gives you a bit of that whiplash heading over towards Rozhok here. Vampire Esports were afraid to move a little bit too far over towards the east, considering they're not seeing too many teams. And I think that's a smart decision. You don't want to move too far that way, because you can kind of understand, with the scouting that you've done, you've not seen too many of the teams other than Wildcats. Most of the teams are already on that eastern side. So now they've got pick of the litter, basically holding 50% of the circle to themselves on that southwest edge. This is really good stuff, but it is going to be an absolute boxing ring, more like a wrestling ring with the amount of players that are going to be in this one on this eastern side.
Honestly, I'm thinking cage match at this point. It's not going to be pleasant.
Yeah,
that river cutting things down that lake as well, and the Yasnaya fields. Goodness me, yeah, you're right. It is.
It's brutal.
It's unpleasantness.
Yeah, it's real brutal here. Stalwart looked to go straight center, pick up the chair almost immediately. See what they can get done with it. I think at the moment, this is absolutely fine. I think that's the smart move from Stalwart here. They know they want to get as central as possible early in the game. I think they've been, like I said before, they've been struggling when they don't get that center. I think they have been unlucky with it, though, and it's the Stalwart's the type of team where I think that, you know, they get gifted some circles. It doesn't often happen because they're playing edge so much, but they get gifted some circles. They now have to take this approach where they send very, very central, or at least for a hot point on the map, because they're a type of team that I imagine, you know, if you have the circle to it, I don't think there's much you can do versus Stalwart.
Spray down onto the vehicle. to Aton. Up the hill, 52 trying to hold out in the showroom. Not going to have the best at luck at finding these angles just yet, but Aton not really taking this initiative because 52 Esports, they're outside of the zone, half of them anyway.
Yeah, 52 Esports have been struggling, and it's strange to see as well, considering their Stalwart start, right? They do move all the way over the top side, I think, to try and avoid some of these teams. But again, central circle here, heads up towards more for rivals. This does give a little bit of a chance to Falcons, who are trying to move in from the eastern side. Kill switch, not spotted yet over in Yasnaya, still keeping it real over there. REGAN.S, though, they've swung down south. I think they were expecting the circle to stay around this area of school and apartments. But now they'll be heading in from that southwest edge towards Vampire Esports as well as Stalwart. So 3 teams who I would say are very, very dangerous in a clash. You know, they could cause themselves some big problems.
Ralph bringing the vehicle a little bit closer. What have you seen?
Oh, sorry, REGAN.S have just like slipped through the net here somehow, straight into the circle itself.
Well, Stalwart are in the fight of their own as Akshat pushes on in. Action is down, has been knocked. Top fragger for the team, so a real difficult situation there. Akshat rolls on in, finds another. Team Seoul with their lead player at the moment doing absolute work. Akshat once more as well around the side. Pika looks to hold it down whilst they get the res onto Action. Damage through the window found. Looking for more as they push on in. Akshat, does he have the backup? The rest of Team Seoul need to be on the back heel here. Pushing in, and just in time, Goblin sends in through the door. Scry goes down. Top soon to follow. Pika on the back wall as Hector swings around wide. Pika falls. Excellent flank. Hector wants the back line, but it's Action coming through. Looking to storm back in for Team Stalwart. Omega needs to get into the fray now as Akshat once again left in a sticky spot around the bottom of the stairwell. Maybe looking to try and send this res is risky, but it looks like it might work. Action spots the push from Omega, and he's doing so much right now for the squad. Top fragger of this tournament so far, and he's got 3 players from Seoul to deal with. Cannot handle the pressure, and that is Team Seoul taking out Stalwart.
Goodness me, who would believe that? Team Seoul takes down first place Stalwart in a surprising turn of events there. And Team Seoul, after that last game on Miramar, seem to have got some of their confidence back. Their Goblins still a real force to be reckoned with. Now it's Lux trying to find some nades here, John.
On towards Donuts USG. Lux takes a little lick of damage there. These foxholes are deadly for nades. If you find one in, it's like a funnel towards the teammates holding on in there. Boran knows that. He's going to pop one in, try to find these Donuts USG players, 3 of them alive.
Omikun through the smoke, though, finds Defo. Has his infrared on there. Somehow. X-Ray not able to do the same despite the name. Now I'll be looking for something just a little bit more. Heads back over towards Defoe to try and pick him up. X-Ray, though, real good fragger for the team. Boran can maybe use a little bit of scouting, but it's USG making the run in.
Uh-oh, X-Ray goes down with a nice little over-the-lip push coming through, but Omikun wants to try and hold it down. Unfortunately for the Wildcats, their off angle was third-partied away by Nigma Galaxy, and that was go time. Donuts USG stay alive and take a good fight there.
This is his play from Goblin, you know. He was just darting around the house. Unfortunately, he did go down, but considering he was only 1 player before the rest of the team all rocked up into action, you know, that was some very, very good work, staying defensive for the rest of the team. And Team Seoul, goodness me, great stuff from them. They'll get 5 eliminations so far. Nigma Galaxy have been tearing up as well, apparently, with 6 elims. Next circle drops. It's on top of Morph. Down Monkey just underneath them. But Falcon, they're just in touching range of this circle. They are currently duking it out with VIVO keyed.
On the eastern side. Good news, by the way, is for Stalwart going down for REGAN.S Gaming, for Team Falcons, and for Vampire Esports as well. These are the 3 teams looking to try and chase down that gap. And when Stalwart have a bad game, you need to strike. At the moment, we're on board with Falcons, the home team here in Riyadh. They currently hold the Wizard Tower, popping nades and utility over towards one of the forward positions for VIVO keyed, the more northerly position.
Just boosting up here for them. Still a bit of a line, though. Difficult position to play going forward now, guys. Honestly, Morph's got a really, really good position. just so much field around this area. Yaz Field is so tough to play. Those hay bales, yeah, I know they may look penetrable with bullets, but they're not. A lot of times they do provide great cover, although it doesn't really look that way. Falcons looking to make their way in. Currently in the Wizard Tower. It's USG sending past them. USG have been so aggressive. It has been really, really interesting to see, considering, you know, in a lot of other like international tournaments, Japan has been that team that you would see take the widest rotations ever. But Donuts have just been taking a lot of these fights to the enemy teams. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, they've been getting some pretty decent results here and there. They've been able to pick up a couple of points for their trouble. A nice little change of pace for the region. RSG, with only Lightning standing now, suffering just a little bit. We said that they want to be looking to chase down Stalwart after they went down early, but with one player left, they might just be out of the race a little bit. Oh, Blanks just pointed to something.
Yeah. They currently have 11 eliminations. Yeah.
So I take that back.
Yeah, which is a good amount of points. You know, there is still potential for GZ to get up. Unfortunately, Lightning takes a nasty nade. There is another one over the top. It might just be enough, but it's too far. GZ currently crawling across, but with GK first off in the distance and Aton looking to finish the deal, they're going to be getting in the vehicle, maybe rolling back around again. GZ's definitely not getting out of this. Bruno looks towards the remaining player of REGAN.S. With that Bison in hand. Spots GK first, though. Oh, that's such a GK first thing to do.
No way. No way does he get that knock. He does get taken down in the meantime, but Bruno, I think that makes Bruno unresable, right?
Yeah.
They are very, very close to the edge of this circle. If Bruno can crawl in, maybe, but this zone is going to tick pretty hard. Might be almost impossible here. Center Texas spotted by Lightning, who shimmies on in, but in come 4 rivals. They're looking to play spoiler here. REGAN.S Gaming, they want 1 or 2 more elimination points. They don't want to go down here, but they do not have a choice. And it's Sook to put the final nail in.
Yeah, down one off in the distance, still holding a pretty decent compound, but it's Morph still. That fantastic position within the fields at the moment. Kill switch finally goes down somehow. I think that was 10th place for him. Gets quite far for his trouble. Nigma Galaxy, 4 players alive in the field. 7 eliminations alongside Team Falcons, down 1 Kia, and 52 Esports, the only other teams with 4 players still in this one.
The big team at this stage in terms of upsets for the final game of the day is still Team Falcons. 4 players alive, looking to try and chase that first place. They started with an 18-point difference from behind Team Stalwart, who got 1 point, so they need 19 points or more to be able to jump on up. Of course, the tiebreaker first is chicken dinners, so at the moment Stalwart do win that, unless Falcons win this one as well.
Powerful. Moving through the smoke there, sending in, but it's Morph who's just shooting down onto the bonnet here.
Oh dear. That's not good. That's bad for business. Donuts USG go down to a little run over, a 180 swivel out the car, but Falcons take a lot of damage on their crossing. Luckily, all 4 of them stay alive. Can they weather the storm? Looking to try and pepper their back as they push on through. It looks like they might have found that cover that they were looking for. Team Seoul eliminated on that south side. A pretty decent run for them, taking down tournament leaders right now, but they will not go any further.
Vampire Esports coming in, though, with some nades along the way. They're right behind Falcon Esports. They're sending some more in over towards them. Stone takes shots over towards Nigma Galaxy. Goodness me, Vampire Esports, they have been pretty silent so far. Currently with only 2 players. Gets 1 a limb. Jumper spotted by Junie.
Silent but deadly, seemingly, in pretty much any situation. You need to be worried about them. And right now, the circle pushing everyone on that eastern side further in. That's going to burn. That's going to sting. Schweppes, has he avoided that? That is very, very fortunate there. Junie, though, looking to maybe not make the same mistake twice. That nade, the last one, seemingly, HE. And that one's going to land on the money. 3 points.
Really well done from Junie there. He throws a Molotov over the top. He's like, how has that guy not been burnt alive? He is purely inflammable, wearing some kind of next-level tech outfit. But the grenade does more than enough. Powerful. Shooting over towards Nigma Galaxy. Knows there's players over there.
Putting bullets down range, suppressing Ralph's position. Should have bled out. Should have been able to pick that one up. But Ralph is playing super slow and steady. Turtling it out. Gave it a little shimmy. Hopefully that didn't give the noise cue away.
Check round.
They don't know. Please check the buggy.
Check round.
Oh, never alone. Please check the buggy. Oh, you've got to spot him. This could be so unfortunate. Okay, Powerful must see it. Okay, crisis averted.
Goodness me. Powerful, honestly, coming in clutch there for the team. Smartest player alive, honestly, at least on Falcons there. I mean, they'd played so well up until this point, and to not check the entire buggy, Powerful's like, I'll do it myself, makes it happen. But yeah, another grenade on the top from Yusuf, 7 eliminations. Team Falcons really feeling it right now.
Steps up into the spray, and that's not going to be good for business. Fast eliminations coming through for Falcons. They're racking up points. They're looking to challenge this top spot now, Blank. They want this first place at the end of day 2, going into the final day.
Damwon Kia still looking for the back-to-back here, over from Miramar to Erangel now. They have all 4 players alive. Powerful is down. Is Rezable, though. Never Alone instantly takes down Vaz.
And with that, that's going to seal the deal. 20 points on the game for Team Falcons. They will be in the lead at the end of this game, but how far can they go? How much more can they push?
Damwon Kia, it's a 4-on-4 at the moment. Morph between them. Rocky, as well as Fajar. Never Alone, though, still just peeking up and down. The Blues pushing them, but Damar in.
Able to find the first. 1 player now left for Morph. Looking to try and hunker down. There is a DBS in play, and we know how difficult that can be to operate around, especially in these close quarters situations. They'll know there's another player there. Junie with the off angle onto Damar is going to be able to find yet another knock, certainly, over towards the backlines, but it is answered. Never Alone knocks one onto Forest.
Sent immediately back. They have the compound at the moment. The circle's not quite moved in just yet. Still waiting on Junie here. Finds a shot through the window. Rocky is down. Now it's just these 2 players. Song has moved up, though, not giving really any moment for Falcons to breathe. Damwon just suffocating the enemy team despite the positioning that they're in.
The circle pops this right towards Falcons. Junie takes a lot of damage, but crucially stays up here. Stays up and kicking. Can get those meds on board. Can stay in. Team Falcons, 12 eliminations so far. A guaranteed 24 points on this game. And they're looking to try and take this one up further.
Falcons blessed here in Saudi Arabia with the circle coming over towards them. Now the card is on Damwon, but they are making an aggressive approach.
Right up to the wall, leading in the charge. Damwon Kia pushed through. Yusuf will not be able to find anything there. It is actually traded off by Powerful onto Sung, and another one for Powerful as well. Never Alone and Powerful in a 2 versus 2. Junie crawling up, and the off angle for Forest not going to be rezzing here. Sung may be rezzable if they can get back to that vehicle, but Powerful spots the push. Junie wants to take the fight with the Bison. 53 bullets in the mag, but a swing out wide. Powerful, no! He goes down, leaving only the 1 player left in the fray. Never Alone, not going to be having any backup here for the rest of the team. It's Junie close to the wall, and Forest out wide on the back. Hits the drop shot. Junie gets the heal off, and the spray is good. It's Falcons to take it home as Damwon Kia take a tumble. And what a way to close out day 2 for the home team here in Riyadh. Team Falcons.
Unbelievable finish there from them. Never Alone, indeed. Got the entirety of the audience and Saudi Arabia behind his back there in the final moments. Grabbing the last chicken dinner of the day, and that's potentially, I think that might be the first place for Team Falcons there, coming into day 3 of the PMWI.
That has got to feel good. That has got to feel absolutely amazing. What a way, as you say, to close out that second day. I am so ready for their performances tomorrow, see if they can carry that momentum forwards.
It looked so dire there, but regardless, honestly, Damwon just looked like a completely different team today. But Team Falcons still carrying through that massive momentum. It's beautiful to see.
Absolutely. I could see Kalaris celebrating over there as well. I'm sure he's ready and raring.
He's loving it.
He's loving that. He's absolutely loving that. We didn't see that DBS come through in the compound, unfortunately, for the last player from Morph. I think it was Rocky left in that compound. But you know what? They still survived to 3rd place. We are going to head over to the standings, brought to you by STC.
Things off 31 points. We might have a new champion of the day. We might have a new top contender for those top 5 placings and potentially the $500,000 on the line for that first place alone. $2 million in prize pool throughout this week of event. We have another $1 million coming in next week, but we can see Damwon Kia coming in with 20, keeping it very, very close at the very end.
Never Alone, Youssef have been absolutely insane and also powerful. Like, those three players really helped push that position. And we were talking about it a little bit in that game, right, Kalaris? There was so much mess happening, so much action in the southern side. If you analyze that position and you see from the edge side which is the best position to aim for, Morph's compound was the best option to go for. They crash it, have a little dip, which is perfect to play from. And after that, it's just GG well played.
Yeah, the movements from there, very, very impressive stuff. I mean, ultimately moving up against that ridgeline, as you're mentioning here, very, very important here for Falcons. And it plays to kind of their strengths, effectively. The edge play that they've been exuding throughout yesterday and then moving into this, 31 points. It's a big win for the home crowd. It's a big win for Falcons.
Yeah, massive win, but you can see also REGAN.S as well. You just keep in mind, 1 placement point, 11 eliminations. I believe when we checked in on them at the very beginning of the game, they had 7 elims out of like the 9 in total that happened at the match at that point. They were putting on pressure.
I think they eliminated the entirety of a virtual gaming squad and also 3 players of back-to-back. Like, they were out for blood instantly in that game. And we saw that gap consistently throughout the day, you know, decreasing, and now they're like one decent game and Stalwart, like, they kicked off first place.
They started the day in 9th place. Now they have rocketed up here today. I think, of course, you know, me and you were like, you know, Stalwart, they're pretty good. They're probably going to do pretty well at this tournament. I think we do have to also consider a few other names. RSG is absolutely one of those here. But likewise, Falcons with the 31 points. So, I mean, a lot of contenders are truly coming to the front of the fold here.
And Damwon, right? Like, really,
yes,
the resurgence from these guys. Exactly, almost back-to-back. Like, we saw the resurgence from China and South Korea together today. They can't afford another bad day tomorrow, but like, if they keep going like this, like, Stalwart has very strong competition.
And it's cool because there are so many ways to play PUBG Mobile. We obviously have been touting Falcons' strong edge play, moving on into this. Damwon Kia, for this game, central. It's a nice 2-2 split across one of the compounds they had, as well as the woods that are kind of on the high ground of that. And they know when to get together. They know how to play that situation and not move out of it too quickly, because they allowed all the other teams above them to effectively wound each other before they moved out.
Yeah, and obviously for Falcons in particular, if we go back to them really quickly, I mean, they had the 5th match chicken dinner yesterday. They had the 6th match chicken dinner here. I think for them, they've been relatively quiet for most of the day, I want to say. Not seeing them in the top 8 quite as often. But to end things off like this now, going into day 3, we'll obviously get to the match or the overall standings at some point. They had to be extremely happy about this, and you saw how excited they were. I think you were even like excited. You were doing some like Tiger Woods-esque celebrations.
You know, I get you when you're somewhere, especially like just in for a home crowd, you get into the spirit of it. And for Falcons in front of their home crowd, you can see that emotion exuded from them, as well as kind of that relative to the crowd as well. So gotta be happy for them. They must be ecstatic over on that stage.
Well, I know we're talking about the high highs, but what about some of the lows? Vampire Esports, they were looking unstoppable yesterday. We talked to Sertani as well today, and he was giving a little bit of insight into what was going on within the team. But that wasn't what I was quite expecting out of this team coming in from Thailand in day 2.
Yeah, they kind of fell off big time today, unfortunately. You know, you can afford one by day. Well, we saw some comebacks from like RSG and also the Damwon, right? They can still have a really good day 3 and put themselves back in that first place competition. Right now, they did fall a little bit out of relevancy, so they need to catch themselves back up, get back to what they had in day 1, was that opening game of 24 limbs, and they could be back in the race.
Yeah, I feel Sertani almost prophesized it at the beginning of the day. You know, he's like, okay, we have these concerns about these teams, and actually, in a few of these games,
real concerns.
Those were the teams that actually caused them real problems and thorns in their side. So they know the teams that are going to be causing these issues. So now they just have to take that away, maybe avoid them in rotations or some of the engagements when they end their rotations, etc.
Makes things extremely exciting going into tomorrow, a final day of action with still 6 matches left to go. But really quickly, before we do head down to the stage for an interview, give a shout out here to MasterCard and Saudi Bank as well, 2 supporters here of PMWI 2022. And also remind you guys at home, we have the Vibe and Drive currently happening within PUBG Mobile. It's a new event that's come out. You guys can actually play with your friends to accomplish and complete these missions. And if you guys get enough of them done, you can get a permanent free legendary set. And you know what? I know, Max, you and I, we're going to be grinding a little bit. Do you think we can get it done in time?
I think I can do it.
Are we friends?
Are we friends in-game?
In-game? I don't know.
Every time you play, you never invite me, Jason. You're always playing with other people.
Well, you always die in every game we've ever played together, quite often.
Hey, those bots got pretty good, okay? I'm not going to lie.
I've seen him get run over by many monster trucks on Living. Just saying. Just saying.
Don't bring that to the table, please. Come on. It's fun.
All right, sorry, I'll go.
Okay, well, gentlemen, we are going to be heading down to the stage here momentarily. We're obviously going to be coming back thereafter to do the overalls. I'm really curious to see who's going to be towards the top of the table. Again, we have 1 day left. Top 5 is super important. It gets you into the after-party showdown happening next week. And obviously, first place is going to get themselves $500,000 as well. But for now, we're going to head down to the stage with Banks, who has an interview with the coach from Stalwart Esports.
Welcome back to the main stage, where myself and Fancy are joined by the coach of Stalwart Esports, Senator. Now, first of all, I have to say, congratulations on all the consistency that your team is managing to put up throughout this entire competition. You're playing very well. At the beginning of the day, you were 12 points behind the top spot. Now, after that match, with Team Falcons putting up a 16 elimination chicken dinner, you are still 12 points behind the top spot, and you're in second place. The consistency is fantastic. How are you guys feeling?
Okay, first day, we have a 3-point difference. So 86 and 83. Today, 12 points. So for us, first 2 games was very good, but last 4 games we not play very well. We know some rotation, some team communication, and some fight. It was not really like we want. So I hope all team is very, very consistent too.
معانا في المسرح من فريق ستالورت اي سبورتس الكوتش حق الفريق اللي هو سنتر. كنا نسال السؤال الاول حقه ليش الكونسستنسي اللي موجوده عند الفريق شوي مختلفه، لانه زي ما احنا عارفين في الامس كان بينهم وبين المركز الاول 12 نقطه او 3 نقاط، لكن اليوم كان بينهم 12 نقطه، وبنفس الوقت عندهم يعني مشكله في الاستمراريه، مع انه شفنا ادائهم مقارنه باقي الفرق يعتبرون مستمرين بشكل كويس. فكان الجواب على السؤال انه احنا في بداية اليوم لعبنا مباراتين الأولى، أداءنا كان كويس فيها، أدينا أداء ممتاز، لكن ما قدرنا أننا نستمر على نفس الأداء. وبالأخير بعد الجيم الأخير، بعد الشيكن دينر اللي طلع من فريق فالكونز بعد 16 إليمينيشنز اللي شفناها منهم، صار الفارق جدا كبير، لكن بنفس الوقت هم يحاولون يستمرون على الكونسستنسي حقتهم قد ما يقدرون.
Senator, you're absolutely right. It was a 3 points difference from yesterday. I apologize. That's my technicality issue. So, I have to say, coming into this tournament, what did you focus on with your team? What did you focus on improving before you made it to here?
We made it some fault in last PMGC in second day. We were in 4th position in first day, and second day we played very bad. So this time in PMWI we need to play very well, and this is a mindset game now, because we cannot playing very well. We cannot achieve a good level tomorrow. Is before, so we need to have very focusing and have a consistent in the mind.
زي ما احنا عارفين فريق ستالورت اي سبورتس في بطولة PMGC ايضا كان عندهم نفس المشكلة اللي تواجههم الان، اللي هو باليوم الاول ادائهم يكون جدا ممتاز، لكن باليوم الثاني الاداء حقهم يتراجع شوي. فكان السؤال على انه كيف تقدرون انكم تجهزون للشيء هذا في البطولة الحالية. فهو ذكر الموقف وذكر انه بالامس قدرنا اننا نمشي اداء كويس، لكن ما قدرنا نستمر على نفس الاداء، وحنا دائما نواجه المشكلة هذه، فنحاول نصلحها في بطولة PMWI. نحاول اننا نركز على انه الكونسستنسي حقتنا تكمل على نفس ما هي، وهي بالاخير تعتبر مايند سيت جيمز، لانه المايند سيت اللي عندنا الان ما هي كويسه تخلينا نقدر نستمر على نفس الاداء.
Speaking of mindset and the mental game behind esports, it's very, very important, as you know, that everyone needs to stay calm, everyone needs to stay focused. Now, performing on this kind of stage, in front of a live crowd at an offline event, how have your players coped? Do they find it okay, or do they get very nervous?
It was our first tournament for us in this long event, so obviously we have some pressure, but our consistent and mindset on focusing on a game is more than this, so it's okay, I think.
زي ما احنا عارفين البطولة الآن موجودة معنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض، مع ستيج، مع جمهور، مع إضاءة، مع يعني بطولة عالمية مع منافسين عالميين. فكان السؤال على إنه هل الشيء هذا قاعد يسبب ضغط للفريق إنه ما يخليكم تستمرون استمرار كويس؟ قال إنه بالعكس، هو أول مرة احنا نشارك بطولة بهالحجم ونقدر إننا نأدي أداء كويس فيها، لكن الضغط اللي احنا يخلينا نحاول نستمر على نفس الكونسستنسي ونفس المايند سيت حقتنا أكثر من الضغط اللي ممكن نواجهه من الجمهور ومن تواجدنا في المسرح الكبير.
Senator, I have one final question before I let you go, okay? You're known as being quite a confident team, and so you should be. Your consistency has shown it. So you guys deserve to be a confident team. The trophy tomorrow is going to sit right here on this square that you can see in front of you. Is it going to say Stalwart Esports by the end of tomorrow?
I think we need to stay humble. So let's hope we can win. I can tell you we will win. Just let's hope. Okay, we will do our best tomorrow. So I think it will be okay.
فريق ستالورت اي سبورتس دائما معروف عنهم شيء واحد انهم عندهم كميه ثقه جدا عاليه في كل البطولات اللي يشاركون فيها، فكنا نسالهم هل تتوقعون انه غدا ان شاء الله التروفي اذا وصل عندنا في المسرح هل تتوقعون بيكون عندكم فرصه انكم تحصلون عليه وبيكون اسمكم عليه؟ فكان جوابهم انه لا، يعني ما ودنا اننا نقول لكم انه الشيء هذا راح يصير، لكن احنا نتمنى الشيء هذا مجرد ما اننا نركز على نفس ادائنا الان ونكمل على نفس المستوى ونكون متواضعين ونحترم الفرق الثانيه، نقول نتمنى ان شاء الله انه يكون التروفي لنا.
Senator, I appreciate how humble you are. I really do, and I bet the rest of the crowd believe that so as well. Best of luck with the rest of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please put your hands together one more time for Stalwart Esports. We're going to be handing it right back over to the desk, so do not go anywhere because they're going to round out the day.
لا تبعدونا اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، راح نتوجه الان للاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن كل الست مباريات اللي شفناها اليوم ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن يحدث في اخر يوم معنا في PMWI غدا ان شاء الله على طول على الاستديو التحليلي.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that. It was a fantastic interview and great to hear from Stalwart Esports, Senator as well in particular. Staying humble, not going to say they're going to win, but they might win. We'll see how as we get into the next day of action. This is now the post show, though, brought to you by VIVO. We're going to break down the day of action. We're going to take a look at the overalls at some point. We're going to see the race for the MVP because there's still money on the line for that one as well. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons have taken the lead by 12 points, 142 in total.
A little bit of a rough start to the day here, I would say, Kalaris, but they caught themselves back up at the end and now currently in first place, the team to beat. But what an amazing step up from a lot of the teams, right? Stalwart still able to remain towards the top, but RSG, really, as you said earlier, from 9th place at the end of day one, now in 3rd place, is 122. That is an insane step up.
It is massive, and I think also almost a harbinger of doom potentially for some of these other teams coming into the last day of the tournament, because if they can adjust from day one to day two quite like that, then oh boy, you better be scared, because they're blasting right now.
Yeah, and you can also see their 48 placement points they got themselves compared to the 74 total eliminations. Like, they were really fragging out. They dropped instantly looking for eliminations, already looking for squad wipes.
It's like somebody unleashed a bee's nest onto them, and all of a sudden, the rest of the lobby's like, what's going on? They were angry. It was
That's why you don't steal things from them.
Yeah.
Just unleash bees all over you.
Don't try and steal CDs.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did kind of call it out yesterday, right? You talked about how in China the meta is quite different than anywhere else in the world. You look for a lot of early eliminations because they're worth more value. We are seeing them go heavily towards those eliminations. And honestly, this makes them an extremely scary team. Like Nova XSF, we saw in PMGCs, no one could compete with them when it came to just raw mechanical skill and fragging power.
And when you look at how things work out in China, again, I think this does need reiterating. It's, as you say, it's very different. Their play style was loot quick, find a fight quick, take that loot off of them, but also get extra elimination points off of the back of that as well. So seeing that they're able to now, they are top of elimination points, correct? That was number one, 74. So yeah, as I say, a harbinger of doom potentially for day 3 for everybody else.
I'm looking at the second page, though. One team that instantly comes to my mind and that fell off pretty significantly. I mean, actually, there's two that fell off pretty significantly. Got Donuts USG that I was hyping up at the start of the day. I wanted to see more coming out from this team, but unfortunately, nothing really came out in day 2.
Some might say
TJB, that's the one.
Some might say Donuts have crumbled.
Do donuts crumble like that?
And that's the end of the show. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
But TJB, I think we're both in agreement here, Kalaris, that TJB, they had that one big win. They got 15 placement points. After that, they got 28 total. So a big portion of their points came from that one win alone.
And it was a Miramar in a situation where it was kind of a home circle as well. So when you think about that and how it's played out, I mean, have we really seen them get huge amounts on Sanhok? Not really, where we know that they're kind of a little bit notorious for the heal strat. Have we seen them do much when it comes to Erangel? I don't think so either. So yeah, for our region, kind of want a little bit more for TJB.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that we're surprised that they're kind of struggling here. I feel like TJB, whether they're under TJB, under Panda in the past, have struggled when they get out of Western Europe and play in the regionals or they play an international event. They've not been able to keep up with the likes of other teams. And And unfortunately, we're kind of seeing that happen yet again. We have seen some sparks of life, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But if they want to come back and get top 5 for tomorrow, they better have the most insane day.
Yeah, you also got to keep in mind that they did actually have a roster change right before this event, right?
Correct.
They got 2 extra players. They had Lang and Leng playing in Western Europe, and they had to change those 2 players. So you have to adapt with that too. You got a coach being added to the equation. So many things were just sent their way before heading into the event that it can make the adaptation pretty hard to deal with.
And if we're being hyper pedantic about it, we know them as a team that, to be honest, in Western Europe, they didn't have the best of starts to the league stages. They were kind of a bit up of a roller coaster, up and down, and come the final, yes, of course, they absolutely meteoric rise, but you need the consistency, especially when you then suddenly hit this short form tournament where it's like everything online 3 days, you got to do it then, you got to do it now.
I feel like, I mean, I'd have to bash on them too hard, but I feel like we've kind of been making excuses for them throughout this year and part of last year when they were Panda, right? They go into the regionals and we're kind of like, well, it's the first time playing against these other teams, like for in Turkey, for instance.
Sure.
Don't not gonna expect too much out of them. The next time, oh, they're still improving. Like at some point, are they going to hit their skill cap? Is this their skill cap? We need to see more out of them.
I feel like we're seeing like an old footballist at some point. Like it's kind of up and down. Depending on the event, they might have some good events, bad events, and then internationally they tend to struggle a little bit, it seems so. Yeah, okay. I think they can still learn and improve over time, but we do see like stale sometimes, a little bit of a stall sometimes.
Well, gentlemen, this gets to my favorite part of the show. We're not going to look at it just yet, so don't throw it up. Our MVP of the day. Now, for me, I have 2 names in mind.
I think we know.
Max wants Kolaris to go first. So
I think we know together.
He's doing his thing.
We know I think we have the same one.
You can say it together?
Yeah,
no,
I think I'll go.
Together?
Go on, you
3,
go.
2, 1. Lightning.
Lightning.
Okay.
Are you just saying lightning because he said lightning?
It's pretty far away. It's pretty big.
It could be action. It could be lightning. Let's see who our MVP of the day is going to be. Remember, the MVP at the entire end of the entire event will be getting themselves extra $5,000, and Lightning has indeed done it.
Yeah, no surprise in my eyes. Like, he has been really stepping up big time in this event. And he was a big name already in PL, but he in particular really helped the team go up.
I can see a pun coming.
No, there's no pun coming. Do you know the reason I didn't want to say? Because this is a 2-name thing, and I'm like, oh, anyway, but it's whatever. Yeah, Lightning. There you go.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's just our MVP of the day. We still have our race to the MVP at the end of the entire event. We're going to take a look actually who currently will be sitting in top. Remember, it's from day 1 and day 2, where Action was leading in day 1, Lightning leading in day 2. Let's actually see our current race and who will be sitting towards that position. I actually looked at this a little bit earlier on today, and we still had quite a few members from Vampire Esports up there, though I'm not quite sure if they're able to maintain that spot.
I think it was Mike that was still up there for Vampire, but I think he has fallen off. I think that there's a chance he's not there. And Action is still on top. No, currently on the race to MVP here was that average of 2.25 eliminations. But Lightning has really closed that gap. And man, yeah, actually, as you said, Lord, that came as a very big surprise on this ranking.
2, I guess, slightly unexpected names for me seeing at the top here. I think it probably, of course, our MVP ranking, I do believe, takes into account like survival time and things like that,
yes,
right?
Yes, it takes almost every stat.
Yes, so Lord and Junie, especially when you see Nigma Galaxy and their ability to rotate, I think that's where they do shine. But Junie and Damwon Kia, their ability exists in that survival, in the center of these circles, and that is probably weighing heavy on this too.
Yeah, because you're looking at the average eliminations, like clearly for Lord, Junior, and Never Alone, the stats that allow them to get in this ranking are like way, way different, so there's a big chance. But eliminations and damage are really high, like when it comes to counting for the MVP award, so those should be your main focus.
I'm willing to bet when you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, I think there's probably quite a gap between 2 and 3rd. Yeah. When it comes to Action and Lightning, what Action was able to put up during, let's say, 1.5 days, and Lightning's put up during today especially, I think those 2 have been absolute standouts.
All right, well, gentlemen, we are going to be done for the day, but I want to thank you, obviously, for joining me and putting up with me on the desk. Maybe as an outro for you guys, would you have like a favorite moment from today?
I think just really RSG, the adaptation. Like, they take the Chinese vacation, I think we're used to seeing now as Nova. So, like, they took that day off. The 1 day off, right? Yeah, they got into it, and I think that now we can expect even better things. Like, they're in the groove, they're in the zone, and I think that tomorrow we got a lot of top teams at the top that are fighting for that first spot. So I'm really hyped to see who's going to be taking the trophy.
I'm surprised you even have to ask me this, Jason, to be honest. It's the DBS. No, but actually, even towards the end, we got a Bison as well, which has a surprisingly excellent clip to be used in those final close combat encounters. So I'm a big fan of those moments.
Yeah, and I think Team Falcons were more than happy to be using that as well at the very end. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in today. This has been PMWI 2022, Day 2. We still have tomorrow, though, to come up for our final day of action. We're going to have one team taking home $500,000, and of course, 5 teams advancing through into the After-Party Showdown. We're going to leave you, though, with some highlights brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. We'll see you tomorrow.
Find the heart of a dragon. Got gasoline in my gut. Get in my way, you'll regret it. Red devil blood runs through my veins. Red devil blood. I'm the hunter, you are my prey. Push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending.
levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.